Chapter 17. Son of Heaven's Divine Fist? It turns out that the lousy goatskin parchment that Deacon Lang gave me recorded a fist technique. Its name was Son of Heaven's Divine Fist. This name was domineering enough, not losing to the indestructible golden body. If the mystical aspects of this fist technique can be compared to the indestructible golden body, then my path of martial arts cultivation can be said to be grand and prosperous from now on. All right, I'll concentrate on studying it when I get back. Xiaohan, how about I pass on the martial skills that I have cultivated to you in private? What do you think? Don't waste your time and energy studying that piece of goatskin paper. Ah Cho glanced at Xiaohan. Oh. Senior Ah Cho, I will not learn your martial skill for now. Xiaohan shook his hand and said, Right, Senior Brother Ah Cho, I've obtained the breathing technique to cultivate the viscera refinement stage. Now accompany me to buy some medicinal pills. I have to refine my internal organs properly. Then I'll bring you to the pill shop. After these few days of interaction, Ah Cho had already gradually understood Xiaohan's temperament. He knew that although Xiaohan was young, he had a strong will. Once he decided on something, even 8 bulls could not pull him back. Therefore, no matter how hard he tried to persuade Xiaohan to give up studying that piece of parchment, Xiaohan would definitely ignore it. Xiaohan and Ah Cho returned to their outer sect mountain peak. On the bustling street, Ah Cho brought Xiaohan into a pill shop. The pill store was filled with the fragrance of medicine and rich spiritual energy. All kinds of pills were displayed on the shelves. It was a dazzling collection. The owner of the medicine shop was an amiable middle-aged fatty. He also recognized Ah Cho. When he saw Ah Cho bringing Xiaohan in, he hurriedly walked over with a smile. Ah Cho, what medicinal pills are you going to purchase today? Oh, I don't have any true martial coins on hand. I won't buy any elixirs for the time being. Today, I brought my friend here to buy some pills. Boss Ma, my friend is about to enter the viscera refinement realm and needs some medicinal pills for the viscera refinement realm. Can you introduce some to him? Xiaohan politely smiled at Boss Ma. Boss Ma took out a piece of paper and passed it to Xiaohan. Young man, all the pills for viscera refinement are on this piece of paper. Take a look yourself. All right, Xiaohan took the piece of paper and looked at it. He was immediately stunned. Profound tortoise viscera nourishing pill. The main ingredient is the saliva of a 1,000-year-old tortoise. It consolidates the foundation and nourishes the internal organs. 200 true martial coins per pill. Flaming Bull Viscera Refining Pill. The main ingredient is the Flaming Bull Viscera Refining Pill. It's a top-grade medicinal pill for the viscera refining realm. 1,000 true martial coins per pill. The 7 Revolution Viscera Refinement Pill was refined from 49 types of top-grade medicinal herbs. After a viscera refinement realm martial artist consumed it, their internal organs would experience 7 layers of impact. The impurities would be removed, and the impurities would be cleansed. It was extremely effective. 2,000 true martial coins for one. Isn't this too expensive? Xiaohan couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Finally, he saw a small line of words at the bottom of the paper. Basic Viscera Refinement Pill. Bezoar, tiger bone marrow, bear gallbladder, crimson pearlgrass, wood butterfly, and other materials are mixed and refined. The basic medicinal pill for viscera refinement realm martial artists has average effects. 50 true martial coins for one. Xiaohan only had 100 true martial coins. Therefore, it seemed that he could only buy this basic viscera refinement pill. Without saying any more nonsense, Xiaohan took out his entire wealth. 100 true martial coins, and took away 2 basic viscera refinement pills. Xiaohan and Ah Cho left the medicinal pill store. Looking at the 2 longan-sized earthy yellow basic viscera refinement pills in his hands, Xiaohan helplessly smiled bitterly. Senior Brother Ah Cho, medicinal pills are really expensive. It's completely burning money. That's right. Ah Cho nodded in deep thought. Xiaohan, since ancient times, the poor are scholars while the rich are martial artists. Cultivating the martial Tao, talent is indeed very important, but wealth and resources are equally important. The cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Look at me. I've been an outer sect disciple for 5 years, but I've never accumulated much true martial coins in my pocket. I'm so poor. I'm most envious of those rich fellows who eat medicinal pills like candy. They don't need to put in much effort and their cultivation will soar. Of course, external power is still external power. Endless resources can create ordinary experts, but it's hard to reach higher realms. The two returned to the outer sect disciple residential area. Xiao Han and Ah Cho returned to their own courtyards. As soon as they returned to their courtyards, Xiao Han anxiously closed the door and locked it. He then rushed into the room, sat on the edge of the bed, and took out the tattered parchment. Puff puff puff, the strange thing in Xiao Han's heart throbbed again. Rays of divine talismans and rays of light spread out. Rays of light reflected off the parchment and wandered around the room. Fish and dragons danced in the air. Xiao Han was dazzled, as if he was in a dream. Not long later. Wang, 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 wang. Endless rays of light and divine light weaved into a cocoon of light. It was different from the 100 cocoons of the indestructible golden body. This time, there were only 7 cocoons of light floating in the air. The 7 cocoons of light lined up in a row. Son of Heaven's godly fist. The 4 majestic golden words floated in the air. HM? This Son of Heaven's godly fist only has 7 moves? Xiao Han's mind lit up. At this moment, poof! With a loud explosion, the first cocoon of light exploded. Endless rays of light weaved back and forth like swimming fish. A few pictures and a few lines of simple words immediately appeared. Xiao Han focused his mind and carefully observed the first picture and the words below. Son of Heaven's godly fist starting move. Bone burst style. The first picture was very simple. It was only a naked man with a transparent body. There was a simple drawing of human bones and some lines. Xiao Han carefully read the words below the picture. After reading it, he was shocked. This Son of Heaven's godly fist starting move, bone burst style, is a completely different path. It uses a special method to make the bones of a martial artist explode as one. For example, if a martial artist with 100 sounds of bones exploding, after practicing the bone burst style, the 100 sounds of bones exploding will be combined into one, and the 100 sounds will become one. The aura of a martial artist with 150 sounds of bones exploding will be combined into one after practicing the bone burst style, and all the bones in his body will explode at once. One should know that a martial artist at the bone refining realm had a strong body. Every time his bones explode, it would be like thunder. However, the sound of bones exploding could only be heard continuously. If all the bones exploded into one, how powerful would the aura be? How powerful would the sound of bones exploding be? Xiao Han's bones exploded 280 times. If they were combined into one sound, it would be able to directly kill an ordinary person. Even a martial artist at the skin refining realm would be knocked unconscious. However, this bone burst style was not only powerful, it could also instantly condense the power of a martial artist at a single point, breaking through the surface with a single point. Just an ordinary starting move is already so terrifying. It is completely suppressing people with its aura. How powerful would it be if one truly practiced the Son of Heaven's godly fist? Wouldn't that be killing in all directions? Xiao Han swallowed a mouthful of saliva and hurriedly looked at the second picture. The second picture was the appearance of a great figure. He wore a crown on his head and a bright yellow dragon robe. On the robe were embroidered patterns of a 5-clawed golden dragon, a country, and a dragon soaring in the sea. Above his head, there were 9 layers of imperial canopies and 5 colored clouds. His facial features were not very clear, but his eyes carried the dignified aura of a god. His entire being emitted an aura of a king that could shake the world and swallow the 4 seas. His evil and handsome face seemed to contain a trace of a wanton and unrestrained smile. Just a picture alone made Xiao Han feel suffocated. Palpitations. Fear. So much so that it made one have the urge to crawl down and kowtow. Xiao Han wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. His heart moved. Who is the figure in this picture? Could it be the Emperor? Son of Heaven? Right, it must be the Son of Heaven. That's why this fist technique is called Son of Heaven's godly fist. The more Xiao Han looked at the Emperor picture, the more he felt that he was extremely small. Even his spirit, energy, and spirit were firmly suppressed. Xiao Han did not dare to look for too long and hurriedly looked away. Beside the Emperor picture, there was another picture. It was a human figure making a move. The human figure clenched its fists and punched out a simple punch. This punch seemed to have no profundities or changes. It was a straight punch. Below this picture, there was a simple text. Son of Heaven's Divine Fist, first form Sovereign's Descent. First comprehend force, then practice this move. What? This simple picture is the first form of Son of Heaven's Divine Fist, Sovereign's Descent? Isn't this move too simple? There isn't even the slightest change or twist. It's just a punch. Xiao Han's brows deeply furrowed. Out of the 7 light cocoons, only one exploded. It evolved into 3 pictures. The starting form, Bone Burst style, an Emperor picture, and the first form of Son of Heaven's Divine Fist, Sovereign's Descent. The remaining 6 light cocoons did not explode. Instead, they quickly faded and disappeared. Comprehend force first? What force do I need to comprehend? Also, what exactly is force? Xiao Han was confused. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Han still could not understand. He might as well keep the goatskin paper close to his body and walked into the garden. In the garden, Xiao Han sat cross-legged and emptied his mind. Occasionally, there would be an explosion in his body. All the bones in my body explode, merge into one. Xiao Han carefully analyzed the essence of Son of Heaven's Divine Fist starting form, Bone Burst style. Evening. Cho came over to call Xiao Han to the canteen to eat. Xiao Han was cultivating Bone Burst style and did not want to stop, so he asked Cho to help him bring food back. Late at night. Bang! 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 Xiao Han's body exploded with thunderous sounds of bones exploding, causing the leaves in the garden to rustle and fall. I can now compress 280 sounds of bones exploding into 140. Every explosion is filled with tearing power and aggressiveness. But it is far from enough. I need 280 sounds to merge into one to be considered to have perfected Bone Burst style. Xiao Han stood up and returned to his room to rest. He saw that the garden was filled with fallen leaves and flower petals. If one were to look closely, they would see hair-like cracks on the ground. The second day, Cho came to ask Xiao Han to eat at the canteen at noon and at night, but was rejected by Xiao Han. Cho could only go to the canteen to eat, and when he came back, he brought back delicious food for Xiao Han. 5 days later. Late at night. Xiao Han stood in the garden, motionless. He closed his eyes slightly. Everything was silent. Suddenly, bang! A loud sound came from Xiao Han's body. This loud sound was like the wrath of the heavens, and a disaster descended. The wind and clouds changed color. All living beings prostrated themselves. The entire garden seemed to tremble. On the cobblestone path in the garden, the pebbles bounced up like bullets and smashed in all directions. Water splashed in the pond, splashing everywhere. The plants in the garden seemed to have been blown by a hurricane, and they rustled and cried out. Leaves and petals fell to the ground. Pooh! 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 Dozens of crows perched on the trees in the garden fell to the ground, motionless. It was obvious that they had been shaken to death. A few field mice seemed to be drunk, and they swayed as they crawled out of their holes. Then their bodies slanted, and they lay on the ground, twitching. Yes, I trained hard these few days without sleep or rest, and finally mastered the Son of Heaven's Divine Fist starting stance, Bone Burst style. 280 sounds of bones exploding into one sound. It is no small matter. A cold and sharp glint flashed across Xiao Han's eyes. Soon after, he lazily stretched his waist. I should have a good rest. These few days of training have been very tiring. Chapter 18. For the past few days, Xiao Han had been in seclusion to practice the Bone Burst style. He was almost isolated from the world and felt a little bored. Now that he had mastered the Bone Burst style, he felt a little relaxed and prepared to go out for a walk. The sunlight was soft as it wandered around Xiao Han's body, making him feel very comfortable. When he arrived at Cho's courtyard, he called Cho out and the two walked side by side to the canteen. Xiao Han, you're not going to cultivate today? Cho looked at Xiao Han with a strange expression. Previously, Xiao Han locked himself in the courtyard and cultivated without leaving the house. His meals were all taken care of by Cho. Cho knew that Xiao Han was studying that piece of goatskin paper that could not possibly be studied, and was worried that Xiao Han would have a problem with it, and lose his mind and go mad, so he asked probingly. Oh, Senior Cho, I'm just going out for a walk and have lunch at the canteen. I'll go back to cultivate in the afternoon. Xiaohan smiled. That. Xiaohan, I think you shouldn't study that piece of parchment. Ah Cho rubbed his hands and said. These few days, I heard some outer sect disciples talking about it. As a matter of fact, as I expected, it seems like Yang Lei went to look for Deacon Lang in private. Then, Deacon Lang personally came out to swindle you. He forcefully shoved that lousy thing into your hands. That really isn't a martial skill manual. It's a scam. Yang Lei. Xiaohan frowned. Yes, Senior Ah Cho, I know. This guy has schemed against me time and time again. I will remember him. Sooner or later, he will fall into my hands. At that time, I will teach him a lesson and let him know how powerful I am. Ah! Hearing Xiaohan's words, Ah Cho was shocked. He felt that Xiaohan had an indescribable domineering aura today. Ah Cho said in a low voice. Xiaohan, Yang Lei is a marrow-refining realm expert. His every move has dozens of cauldrons of strength. He can tear a savage beast apart with his bare hands. He is not someone a rookie like Wu Yan can compare to. Xiaohan, don't be reckless. After saying that, Ah Cho quickly observed Xiaohan's expression. He thought to himself, did Xiaohan really cultivate until his brain went haywire? He didn't even put Yang Lei in his eyes now. Xiaohan didn't say much and just smiled. This made Ah Cho feel that Xiaohan was even more unfathomable. The two of them arrived at the canteen. Over 1,000 outer sect disciples were eating in the cafeteria. After seeing Xiaohan and Ah Cho, they couldn't help but raise their eyes to observe, and then started discussing in low voices. Look, the live target has finally appeared. This guy seems to have disappeared for a few days. I thought he was afraid of Yang Lei and went into hiding. I didn't expect him to show up in the cafeteria. All right, stop calling me a living target. Since Xiaohan was able to kill Wu Yan, who was of a higher cultivation level, and even displayed a physique that was similar to that of a savage beast, he must have his own trump card. I'm not a pushover. Ha ha ha, this Xiaohan really can't beat Yang Lei and the others. Let me tell you, a few days ago, when Xiaohan went to the martial skill pavilion to choose a martial skill, guess what happened? Deacon Lang personally showed up and shoved the tattered parchment into Xiaohan's hands. He even told Xiaohan that he was not allowed to enter the martial skill pavilion until he understood the contents of the parchment. This was tantamount to forbidding Xiaohan from cultivating martial arts, thoroughly making things difficult for him. All of this was secretly arranged by Yang Lei. In the end, Xiaohan still obediently took the tattered parchment and left. He doesn't dare to go against Deacon Lang at all. What? That tattered parchment that was used to pad the table? Ha! Xiaohan, this guy, couldn't have disappeared for a few days to comprehend that tattered parchment in closed-door cultivation, right? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Xiaohan was unmoved by the discussions that came from all directions. He and Ah Cho took their plates and found a seat. Xiaohan wolfed down his food. As his fleshly body became stronger, Xiaohan's appetite grew bigger and bigger. Xiaohan spoke in a muffled voice as he ate. Right, senior brother Ah Cho, do you know about force? Cultivating martial arts, does one have to comprehend something called force? In these few days, although Xiaohan had mastered the bone explosion style, he was still unable to grasp the first style of the Son of Heaven's divine fist, sovereign descent, after studying it for half a day. To master the sovereign descent, one must first comprehend force. What is force? How do you comprehend force? After all, Xiaohan was a living target and had insufficient knowledge. Xiaohan, you know force as well? Ah Cho put down his chopsticks and looked at Xiaohan in puzzlement. Senior brother Ah Cho, looks like you know the meaning of force. Quickly tell me. Xiaohan looked at Ah Cho's expression and felt that Ah Cho should have some understanding of force. He hurriedly put down his chopsticks and asked anxiously. Xiaohan, the so-called force is very mysterious. It can only be understood and not explained. Simply put, force is related to a martial artist's comprehension ability. Ah Cho began to explain without stopping. The meaning of force is the force of heaven and earth, the force of all things. Some cultivation techniques contain this kind of force. In other words, force can actually be understood as concept. To cultivate a martial art to the peak perfection stage, one must comprehend force. One cannot only pursue variations in moves. Xiao Han, my comprehension ability is also very poor. When cultivating martial arts, I am never able to comprehend force. This way, I am unable to learn the essence of martial arts. So, I told you before, don't think that I am at the peak stage of the Viscera refinement realm. I can't even defeat some of the more talented middle-stage Viscera refinement realm martial artists. Xiao Han pondered over Ah Chao's words. His heart suddenly caught onto a very obscure thing, and his eyes burst with radiance. Senior brother Ah Chao, continue speaking. Continue speaking. I seem to understand a little. Xiao Han, I actually don't really understand. Then let me give you a few examples. Ah Chao racked his brains and pondered for tens of breaths before speaking. You fought with Wu Yan before. Wu Yan cultivates the Python Fist. The variations, moves, force exertion, and various techniques of this fist art were all cultivated by Wu Yan to a very proficient level. But in Wu Yan's hands, the might of this fist art could at most be displayed by 30%. Because Wu Yan did not comprehend the Python Fist's force. That is the concept contained in the Python Fist. The concept of the Python Fist should be the habits of the giant python. The instant when the giant python attacks its prey, it is savage, swift, and precise. A fatal strike. Also, our peak's two great geniuses, senior brother Ling Feiyu and senior brother Meng Ran, are both heaven-bestowed prodigies who have comprehended their own force. Senior brother Ling Feiyu cultivates the ocean whale divine fist, and thus, he needs to comprehend the ocean force and giant whale force. I have personally seen senior brother Ling Feiyu fight with the outer sect disciples of the other peaks. Senior brother Ling Feiyu's ocean whale divine fist has a vast and profound concept. It is as vast and deep as the ocean and as ruthless and dangerous as a giant whale. When fighting with senior brother Ling Feiyu, it is like fighting for supremacy in the ocean. It is boundless, and it will be annihilated in an instant. Senior brother Meng Ran cultivates the hurricane art. Once he makes a move, the entire heaven and earth will be filled with howling gales, and the clouds will change color. That kind of great force felt as though it would instantly tear a person apart and cause a mental breakdown. It is extremely terrifying. Both of them can display the might of their martial skills to the extreme. From skill to force. Xiao Han, if you have the chance to personally see the extraordinary figures like senior brother Ling Feiyu and senior brother Meng Ran make their moves, I believe you will be able to understand force more directly. Sigh. My innate talent is too poor, and I can't touch the edge of force. This thing is formless and intangible, and it can only be chanced upon. It is difficult, too difficult. Ah Chao shook his head and sighed. Xiao Han's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his heart tightened. He slightly closed his eyes and muttered, Senior brother Ah Chao, I really seem to have grasped something. In the next moment, Xiao Han let out a long breath and opened his eyes to speak to Ah Chao. Senior brother Ah Chao, thank you for telling me all these today. Just as Xiao Han finished speaking, a few people walked into the dining hall from outside. The one in the lead had a cold and arrogant expression, and he looked down on everyone. Who else could it be but Yang Lei? Behind Yang Lei was Ling Husong and a few other outer sect disciples. Humph. After Yang Lei saw Xiao Han, he let out a cold snort, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. While Ling Husong gritted his teeth and glared at Xiao Han, his murderous aura burst out, and he almost wanted to rush over and kill Xiao Han. Yang Lei and the others sat down. Xiao Han. Yang Lei. Yang Lei and Ling Husong are here. Why don't we quickly leave after eating? Ah Chao said fearfully. It's fine. Xiao Han didn't care. They also don't dare to make a move in the dining hall. Why should we be afraid of them? Finished speaking, Xiao Han acted as if nothing happened and buried his head in his food. On Yang Lei's side. Senior brother Yang Lei. It's Xiao Han. That live target. Ling Husong stared at Xiao Han with deep hatred. Ling Husong, don't act rashly. Yang Lei sneered. This live target, we will slowly beat him, and there will be a day when he dies. These few days, he didn't leave the house at all, and even his food was prepared by Ah Chao. I think he is painstakingly studying the exceptional divine art on that piece of parchment. Humph. Cultivate. It's best if you cultivate until you become an idiot. Senior brother Yang Lei, you don't know, after this live target crippled my cousin Linghu Xian, a few elders of the Linghu clan vomited 3 liters of blood on the spot and were extremely angry. This live target must die. Even tearing his body into 10,000 pieces is not enough to vent our anger. Linghu's song was almost roaring. Not long after, Xiao Han and Ah Cho were already full. The two of them immediately stood up, then prepared to leave the dining hall. However, because Xiao Han and Ah Cho sat in a straight line with where Yang Lei, Linghu Song and the others sat. If Xiao Han and Ah Cho didn't take a detour and wanted to directly walk to the exit of the dining hall, they would definitely have to pass by where Yang Lei and the others sat. Xiao Han patted his stomach and walked away. Ah Cho hurriedly pulled Xiao Han and said in a low voice, "Xiao Han, let's go to the other side. Go around Yang Lei and the others." Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. "Senior brother Ah Cho, you're making a mountain out of a molehill." Finished speaking, Xiao Han didn't care about anything else and walked straight to the exit of the dining hall. He didn't know why, but after cultivating the Son of Heaven's divine fist, Xiao Han felt that his aura seemed to have quietly changed. All in all, his courage was much stronger than before. Seeing this, Ah Cho sighed inwardly, but still followed behind Xiao Han. When Yang Lei saw Xiao Han walking towards him without any hesitation, he felt that he was being provoked. He immediately looked at Xiao Han coldly, his eyes filled with a sharp warning. Xiao Han completely ignored Yang Lei's threatening gaze. The corner of his mouth pulled into a light and breezy smile. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, and he was about to pass by where Yang Lei sat. The outer sect disciples who were eating in all directions all put down their cups and chopsticks and looked up to watch a good show. Just at this moment... Wait! Linghu Song slammed the wine cup in his hand on the table and stood up, blocking Xiao Han's path. His eyes were ferocious. His face was almost twisted, and his chest had already been completely ignited by the flames of hatred. "Little bastard, you want to go over from here? Then crawl under my crotch." Linghu Song roared and spread his legs wide. Xiao Han's body froze. Cloud Rain sect had its rules that disciples were not allowed to fight in private, otherwise, they would be punished with death. However, a wily old fox like Linghu Song could still think of ways to circumvent the rules. "Move." Xiao Han looked at Linghu Song indifferently. Linghu Song pointed at Xiao Han. "Crawl under my crotch, or go around me. There's no third possibility. Live target. Little bastard." Yang Lei did not say anything. He merely held his wine cup and drank the fine wine in it with great elegance. "Little bastard?" Xiao Han's eyes turned cold. "I've said it before, no one can trample on my dignity. You damned dog. You insulted me time and time again. Now, you're blocking my path. I want you to kneel down and apologize." The moment he said that, the entire canteen fell silent. Kneel down? Xiao Han actually wanted Linghu Song to kneel down? That was simply insane. A bone refinement realm martial artist wanted a viscera refinement realm martial artist to kneel down? Moreover, Linghu Song was not an ordinary viscera refinement realm martial artist. To put it bluntly, he was Yang Lei's personal lackey. In fact, he could even speak in front of a transcendent genius like Ling Feiyu. As for Xiao Han, he was born a live target. His cultivation was not high, and he had no backing. He was only good at taking hits and had a strong physique. What did he have to make Linghu Song kneel down? Everyone was shocked. Soon, some of the outer sect disciples started discussing. "Looks like this Xiao Han really went berserk in his cultivation. He's talking like a lunatic. Look at how impetuous Xiao Han is. It's as if he's some big shot. There's definitely something wrong with his brain. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha." Hearing Xiao Han's words, Linghu Song was so angry that he laughed. "Little bastard, everyone says that you've cultivated until your brain is damaged. I think it's true. You trash. Bastard." At this moment, the corner of Xiao Han's mouth twitched. The next moment, bang! A loud sound exploded from Xiao Han's body. Heaven Duke was furious. Dragon Face was furious. Bone explosion style. 280 sounds of bone explosion combined into one. Smack, smack, smack. The surrounding tables and chairs were flipped over by the airwave. The hurricane swept through, and many cups and plates on the table fell to the ground and shattered. All the outer sect disciples in the entire cafeteria were stunned. His mind was instantly shaken. Their ears were buzzing. Ling Husong's eyes were dazed for a moment. All the strength in his body went limp. His muscles, bones, skin, flesh, and internal organs all relaxed. He looked at Xiao Han in a daze, and both of his knees trembled slightly. At the same time, after activating the bone explosion style, Xiao Han's aura rose continuously. His gaze was like the emperor's, and his majesty was like the abyss and the sea. He looked down on everyone. "Kneel down!" Xiao Han yelled. In an instant, Ling Husong was intimidated by Xiao Han's aura. He could not stand steadily, and with a plop, he knelt down. Since you've already knelt down, I'll forgive your offense. Not bad, kneel well. Xiao Han grinned. He immediately pulled the dizzy Ah Cho and walked towards the exit of the cafeteria. After a few breaths, Ling Husong came to his senses and stood up from the ground. He simply could not believe that he had knelt down just now. That was simply a great humiliation. Ling Husong was enraged. Just as he was about to chase after Xiao Han, suddenly, pfft, the wine cup in Yang Lei's hand cracked and shattered, and wine splattered everywhere. Yang Lei's hair was already extremely messy. He held the broken pieces of the wine cup in his hand, and an uncontrollable murderous intent shot out from his eyes. "Senior brother Yang Lei," Ling Husong said ferociously. "Senior brother Ling Feiyu will be back soon. Let's go and welcome him first. This live target won't live for long. I swear. He won't live for long." Yang Lei stood up immediately. Sharp gusts of wind swept out from his body. He really had the murderous intent. Completely had the murderous intent. Chapter 19. Hee, senior brother Ah Cho, the feeling of making people kneel down is really satisfying. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han laughed. Xiao Han. What did you do just now? You were using bone explosion, right? Ah Cho shook his head with force. But your bone explosion sound was like a landslide and tsunami. It was simply unparalleled. How strong is your body to be able to explode like that? Xiao Han, you're a monster. I even suspect that you're the reincarnation of an ancient savage beast. You're too scary. That's right. A martial artist at the peak of the viscera refinement realm like Ah Cho had 20 cauldrons of strength. His voice could travel 10 miles, and his body was unbelievably strong. Thus, Xiao Han's bone explosion style would definitely not be able to injure him. However, it was able to cause a martial artist of this level to be intimidated and suppressed for a short period of time. It was Xiao Han's first time using the bone explosion style, and he received a miraculous effect. Thus, his interest in the Son of Heaven's divine fist grew. Comprehend force? Right now, I need to comprehend the first style of the Son of Heaven's divine fist, Sovereign's Descent. As Xiao Han walked, he frowned and pondered. Son of Heaven's Descent? Sovereign's Descent? Right at this moment, a few outer sect disciples walked over with hurried footsteps and chatted with each other. Quickly go to the stage. Senior brother Ling Feiyu and senior brother Meng Ran have returned from the martial world and agreed to spar with each other. This is a battle between geniuses. We must not miss it. That's right. These two senior brothers are the main characters of our peak and have a high chance of breaking through to the true Qi realm. They are extraordinary geniuses and must have comprehended many mysteries of the martial Tao during this martial world experience. Observing their spar will allow us to gain enlightenment on the martial Tao and help us cultivate. All right. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go over quickly. If we miss this battle, we will regret it for life. There were constantly outer sect disciples that passed by Xiao Han in a hurry. All they talked about were the two great geniuses Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran. Ah! Xiao Han's body stopped. Senior brother Ah Cho, it seems like the two great geniuses of our peak are going to spar on the stage. Why don't we go and take a look as well? Sure. Ah Cho didn't think too much and immediately nodded. Let's go. It was best not to miss a battle between geniuses. Their every move, every action, could possibly touch us. Xiao Han, weren't you asking me about force in the martial Tao earlier? Senior brother Ling Feiyu and senior brother Meng Ran had both comprehended their own force. You'll know once you take a look. Immediately, Xiao Han and Ah Cho turned around and walked towards the arena. Halfway up the mountain, in the arena area. At this moment, there were already 3 layers of outer court disciples surrounding them. All of them raised their heads in anticipation, and their faces were filled with admiration and excitement. Some of the female disciples even had shy and charming expressions on their faces, as if they were infatuated. Come, Xiao Han, let's go over. Ah Cho brought Xiao Han to a corner and stood there. At this moment, the arena was empty. Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran had not arrived yet. But this did not affect the heated exchanges between the outer court disciples. Senior brother Ling Feiyu and senior brother Meng Ran, what do you think of this duel? I personally think highly of senior brother Ling Feiyu. Senior brother Ling Feiyu has already comprehended some of the sea's force. His cultivation is unfathomable, and his corporeal body strength is even more tyrannical. I heard that senior brother Ling Feiyu once fought with a true energy realm martial artist and did not lose within 3 moves. Heavens! Fought with a true energy realm martial artist before? How many moves can he withstand? He's definitely a genius among geniuses. One must know that the difference between the corporeal body realm and the true energy realm is like an insurmountable chasm. Then I think highly of senior brother Ling Feiyu. Senior brother Ling Feiyu is very strong, that's not bad. But senior brother Meng Ran is not a weakling either. I've never heard of senior brother Meng Ran fighting with a true energy realm martial artist before. But senior brother Meng Ran personally killed a demon before. Senior brother Meng Ran's hurricane art is boundlessly violent. It's fine when he doesn't attack, but once he attacks, it'll take someone's life. Killed a demon? Impressive. Too impressive. Even ordinary corporeal body realm martial artists would be scared to death when they see a demon. How would they dare to kill one? Senior brother Meng Ran is too impressive. A disciple who can kill a demon will definitely receive great nurturing from the sect. As the surrounding outer sect disciples discussed, Ah Chow's heart skipped a beat. Narrowing his eyes, he murmured, "If one day, I'm as impressive as Ling Feiyu and senior brother Meng Ran and can make many outer sect disciples talk about me in private, then my life would not be in vain." However, Xiao Han was a little disapproving in his heart. There were a total of 2,000 outer sect disciples on this peak. It produced 2 geniuses, Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran. It could be said that they were 1 in 1,000 outer sect disciples on this peak. However, there were more than 20,000 outer sect disciples on the 10 peaks of the outer sect. There was probably more than 1 or 2 people like Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran, right? Furthermore, putting aside the true energy realm, there were still many inner sect disciples in Cloud Rain sect. On a larger scale, the Beacon Fire Empire had a population of tens of billions. There were 5 top sects and Cloud Rain sect was just one of them. Could it be that the other sects did not have geniuses? Other than the Beacon Fire Empire, there were still other empires and a large number of small and medium countries in the southern region. They're just 2 people who are 1 in 1,000, Xiao Han thought to himself. I'm not as good as them now, but it doesn't mean that I can't surpass them in the future. Right now, Xiao Han's mentality was more far-sighted. If it was in the past, Xiao Han's thoughts would definitely be the same as Ah Cho. However, after cultivating the Son of Heaven's divine fist, Xiao Han's mentality had unknowingly undergone some subtle changes. Right then, senior brother Ling Feiyu is here. Senior brother Ling Feiyu is here. Cheers erupted from the outer sect disciples. Xiao Han. Senior brother Ling Feiyu. Hurry and look. That's senior brother Ling Feiyu. Ah Cho tugged at Xiao Han's sleeves excitedly. Xiao Han shifted his gaze and saw a young man in sapphire blue robes strolling towards the ring casually. The young man was less than 20 years old and had fair skin. His facial features were extremely handsome and there were almost no flaws. As he walked, there were even ripples in the air and the salty smell of seawater spread everywhere. Behind him, there was even a blue ocean with a clear sky. One could vaguely hear the sounds of seagulls and the sound of whales leaping out of the sea and shooting water pillars. He had a vast aura about him. However, there was a hidden killing intent. His demeanor was like that of a noble that could not be violated. Ling Feiyu. The super genius of this peak, a person who was 1 in 1,000. This fellow indeed has a kind of charisma that makes people admire him. Xiao Han nodded secretly. Moreover, Xiao Han knew that the sea, seagulls, and whales that appeared behind Ling Feiyu were all illusions. However, it was hard to tell what was real and what was fake. It had the feeling of turning the fake into the real. The general trend of the sea? Could this be the general trend of the sea? He gives off the feeling of an ocean? Xiao Han's heart was stirred. A kind of obscure thing seemed to be about to burst out from Xiao Han's heart. Yang Lei, Ling Husong, and the other outer sect disciples followed behind Ling Feiyu. All of them were bowing and nodding with a servile expression on their faces. Not bad. Ling Feiyu, it looks like your comprehension of the force of the sea has deepened even more. You are qualified to be my Meng Ran's opponent. A sharp voice rang out from the other side of the arena. A dark-skinned young man strolled out. His facial features were firm and his hands were empty. His entire body emitted an indescribable sharp aura. He was like a sharp blade that was hidden in a scabbard. Once it was unsheathed, it would kill. His feet seemed to be stepping on the eye of a storm. A sharp hurricane raged and swept, and everywhere it passed, sand and stones flew. Meng Ran, the genius of this peak who was as famous as Ling Feiyu. This Meng Ran can condense the aura around his body into a hurricane. He's powerful and very powerful. He's not inferior to Ling Feiyu, Xiao Han evaluated. The outer sect disciples who were watching the battle in the ring all held their breaths. The two great geniuses walked up the ring. Ling Feiyu, everyone says that the two of us are the top geniuses of this outer sect peak. Then, who will count one and who will count two? Let's compete today, Meng Ran said indifferently. Meng Ran, you're always so competitive. Ling Feiyu smiled elegantly. Our peak will rely on the two of us to be the last. Why must we compete on who's stronger? I'm not afraid of you, Meng Ran. However, isn't it much more interesting to fight with the experts of other peaks than fighting with me? It's fine. Meng Ran waved his hand. One move is enough. At our level of cultivation, we can determine the victor with one move. Ling Feiyu, use your full strength. This time, I went to the Hurricane Valley at the border of the southern region to comprehend the general force of the wind. I finally understood the concept of formless wind and form. If you don't use your full strength, you're no match for me. As he spoke, gusts of hurricanes whizzed out with Meng Ran as the center. In an instant, the entire ring was filled with wind. One move. Ling Feiyu smiled faintly. The seawater behind him was contrary to its calm state. It began to fluctuate and become more turbulent. The sound of waves crashing against reefs could be heard from Ling Feiyu's blood. The two great geniuses decided the victor with one move. Hurricane technique. Divine hurricane kick. All of a sudden, Meng Ran was the first to attack. He kicked his leg out. The move was extremely simple, but it triggered the power of the wind. The sound of the wind was loud in the ring, and the invisible hurricane began to transform into tangible dragons, tigers, sabers, swords, and thousands of horses. With an unparalleled momentum, they crushed toward Ling Feiyu. The wind is rising. Below the ring, the clothes of the outer sect disciples who were watching the battle were swept up by the strong wind. Their ears were filled with the whizzing sound of the wind. General force of the wind? Xiao Han's eyes shone brightly. The Emperor diagram immediately floated in his mind. Emperor's divine fist? The Emperor is the Emperor. Move the mountains and rivers, swallow the 8 desolates. Call yourself the Emperor, and tens of thousands bow down to you. With a snap of your fingers, you can kill and behead people as easily as blowing away dust. In the next moment, Xiao Han entered a state where he seemed to be thinking but not thinking. Sovereign descent? When the wind blows past, heaven and earth are desolate. After Ronghua withers, the sovereign descends to the world and ascends the 9 levels pagoda to watch the night and the meteors. The sovereign descends to the world is a kind of momentum. If I don't do it, who else can? An invincible and tyrannical momentum. In the ring, a strong wind swept across the sea. The seawater churned. Meng Ran, you've indeed mastered the essence of the hurricane technique. Take this move of mine. Sea Whale Divine Fist. Ling Feiyu slowly punched with his right fist. Suddenly, a giant whale emerged from the sea behind Ling Feiyu. It swallowed the heavens and the earth and instantly supported Ling Feiyu's fist. Boom! The mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. The two of them exchanged blows. The stone slabs on the ring flew up one by one and exploded into pieces. Smoke and dust filled the air and completely enveloped the two of them. The outer sect disciples who were watching from below the ring kept quiet out of fear. They did not know who would win between Meng Ran and Ling Feiyu. When the smoke and dust on the ring dispersed, Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran stood facing each other from a distance. It was as if they had not exchanged blows just now. The ring had already been destroyed by the huge force. It was in a state of desolation. "And, Ling Feiyu, you're not bad." This move was very satisfying. Meng Ran's figure moved. He flew down the ring like a swan in the night rain. "Excuse me. I've gained some enlightenment after fighting with you. I'll fight again next time." "Ha ha ha ha." Ling Feiyu smiled faintly. The seawater behind him became quiet and vast again. A bright moon rose from the surface of the sea. It was a spectacular sight. He slowly walked down the ring. Yang Lei, Ling Husong, and the others immediately surrounded him. "Senior brother Ling Feiyu, did you win this move?" Yang Lei asked in a low voice. "We're on par." Ling Feiyu waved his hand. "I'm going into seclusion for a few days now. Senior brother Ling Feiyu, that live target." Yang Lei hurriedly said. "Shut up." Ling Feiyu swept his gaze across. Yang Lei almost prostrated himself. "Yang Lei, you're also a marrow refinement realm martial artist. You can't even deal with a bone refinement realm weakling? I won't interfere in this matter. You can deal with him yourself." "Yes, yes," Yang Lei said submissively. At this moment, Ling Feiyu turned his gaze and looked directly at Xiao Han. The two of them were dozens of steps apart. However, Xiao Han could clearly feel an extremely dangerous pressure from Ling Feiyu's gaze. This pressure was as deep and boundless as the ocean. It made one feel insignificant. Xiao Han raised his head and glanced at Ling Feiyu. Then, he hurriedly closed his eyes and carefully comprehended. At this moment, Ling Feiyu walked over with Yang Lei and the others. Xiao Han." Cho was dumbfounded. His legs were trembling. "You're that live target, Xiao Han?" Ling Feiyu actually came to Xiao Han's side. His gaze was as arrogant as an emperor. When he spoke to Xiao Han, it was as if an emperor was asking a beggar. "You're on your own." After saying that, Ling Feiyu looked deeply at Xiao Han. Boom! It was as if Xiao Han was drowned by an ocean. However, the so-called great power of the ocean is to completely integrate one's essence, qi, and spirit into the ocean. One must treat oneself as the ocean and even become the ruler of this ocean. I understand. I finally understand. Therefore, I shouldn't tremble, be timid, or crawl for that imperial portrait. I, Xiao Han, am the emperor. The emperor. The ruler of the world. The collapse of the universe. Xiao Han actually sat cross-legged and closed his eyes tightly. He entered a mysterious state of comprehension. There was emptiness. There was no one and no me. Ling Feiyu no longer looked at Xiao Han. It was as if such a small character was not worthy of his attention. Ling Feiyu floated away. Yang Lei, Ling Husong, and the others stayed where they were. They stared at Xiao Han with eyes full of killing intent. "Xiao Han. What are you doing? Let's go." Cho said at the side. At this moment, Ling Husong gave Yang Lei a look. Yang Lei nodded slightly. "Xiao Han, don't play tricks here. Do you know my cousin, Ling Huxian? After being beaten by you, his talent was destroyed in a day. Today, I, Ling Husong, represent the Ling Hu clan to challenge you." Ling Husong roared beside Xiao Han. His hatred was monstrous. At this moment, boom! Xiao Han opened his eyes. At this moment, Xiao Han's gaze was like the emperor, like an emperor. He had the spirit to kill all living beings like blowing dust. "As you wish." Xiao Han stood up. P.S. The recommendation votes did not reach 4,000 after all. However, thank you for everyone's support. There were no drafts for this book. Every word was written on the spot. This one is for you. Chapter 20. Cho, who was at the side, was extremely shocked. One must know that Ling Husong's cultivation level was the same as Chow's. They were both at the peak of the viscera refinement realm. His punch could reach 20 cauldrons, and his voice could travel 10 miles. Compared to Wu Yan, he was one small realm higher. The battle between Xiao Han and Wu Yan was still vivid in his mind. He had almost been killed on the spot. Ling Husong's strength was double of Wu Yan's. How could Xiao Han fight him? After watching the battle between the two geniuses, Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran, the many outer sect disciples were about to leave. Suddenly, something strange happened. Ling Husong challenged Xiao Han. They all stopped in their tracks. Of course, it was expected that Ling Husong would challenge Xiao Han. Putting aside the fact that Xiao Han had crippled Ling Husong's cousin, the genius new disciple, Ling Huxian, just a moment ago in the canteen, Xiao Han had suddenly used a trick to force Ling Husong to kneel. This was a great humiliation. Even the waters of 3 rivers and 5 lakes would not be able to wash away this humiliation. A martial artist's spirit would rather break than bend. However, what many outer court disciples couldn't figure out was that Xiao Han actually agreed right away. Wasn't this live target shaking a little too much? Just a few days after entering the outer sect, he had already fought against Wu Yan, who was at the middle stage of the viscera refining realm. Now, he had even accepted a challenge from a martial artist at the peak of the viscera refining realm. The ignorant are truly fearless. At this moment, Xiao Han closed his eyes slightly. When he opened them again, the aura and sharpness in his eyes were deeply hidden, like a treasured sword returning to its scabbard. Just now, Xiao Han comprehended the true meaning of the general trend from the battle between Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran. The first form of the Son of Heaven's divine fist, Sovereign's Descent, Xiao Han had already thoroughly grasped the essence of it. Xiao Han was confident that he could use this incomparably domineering fist technique. He had just comprehended a killer move and was itching to test it out. Now, someone had come to him to test his fist. How could Xiao Han not agree? Furthermore, the more he practiced the Son of Heaven's divine fist, the more powerful Xiao Han's mentality became. Naturally, a kind of, if I can't do it, who else can? Attitude was born in his heart. If he avoided a challenge from a mere viscera refining martial artist, then what was the point of cultivating martial arts? How was he going to advance into the supreme Zhenqi realm in the future? The raging battle intent roared in Xiao Han's body. The next moment, Xiao Han actually took the initiative to walk towards a stage. Ha! Yang Lei's face darkened. Ling Husong, are you confident? Ling Husong's eyes were bloodshot. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Don't worry, senior brother Yang Lei. He's just a bone-tempering ant. I'm not trash like Wu Yan. This live target could take 100 punches from Wu Yan and not die, but he couldn't take a single punch from me. My strength is double of Wu Yan's. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a carefree expression appeared on his face. Little bastard, you've humiliated me again and again. Today, I'll skin you alive, tear apart your bones, dig out your heart, and crush your brain. I'll let you die a horrible death. Senior brother Yang Lei, I'm going up, Ling Husong said eagerly. Yang Lei nodded. He was a meticulous man who always planned before taking action. After thinking about it, he could not figure out how Xiao Han could have defeated Ling Husong. Ling Husong, that brat's bone exploding sounds are very explosive. However, you are a peak viscera refinement martial artist, so you won't be harmed by it. Don't worry, senior brother Yang Lei. This kid will definitely die. Ling Husong also walked into the arena. After the two of them stood still in the arena, the outer sanctum disciples below the arena all turned their attention to the battle. With the battle between Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran as a precedent, the battle between Xiao Han and Ling Husong seemed particularly childish. The difference was more than a few levels. Many of the outer sanctum disciples wanted to leave immediately. However, Xiao Han's fighting style was too unique. He traded his life for his opponents, which was different from ordinary people. It was also a rare sight to see. Therefore, none of the outer sanctum disciples left at that moment. They were all watching with great interest. That live target, Xiao Han, is in the arena again. His physique is as strong as a wild beast. Last time, no matter how Wu Yan beat him up, he didn't die. Instead, he counterattacked and killed Wu Yan. Let's see if he can withstand Ling Husong's attack this time. I don't think he can. Ling Husong has 20 cauldrons of strength, and Wu Yan only has 10 cauldrons of strength. Xiao Han might be killed by Ling Husong in an instant. It'll definitely be an instant kill. In the canteen just now, Ling Husong knelt to Xiao Han. That's worse than killing him. Ling Husong is a vengeful person. There's no room for him to play around. He'll definitely use a killing move as soon as he gets into the arena. Ah Cho couldn't do anything about Xiao Han. He couldn't persuade him, so he could only watch uneasily from below the arena. On the arena, Ling Husong's muscles, bones, and skin were bouncing. His body emitted the roar of a tiger and a dragon. His organs were wriggling like a giant beast grinding its teeth. His long hair fluttered without any wind, and his aura was rising steadily. However, Xiao Han didn't move at all. His aura was like wood or stone, faintly discernible, making it hard for people to grasp. One move. Ling Husong yelled at Xiao Han. Xiao Han's gaze was empty, and he didn't reply. One move, and I'll smash you into pieces. Suddenly, Ling Husong raised his right palm. A faint yellow color appeared on his palm. It was extremely heavy, and it gave people a feeling that it was as heavy as a mountain. 6-ding mountain splitting palm. This was Ling Husong's trump card. When he struck out with his palm, it would be like a mountain pressing down on the body. Those who were struck would be torn into pieces, and they would die instantly. Ling Husong had been practicing this palm technique for several years. The wind generated from his palm was condensed, and it was a yellow color. He was at the edge of the general force. He's just one step away from comprehending the mountain-splitting general force. Immediately, an outer sect disciple with a keen eye said, "Die!" Suddenly, Ling Husong's body was like lightning, and he tore through the air. He struck out with his right palm, and a small yellow mountain appeared on his palm. It had a majestic aura, and the smell of earth spread out. It crushed toward Xiao Han directly. Everywhere it passed, the air exploded like firecrackers. The power of this palm is more than a few times stronger than Wu Yan's anaconda fist. It'll kill anything in its way. Let's see how Xiao Han takes it. If he can survive this palm, he'll definitely shake the entire outer sect of Cloud Rain sect. An outer sect disciple shrieked. However, Xiao Han wasn't prepared to take that palm at all. In the blink of an eye. Bang! 280 bone explosions in Xiao Han's body erupted instantly, and it was like a thunderbolt. His aura didn't need to be activated at all, and it rose to its peak directly. The next moment, Xiao Han punched out. There was almost no change in that punch. It was straightforward, dignified, and with a clear conscience. Suddenly, that punch triggered some kind of general force, causing Xiao Han's aura to rise once again, and it shot up into the sky. There was a faint wind above his head, and auspicious clouds filled the sky. A blurry figure broke through the sky. Supreme of the 9 and 5, and all beings bow down to it. With Xiao Han's fist as the center, an immense and invincible aura shrouded outwards instantly. Devouring the 8 desolates, Qi surged into the Milky Way, and the winds and clouds surged. Sovereign's descent. Xiao Han's physical body had close to 9 cauldrons of strength. After he used Sovereign's descent, his strength almost doubled to 18 cauldrons, destroying everything. Under the envelopment of that punch and the Emperor's general force, Ling Husong's aura was like a punctured ball, and it disintegrated instantly. In his eyes, Xiao Han, a lowly living target, was like a god descending to the mortal world at that moment. It gave him the feeling that he couldn't defeat him, or even disrespect him, and he could only worship him. Ling Husong's knees weakened, and he actually knelt down again. As for the outer disciples who were standing closer to the arena, under the Emperor's general force that Xiao Han had unleashed, their knees went weak, and they almost knelt down like Ling Husong. What's going on? What's going on? In an instant, a large number of outer disciples involuntarily retreated, forming a large empty space. Bang! The next moment, Ling Husong was actually sent flying by Xiao Han's punch. In the air, the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. After that, Ling Husong landed heavily on the ground, and a shallow human-shaped pit appeared on the arena. He kept twitching and spitting blood out of his mouth. Seriously injured. Xiao Han attacked later, but Ling Husong was heavily injured with a single punch. There was dead silence all around. It was like a ghost town. No one thought that the battle would end in such a way. Instant kill. It was indeed an instant kill. However, It was not Ling Husong who had instantly killed Xiao Han. It was Xiao Han, who was one cultivation level lower than Ling Husong, who had instantly killed Ling Husong. Killed with one punch. So the secret of Sovereign's descent is to at least double one's own strength, and weaken and disintegrate the opponent's strength and defense. Suppressing the opponent with force. Amazing. It's really amazing. Xiao Han secretly nodded. However, I've only comprehended a little bit of the Emperor's force. It's far from being completely consolidated and perfected. I still need a lot of time to ponder the concept and perfect the force. But without a doubt, the power of this Emperor's Divine Fist is definitely not inferior to Ling Feiyu's Ocean Whale Divine Fist or Meng Ran's Hurricane Technique. In fact, it's far superior. As Xiao Han's thoughts flashed, he had already left the arena. His imposing manner was extraordinary, and there was a feeling that victory or defeat did not matter to him. This is too domineering. He instantly killed a martial artist at the peak of the Viscera refinement realm. How many days has it been since he entered the outer court? This person is a genius. So, this person is a genius. His strength is actually much stronger than an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the bone refinement realm. In the future, this Xiao Han might be able to become the main character of our peak and be on par with senior brother Ling Feiyu and senior brother Meng Ran. He's definitely a genius. Xiao Han's punch earlier evoked some kind of indescribable force. That was definitely not senior brother Meng Ran's wind force or senior brother Ling Feiyu's sea force. That was another kind of force. This kind of force is even more domineering, tyrannical, and shocking. It's no small matter. Those who are able to comprehend the force from a martial skill are all geniuses. Looks like we've all misjudged him. Don't ever call him a live target again, and don't ever provoke him. As these outer court disciples discussed, they opened up a path for Xiao Han. At this moment, Yang Lei looked at Xiao Han's back, and his heart was actually filled with chills as his hair stood on end. Xiao Han's improvement finally made Yang Lei feel afraid. Yes, afraid. When he first entered the outer court, Xiao Han only relied on his physique to fight against Wu Yan. He used his life to exchange for Wu Yan's life and killed Wu Yan when he was heavily injured. In just a short few days, he was actually able to instantly kill Ling Husong, who was a level stronger than Wu Yan. He had the strength to spare, and he did it with ease. There was even a kind of force that could control life and death and who could fight against him. We can't let this person continue to grow. We have to kill him as soon as possible. Yang Lei's back was already drenched in cold sweat. Xiao Han. Suddenly, Yang Lei roared. His voice had already become incomparably hoarse. Xiao Han turned around and looked at Yang Lei with a playful look in his eyes. As for the outer disciples, they were looking at Yang Lei with disdainful gazes. Could it be that Yang Lei wanted to challenge Xiao Han? Yang Lei was at the marrow refining realm. It was already very embarrassing for a viscera refining realm martial artist to challenge a bone refining realm martial artist who was one level lower than him. It was a joke for a marrow refining realm martial artist to challenge a bone refining realm martial artist. Yang Lei, could it be that you also want to challenge me? Xiao Han laughed mockingly. Xiao Han, challenge? You're not worthy. Yang Lei rolled his eyes. Do you dare to take one move from me? One move. He was confident that he could defeat Xiao Han with one move. After all, the difference in strength between the two was too big. Even if Xiao Han had comprehended some kind of general trend, he was still several times weaker than Yang Lei in terms of strength. He would not be able to fight back in a short period of time. My realm is too much higher than yours. If you fight with me, you will definitely lose. I won't bully you. It's just one move. Do you dare to take it? If you can take one move from me without dying, it will be my loss. Yang Lei stared at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, just don't agree to this. Ah Cho hurriedly whispered in Xiao Han's ear. A marrow refining realm martial artist challenging a bone refining realm martial artist. This is a 1,000-year-old joke. Don't bother with him. One move? It's just a pretense. Xiao Han, Yang Lei wants to kill you. Too shameless. But he's just asking to be humiliated. Everyone will look down on him. Yang Lei, I already understand your intentions. Xiao Han said slowly. I don't have to agree to such a request of yours. Yang Lei was stunned. Unexpectedly, Xiao Han's tone changed. However, although you are shameless, it's not impossible for me to accept one move from you. What? The outer sect disciples were in an uproar. How about this? 10 days later, I will accept one move from you. However, if I accept it, 10,000 true martial coins. If I accept one move from you, you will lose 10,000 true martial coins to me. How about it? Xiao Han's mind flashed. He wanted to refine his organs now, but he did not have any true martial coins to buy elixirs. Xiao Han thought that if he accepted one move from Yang Lei now, it was equivalent to sending himself to death. However, if he could perfect the Emperor's power in 10 days' time, he might be able to accept one move from Yang Lei with his sovereign descent. Using one move to bet 10,000 true martial coins was a risky move. What? 10,000 true martial coins? Yang Lei blurted out. Xiao Han, you don't know what you're talking about. True martial coins? You want 10,000 true martial coins? Cloud Rain Sect's outer sect 10 peaks. How many outer sect disciples can take out 10,000 true martial coins? You really dare to ask? Let me tell you, the higher a martial artist's cultivation, the poorer they are. Even senior brother Ling Feiyu cannot take out 10,000 true martial coins. Yang Lei was speaking the truth. A martial artist's cultivation relied on talent, resources, and wealth to build up. The higher a martial artist's cultivation, the greater their expenses. Yang Lei might be considered to be doing well among the outer sect disciples in this peak, and he even fawned on Ling Feiyu, but he really could not take out 10,000 true martial coins. Then forgive me for not agreeing to your request. I will not accept this move. Xiao Han turned around and left. Yang Lei's mind was racing. I must not let him develop like this. Otherwise, it would be a great calamity. He had to take advantage of the time when his wings hadn't fully grown and kill him. All right, Xiao Han. I promise you. 10 days later, I will bet 10,000 true martial coins that you can accept one move from me. Yang Lei finally shouted. Chapter 21. Xiao Han, did you really comprehend some kind of unparalleled divine technique from that piece of parchment? Just now, that punch of yours was filled with boundless might, enough to repel an army of 1,000 men. Too powerful, really too powerful. Ah Cho looked at Xiao Han with an astonished gaze. Xiao Han, if you are given a little more time, I think you are very likely to rise up and become the third genius of our peak. Xiao Han smiled noncommittally. Xiao Han, don't worry. Every cultivator has their own fortuitous encounters, and they also have their own secrets. I won't ask you. And I won't let you teach me that punch. After all, my talent in comprehension isn't good. What you can comprehend, I might not be able to comprehend. Ah Cho said frankly. Xiao Han smiled and patted Ah Cho's shoulder. Senior brother Ah Cho, don't worry. We are good friends. If I have any benefits in the future, I will definitely not forget you. Hearing Xiao Han's promise, Ah Cho was overjoyed. Soon after, a gloomy look appeared on his face. Xiao Han, Yang Lei entered the marrow refining realm 2 years ago. He has the strength to pick up mountains. Do you have the confidence to withstand a single move from him? Xiao Han knew that a marrow refining realm martial artist possessed at least 40 cauldron of strength. Yes, senior brother Ah Cho, the gap between me and Yang Lei is indeed very big. However, with pressure comes motivation. In these 10 days, I plan to refine my organs properly, Xiao Han said after taking a deep breath. You really should officially step into the viscera refinement realm. Ah Cho nodded in agreement. However, the pill resources are too scarce. Cultivating would probably be very slow. Xiao Han, it's a matter of life and death, so I won't disturb you for the next 10 days. Just focus on your closed-door cultivation, and I'll go to the cafeteria to bring you food every day. Thank you, senior brother Ah Cho. Xiao Han smiled. He returned to his courtyard. Xiao Han rested for a moment before he sat down cross-legged with a basic organ refinement pill in his hand. Let's begin the organs refinement. Xiao Han had already memorized the special breathing method of the organs refinement technique recorded on the rubbing paper. At this moment, Xiao Han took a deep breath and held it, sending it into his internal organs. Circulate this breath. He used this breath to cleanse and refine his internal organs. Goo goo, goo goo, goo goo. Very quickly, Xiao Han's body emitted a faint sound. It was the sound of his internal organs squirming. Dozens of breaths later. Hoo! Xiao Han spat out a mouthful of turbid air. If I don't take any medicinal pills and just cultivate my viscera refinement realm with dry breathing, it can be said that I won't be able to reach the peak of the viscera refinement realm even after tens or hundreds of years. I won't even be able to reach the minor success stage. Xiao Han immediately understood the crux of viscera refinement. Try taking a basic organ refinement pill. Xiao Han popped the pill in his hand into his mouth. Immediately, his entire mouth was filled with the bitter taste of medicine. The pill melted in Xiao Han's mouth, forming a warm current that flowed down his throat and into his organs. Xiao Han didn't dare to be careless. He quickly took a deep breath and held his breath. He used this breath to guide the heat from the medicinal pill into his internal organs. Go-go-go, go-go-go. His organs, intestines, stomach, heart, and spleen all let out a strange wriggling sound. The effect was much better than when he took a dry breath to refine his organs. However, after a few dozen breaths, the medicinal effect was completely absorbed by his internal organs. Bah! Xiao Han spat out a mouthful of phlegm. The phlegm was black in color and contained many impurities. Yes, my internal organs have been tempered, and some impurities have been expelled. Now, my internal organs are surging with more power. Xiao Han nodded. But the effects of a single pill really aren't that obvious. Based on this cultivation speed, I would need at least a few hundred to 1,000 medicinal pills to reach the initial success stage of the viscera refinement realm. Xiao Han only had 2 foundational viscera refinement pills. It was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. After consuming the second internal refinement pill, Xiao Han could only suck in air and refine his organs. The effect was minimal, almost negligible. Currently, Xiao Han could only be considered to have entered the viscera refinement stage. After refining his internal organs for a while, Xiao Han emptied his mind and entered the mysterious state of comprehending power. He seemed to be thinking but not thinking, seemed to be empty but not empty. The Emperor painting appeared in Xiao Han's mind. Xiao Han began to carefully study the expressions and temperament of the emperors in the painting. Xiao Han would not let go of any details. The momentum of the Son of Heaven was slowly approaching perfection. The next day, Xiao Han had just woken up and was preparing to refine his organs. Just at this moment, a man's voice came from outside the courtyard. Junior brother Xiao Han. Is this junior brother Xiao Han's courtyard? Who is it? Xiao Han hurriedly walked out and opened the door. Outside stood a young man around 18 or 19 years old. He wore an outer disciple robe and his long hair casually draped over his shoulders. His facial features were ordinary, but his aura was extremely powerful. His breathing was heavy and forceful. He was clearly someone who had refined his organs very well. However, Xiao Han didn't recognize this person. You are? Xiao Han frowned. Heh, junior brother Xiao Han, you don't recognize me, but I recognize you. During this period of time, your name has risen in our peak. Many outer disciples have been talking about you in private. Of course that includes me. The young man smiled in a very friendly manner. No way. Why are they talking about me? Xiao Han was startled. Junior brother Xiao Han, you've just become an outer disciple and are still in the bone refinement stage. You've already defeated middle and peak viscera refinement stage outer disciples. You're improving at a godly speed. Not only is your physique strong and your life force is like that of a wild beast, you've also comprehended some kind of great power. Heh, we all privately call you one of the most promising geniuses in our peak. The young man talked non-stop. All right, I forgot to introduce you. I'm also an outer disciple of this peak. You can call me Chao Xian. That. Senior brother Chao Xian, why did you come to find me? Xiao Han was becoming more and more confused. Oh? Junior brother Xiao Han, come with me. We'll talk as we walk, Chao Xian said enthusiastically. Let's go see the 3 masters together. See the masters? Xiao Han observed Chao Xian's expression and found that he didn't seem to be plotting anything. He didn't seem to be a chess piece that Yang Lei had arranged to deal with him. Moreover, the sect was very strict when it came to private fights between disciples. Once discovered, they would be sentenced to death. Since Xiao Han had already promised Yang Lei that he would take one move from him in 10 days, Yang Lei definitely wouldn't dare to take the risk and violate the sect's rules to harm him. All right. Xiao Han followed Chao Xian out of the courtyard area. The two quickly stepped onto a path and walked towards the top of the mountain. Senior brother Chao Xian, the masters want to see me? Xiao Han was confused. Oh, junior brother Xiao Han, it's not just you this time. Including me, there are more than 10 outer disciples in our peak who are going to take the test. Chao Xian said with a smile. Test? Xiao Han was even more suspicious. What test? When I entered the outer sect, I moved a cauldron and reached the basic requirement of 3 cauldrons of strength. It's not the basic test for outer disciples, but another kind of test. Chao Xian said mysteriously to Xiao Han. Then what is the test? Senior brother Chao Xian. Don't keep me guessing. Just tell me directly. Xiao Han looked at Chao Xian with a little dissatisfaction. This Chao Xian was a slow person and spoke in a roundabout way. He continued to speak without caring about anything else. Junior brother Xiao Han, you've just entered the outer sect and don't know some of the sect's rules. Let me explain them to you. Xiao Han was speechless. They were originally discussing the test, but now this Chao Xian was talking about the sect's rules. It was really neither fish nor fowl. Please speak. Xiao Han said patiently. Junior brother Xiao Han, let's not talk about other things. Let's talk about the sect's rules for nurturing disciples. Do you know what kind of disciples the sect is willing to spend a lot of resources to nurture? Chao Xian asked with a smile. Senior brother Chao Xian, I thought you were going to say something. The sect's nurturing of disciples is naturally targeted at those who are talented and have a good foundation. For example, our 2 senior brothers, Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran. Geniuses will be nurtured while mediocre disciples will be abandoned by the sect. Xiao Han answered seriously. Junior brother Xiao Han, you only know one thing but not the other. Chao Xian shook his head and said. The sect is willing to nurture 2 types of disciples. N. Xiao Han was stunned. The first type are the geniuses and outstanding talents that junior brother Xiao Han mentioned. The second type is not afraid of the demon clan and dares to face the demon clan head-on, even to the extent of fighting with them. They can also be heavily trained. Chao Xian said seriously. Some disciples might not have a good foundation, but they are fearless when facing the demon race. This is natural courage. This type of disciple will also be valued. Not afraid of the demon race. Xiao Han seemed to have understood something. Junior brother Xiao Han, the demon race is the natural enemy of the human race. We cannot coexist with them. The reason why we cultivate martial arts is to kill the demon race. Think about it, no matter how talented one is, how good one's foundation is, or how brilliant one's cultivation is, what use is it if one's hands and feet turn soft when facing the demon race? This kind of person has a flaw in their heart and it is very difficult for them to cultivate to the highest realm of martial arts. When facing the demon race, one must have great wisdom, perseverance, courage and killing intent. One must fight and kill. Then, the test that senior brother Chao Xian mentioned, is it related to the demon race? Xiao Han probed. Junior brother Xiao Han, we outer sect disciples have a total of 5 chances to take the test. 5 chances to face the demon race head-on. If we fail all 5 tests, then we might not be able to shoulder the responsibility of killing the demon race for the rest of our lives. On the road of martial arts, we won't be able to go far. Suddenly, Chao Xian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. I've already failed 4 times. This is the last chance for the assessment. I must seize it. I have already sharpened my spirit to the point where it is like an unsheathed blade. I am confident that I can cut off the demon aura and no longer fear the demon race. As he spoke, a faint killing intent was emitted from Chao Xian's body. Senior brother Chao Xian, you? Xiao Han was startled. He thought to himself, this person was still amiable just a moment ago. I didn't expect him to change so quickly. At this moment, his killing intent was revealed and he was aggressive. I'm sorry, junior brother Xiao Han. My father was killed by the demon race. I remember clearly that when I fished out my father's corpse from the ancient well in the village, he was already dead. His brain matter had been sucked clean by the demon race. At that time, I swore that I would kill all the demon race in my life. Suddenly, Chao Xian's killing intent leaked out and he said in a tragic tone. Junior brother Xiao Han, if I am unable to pass the test 5 times in a row, the sect will not allow me to leave the mountain to kill the demon race. Furthermore, if I encounter the demon race, I will probably be defeated before the battle begins. This is my last chance. Senior brother Chao Xian, don't worry. You will definitely pass the test. Xiao Han could only comfort him. Immediately after, Xiao Han licked the corner of his mouth. Senior brother Chao Xian, in that case, could it be that the sect wants to capture a few demon race members alive for us to test? Yes. Chao Xian actually nodded. Is that so? Immediately, Xiao Han recalled that a few months ago, he had encountered a demon race member in the small town. At that time, he did not even dare to move under the envelopment of the demon's aura. He did not even dare to take a deep breath. It was truly an extremely embarrassing situation. Damn it. I don't even know if I can pass this test. Xiao Han's heart was slightly perturbed. Junior brother Xiao Han, this time, the principal specially asked me to bring you up to participate in the test with the other outer court disciples. It's because you've been in the limelight recently that even the few principals know about you. That's why they can't wait to let you take the test and see if you really have great courage. But don't worry, you have a total of 5 chances. Even if you can't pass the test this time, you will still have chances in the future. Chao Xian smiled. Alright, junior brother Xiao Han, we're almost there. P.S. Just now in the book review section, a friend said that I did not thank the faction master and the friends who rewarded me in the chapter. I am very ashamed. I apologize to everyone here. The faction master, Lazy Sheep Meow, was someone who rewarded me in the few minutes I just opened the book. He is an old reader of the previous book, and we have also communicated in private. I have thanked him for his support and chatted with him a lot. However, I did not specifically thank him in the chapter. Also, the friends who have rewarded me. Because if I wrote down the names of the friends who have rewarded me and thanked them in every chapter, the article would look a little strange. Because many of my friends' nicknames are not Chinese characters. Some are characters, some are numbers. If I list them like this, I feel that it is a little messy. If there are a few friends who rewarded me a little more, it will be a dense sea of names. I am not an ungrateful person. Actually, I remember all the friends who have rewarded me. Really, because they are the ones who feed and clothe me, I cannot not thank them. From the bottom of my heart, I sincerely thank these kind friends. Really, I will not say a single lie. Chapter 22. At the top of the mountain. White Jade Square. It was also the square where the true Qi realm expert brought Xiao Han to take the outer sect disciple test. At this moment, there were several groups of people standing in the White Jade Square. Xiao Han glanced over and saw the 3 leaders of the outer sect, standing together and whispering to each other with serious expressions. There were also a dozen or so disciples dressed in outer sect robes. Their expressions were extremely nervous as they looked around and craned their necks, as if they were anxiously waiting for something. On the other side, there were about 7 or 8 outer sect disciples. Their expressions were calm, arms crossed, looking up at the sky, or chatting as if nothing had happened. They all looked calm and unruffled. These outer sect disciples, in Xiao Han's eyes, all had one thing in common: calmness, determination, and indifference. Even, their eyes were filled with bloodthirst and cruelty. Not far away from these outer court disciples stood a tall and imposing man. He was about 22 or 23 years old, like a lone mountain, standing on the side. His face was as hard as granite, carrying a single blade on his back, his cloak fluttering in the wind. He stood in the square, like a crane in a flock of chickens. His spirit and aura were even better than the 3 leaders of this mountain. The invisible blade Qi, with his body as the center, floated like a ripple. He closed his eyes. No one dared to disturb him. At the edge of the square, there were also small groups of outer sect disciples watching the show. Senior Chao Xian, what is this situation? Why are there so many people? Xiao Han looked at Chao Xian in confusion. Junior Xiao Han, don't ask so much first. Let's go over now. Chao Xian gave Xiao Han a look, then led Xiao Han directly to the 3 leaders. Xiao Han. After seeing Xiao Han, The three leaders' eyebrows relaxed and shouted with a smile. This attitude, compared to when Xiao Han participated in the outer sect disciple test, was a complete change. It even had a hint of respect. Hello, three leaders. Xiao Han smiled helplessly in his heart, then pretended to greet them. Xiao Han, you are not bad. We have heard about what happened to you. You defeated Wu Yan, who was at the middle stage of the Viscera refining stage, and Ling Husong, who was at the peak of the Viscera refining stage. In fact, you're even going to take one of Yang Lei's attacks, right? How ambitious. Not bad. Cultivating the martial Tao is to be like you, ceaselessly cutting down all obstacles and advancing forward courageously. You must have the strength of character and courage. We were wrong about you back then. A manager's eyes were filled with admiration and praise. But now we all think highly of you. Our peak needs a disciple like you who dares to fight and fight. Don't worry. The sect will value a disciple like you. Xiao Han quickly declined modestly. Luck, it's all luck. Xiao Han, are you starting to refine your organs now? Another manager said warmly. Yes, this disciple will begin the organs refinement. Xiao Han was not used to it. Cultivate well. The manager patted Xiao Han on the shoulder. I hope that after a few years, after Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran, a third outstanding genius will emerge from our peak. Xiao Han, we all think highly of you. At this moment, a bearded man with large eyes spoke in a low voice from among the group of 7 or 8 outer court disciples. Defeating someone with a higher realm than you can't be considered as true courage. Facing the demon clan calmly is great courage. Ahem. A manager coughed a few times and announced to Xiao Han, Chao Xian, and the dozen or so outer court disciples who had nervous expressions. All right, let's begin the test. Among all of you, other than Xiao Han, all of you have participated in the test before. Although all of you have experienced failure, failure does not mean that you will forever fear the demon clan. Courage. Show me your courage. True courage. Yes. Manager, this time, we will definitely succeed. The outer court disciples roared in a low voice. Chao Xian secretly clenched his fists and said something in a low voice. On the other side, the group of 7 or 8 outer court disciples with cold expressions looked as if they were watching a good show. All of you follow me. The 3 managers brought Xiao Han and the other outer court disciples to the plaza, behind a palm-wide red line. All of you know the rules of the test except for Xiao Han. I will explain it now. Xiao Han, listen carefully. Behind this red line is the safe zone. On the other hand, past this red line is the test zone. A manager looked at Xiao Han and said. As he spoke, the manager pointed to the front. About 100 steps away from the red line, there was a large mass of things, covered by a thick black curtain. The black curtain was constantly wriggling, as if there was a creature hidden under it. A faint sense of crisis was silently spreading out. The red line is 100 steps away from the demon clan. Examinees enter the test zone and approach the demon clan step by step. Those who can successfully approach 90 steps without any fear will be considered qualified. During the test, when examinees approach the demon clan, their feet cannot stop for even a moment. They cannot turn back. Otherwise, they will be considered as unqualified. A manager introduced in a clear voice. Oh, so it is the demon clan behind that black curtain. Xiao Han's heart tightened. Xiao Han, don't worry. You cannot feel the demon qi beyond 100 steps. It is a safe zone. Chao Xian explained to Xiao Han in a low voice. At this moment, in Chao Xian's eyes, there was a mixture of excitement and fear. It was extremely complicated. All right, the test begins. This is a loose demon that has been starving for 7 days. It can be said to be on its last breath. Its demon qi is thin. I hope you can pass. A manager moved his body and with a few flashes, he arrived beside the black curtain. Loose demon? Xiao Han had read some simple information about the demon clan. If the demon clan was divided according to levels, the lowest level of the demon clan was known as a loose demon. After that were demon soldiers, demon generals, demon sovereigns, and demon emperors. In the legends, there was the existence of demon immortals, but this was only a legend. Hua! The manager standing beside the black curtain shook his hand and lifted the black curtain. Ayo! A deep roar that seemed to come from the depths of hell was immediately heard. Then, Xiao Han saw the demon clan for the second time. This demon clan was a size smaller than the one Xiao Han had seen the first time in the small town. It was about 1.9 meters tall, humanoid, brownish-red skin. There were no scales on its body, but its skin was as hard as metal, reflecting a cold and eerie light. Its head was as big as a vat, and its head was full of tendons that protruded like venomous snakes. They constantly bounced and made popping sounds, making one's hair stand on end. Fangs extended from its bloody mouth. They were as sharp as knives and could easily penetrate a human skull. His long tongue stuck out, rolling and lashing at the air. Its hands were very long, and the muscles on its arms were intertwined. They were filled with an indescribable explosive power. And every fingernail was like a sharp dagger. Its legs were like a frog's, and one could imagine its terrifying jumping power. At this moment, this demon clan's entire body was wrapped in thick metal chains, making it unable to move. However, it still struggled and roared with all its might, causing the chains to make crackling sounds. A brutal, bloody, and ruthless aura pervaded the air. It made one's heart tighten. Xiao Han felt as if his heart was being clenched. Looking left and right, he saw that the faces of several outer court disciples who were participating in the examination had turned pale, and their teeth were chattering. And on the other side, a few outer court disciples who were standing calmly, after seeing this demon clan, had extremely cold expressions. Some of them even had bloodshot eyes, emitting excitement and killing intent. Let the examination begin. Chen Bin, you have failed 3 times. Your best result is 54 steps. A manager nodded to a skinny outer court disciple. Phew! The outer court disciple took a deep breath and then walked quickly toward the demon clan. 10 steps, 20 steps, 40 steps, 50 steps, 70 steps. Chen Bin's footsteps became slower and slower. After 70 steps, it was as if he was walking on thin ice, and every step was difficult. It was as if there was an invisible membrane blocking him. Finally, when he reached the 80th step, Chen Bin let out a scream, held his head, and ran back. His face was full of terror. What a pity! There are only 10 steps left. A manager shook his head slightly. All right, Chen Bin, you still have one more chance. Next time, work hard to overcome your inner demons and achieve great courage. Next, Luo Feng. Luo Feng was a female disciple in her teens. She was as round as a pearl and as smooth as jade. She had already refined her organs very well, and it was said that she had started refining her marrow last month. However, Luo Feng only walked 70 steps before she was scared out of her wits. She could not hold on any longer and gave up the examination. Following that, the other 8 outer disciples were all defeated in the test. At the edge of the square, the outer disciple realm disciples of this mountain peak were both anxious, regretful, and embarrassed. This peak is indeed very weak. A few outer court disciples standing at the side couldn't help but mock. Only the man with the saber on his back had his eyes closed, and he was as still as a rock. It was as if everything had nothing to do with him. The faces of the 3 managers were extremely ugly. In the end, only Xiao Han and Chao Xian, the 2 outer court disciples, had not participated in the examination. Chao Xian, you go. A manager said angrily. You have participated in 4 examinations. This is your last chance. I hope you can succeed. Yes. Chao Xian's breathing was rapid. Suddenly, the sound of bones cracking rang out around him like firecrackers. His internal organs were wriggling like a river beating against the shore. His aura rose to the peak, and then he crossed the red line and walked towards the demon race. 50 steps, 70 steps, 80 steps, 80 steps, 80 steps. Almost 90 steps. He was going to succeed. Chao Xian is going to succeed. A manager said excitedly. At this moment, roar, the demon race suddenly let out a roar, and a blood-like demonic aura suddenly shrouded the area. Ah! Chao Xian's feet suddenly stopped, and his expression changed drastically. Human! So hungry. I want to eat your human brain, delicious. The demon race actually spoke the human language. Suddenly, Chao Xian's aura disappeared, and his knees went soft. He directly knelt down and actually began to vomit. What? Chao Xian. Chao Xian actually failed. The faces of the three managers were ashen. Among the outer court disciples who had participated in the examination, Chao Xian was the closest to success. But he failed at the last step. It was a pity. Xiao Han, you go. The three managers looked at Xiao Han. Oh. Xiao Han nodded and took a step forward. Chapter 23. Of course, now that Xiao Han had cultivated in martial arts and comprehended the power of the emperor, he was bold and majestic. He was definitely not the weak live target from back then. Xiao Han didn't say anything else. He lifted his foot and walked towards the demon. Ayo, ayo woo, the demon kept roaring at Xiao Han, its blood-red eyes exuding a cruel and bloodthirsty aura. At the crucial moment, I will activate the bone explosion style and push my aura to its peak. That way, I may not necessarily be afraid of this demon. Xiao Han already had a plan. 20 steps, 30 steps. The three managers counted in their hearts with anticipation. This time, all the outer disciples who had participated in the test from this peak had been annihilated, and the outer disciples who had passed the test from the other peaks had been mocking them from the side. This had put a lot of pressure on the three supervisors. It was no exaggeration to say that they had already regarded Xiao Han as their last hope. He's just a brat in his teens. His breathing is weak and he hasn't even refined his organs properly. He's probably at the peak of the bone refinement realm. He wants to pass the examination like this? One of the cold outer sect disciples who was watching the show let out a disdainful voice. A warrior in the bone refining realm? Humph. Any random loose demon can instantly tear a bone refinement stage martial artist into pieces. Another outer court disciple who was watching the show said in a low voice. At this moment, Xiao Han finally understood the true meaning of demonic aura. When Xiao Han reached the 40th step, he felt his entire body turn cold. Waves of gloomy wind poured into every pore of his body, causing his bones to go limp. He couldn't summon any strength, and even his internal organs were being squeezed. What was even more frightening was that his brain began to slow down and become numb. Damn it! This kind of chilly wind must be the so-called demon qi. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. This demon in front of me is only a scattered demon that serves as a stepping stone. Moreover, it has been starving for 7 days. Its entire body is tied up and it's on the verge of death. Even so, it can still release such a terrifying demon qi. How terrifying would it be when it's at its peak? Xiao Han's footsteps began to slow down. Damn it! Xiao Han had been corroded by demonic qi. I don't know if he can handle it. Forget it. This is Xiao Han's first time participating in the test. He has never faced a demon before. Disciples who pass the assessment on their first try are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Sigh. The faces of the three managers were filled with defeat. All right, that's enough. The few outer sect disciples who were watching the show said one after another. F***CK. Yours truly has only walked a few steps and I'm already eliminated? Wouldn't that be a huge loss of face? Explode your bones. Xiao Han clenched his teeth and was about to explode his bones. However, the closer they got to the demon race, the denser the demonic qi became. It was as if the demonic qi had taken form, and it had already affected Xiao Han's vitality. As a result, Xiao Han couldn't explode his bones like he usually did. Oh no! Xiao Han cursed inwardly. Could it be that this young master is going to fail miserably and lose face here? After 50 steps, Xiao Han found it more and more difficult to walk. It was as if he was carrying a mountain on his back, causing him to be unable to breathe. Right at this moment, Wang! The strange thing in Xiao Han's heart suddenly let out a soft cry and started to spin rapidly. Xiao Han could clearly feel that there was something spinning in his heart. What? The next moment, the demonic qi that enveloped Xiao Han's body melted like snowflakes exposed to the scorching sun. The demonic qi that had seeped into Xiao Han's body was also swept away. Now, Xiao Han felt that his spirit was clear and refreshed. His body's functions had returned to normal. In fact, his limbs and bones felt warm and comfortable. I'm fine now? Xiao Han raised his head and looked at the demon race member who was roaring continuously with its bloody mouth wide open. It didn't seem to be that scary anymore. When Xiao Han looked at the demon race member now, it was as if he was looking at a chicken, a duck, a cow, or a sheep. He didn't feel any pressure at all. The strange thing in his heart was still spinning non-stop. It's nothing? Strange, strange. Immediately, Xiao Han walked quickly towards the demon clan. 60 steps. 70 steps. 80 steps. 90 steps. All right. Xiao Han. You passed. Come back, come back. You just need to walk to the 90th step. The three managers shouted in joy. They didn't expect that Xiao Han, who looked like he was about to lose, would suddenly awaken the courage in his heart and pass in one go. Look, Xiao Han's face is not red and his heart is not beating. He looks peaceful and calm. He's a brave man. Divine courage. Xiao Han is born with divine courage and doesn't fear the demon race member. He's a good seedling. We must nurture this kind of disciple. One of the managers danced excitedly. After so many years, Meng Ran is the first disciple to pass the first test in our mountain. Xiao Han is the second. Even Ling Feiyu failed the first test and only succeeded on the second try. He awakened the divine courage in his heart. I didn't expect this guy to succeed. The few outer sect disciples who were watching from the side looked at Xiao Han in surprise. Why am I not afraid of this demon race member now? He was only 10 steps away from the demon. Xiao Han could clearly see every part of the demon's body. He could even see the constantly expanding pores under the reddish-brown skin, as well as the squirming veins. But Xiao Han was not afraid. The strange thing in his heart was still spinning. What was even stranger was that when the demon race member faced Xiao Han from 10 steps away, it actually stopped roaring. It also stared at Xiao Han with widened eyes. In its eyes, there was clearly a strong sense of curiosity and doubt. Subconsciously, Xiao Han took a few steps closer. Finally, when he was 3 steps away from the demon race member, he stopped. Then, Xiao Han circled the demon race member, looking at it from the front, the side, and the back. Xiao Han was surprised to find that the demon race member had a tail. It was not very long, about 3 feet long. The tail was covered with thorny barbs that gleamed with a cold light. Enough! Enough! Xiao Han, come back! The 3 managers were frightened. One had to know that there was once a young genius from a certain outer sect mountain who was undergoing this test. He easily passed the 90 steps and passed the test, just like Xiao Han did today. But this genius was very competitive. He actually took a few steps closer. Just like Xiao Han, he stood 2 or 3 steps away from the demon race member. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden change. The demon race member roared and instantly shattered that genius's courage. Then, it took half a step forward and bit off that genius's head. From then on, the rules of the test stated that disciples were not allowed to go within 10 steps of the demon race member. But the 3 managers' worries were unnecessary. The demon race member did not roar, nor did it attack Xiao Han. On the contrary, it was very quiet and it was constantly observing Xiao Han. All right, I passed. Xiao Han studied the demon race member at close range for a while, then immediately turned and walked back. What welcomed Xiao Han was a tidal wave of praise from the 3 managers. Xiao Han, you were born with great courage. Teske, not only did you display a superior will and understanding in martial arts, but you were also able to face the demon race member without fear. A disciple like you is 1 in 10,000. One of the managers said to Xiao Han with a face full of joy. Xiao Han, congratulations, you have obtained a chance to leave the mountain. Leave the mountain? Xiao Han was stunned. Yes, leave the mountain. One of the managers laughed. What? What do you want me to do? Xiao Han was uncertain. To subdue the demon. The 3 managers said almost in unison. Chapter 24. Or maybe he was purposely messing with him. With Xiao Han's current cultivation, not to mention whether he could kill the demon race, the most important thing was that if the demon race were to disguise themselves as humans, Xiao Han would not be able to find the true body of the demon race. He couldn't just capture a suspicious human and kill him, right? According to the books, only martial artists in the true energy realm could sense the scent of the demon race and even sense the demon aura based on the fluctuations of their true energy. Once the demon race disguised themselves as humans, martial artists in the body refinement realm would not be able to recognize them. Ha ha ha, Xiaohan, you don't have to worry too much. In fact, it's not for you to go down the mountain to kill the demon race, but for you to gain experience. One of the managers explained to Xiaohan. Every month, the sect will let a group of outer sect disciples who have passed the assessment and possess divine courage to go down the mountain to gain experience. Once they complete the training and return to the sect, it will be recorded and they will receive special attention and training. They will even be given top-grade medicinal pills and martial skill manuals. Another manager added. Training, in other words, is to gain experience. Killing the demon race will be done by the inner sect disciples. Xiaohan, you and the other outer sect disciples don't need to do anything. Just follow the inner sect disciples and personally witness how they kill the demon race, so that you can accumulate experience in the future. When you return, you will get the medicinal pills and martial skill manuals in a grand manner. Now I understand a little. Subconsciously, Xiaohan looked at the young man who had been standing at the side without saying a word. His eyes were closed, and his body was surrounded by saber aura. Come, Xiaohan, let me introduce you. This is the inner sect disciple Huarong, an expert at the peak of the blood transformation realm. He specializes in saber arts and has comprehended saber force. He is only half a step away from the true energy realm. This time, when you and the other outer sect disciples go down the mountain to gain experience, Huarong will be in charge. The three managers brought Xiaohan a few steps in front of Huarong and stopped. Xiaohan felt that within a few steps of Huarong's body, there was a formless saber aura whistling with a majestic aura. All right, Huarong, the name of our peak has already been confirmed. This is Xiaohan, the genius youth of our peak's outer sect disciples. A supervisor said to Huarong in a slightly fawning manner. In this day and age, anyone dares to call themselves a genius. On the other side, several outer sect disciples let out cold laughter. You are courageous, but your cultivation is too weak. Enough, all of you shut up. Shockingly, Huarong spoke. His voice was extremely cold, but each word was sonorous, with the flavor of a powerful army on the battlefield. As soon as he spoke, those outer court disciples were so terrified that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This guy is so strong, Xiaohan muttered to himself. All of a sudden, Huarong's eyes, which had been tightly shut, opened all of a sudden. Pooh! Puff! Puff! Thousands upon thousands of strands of saber chi shot out from his eyes. They were peerlessly sharp, and they sliced the air around him to the point of exploding sounds. Moreover, his eyes were like a sharp saber, flickering with saber light and surging with battle intent. Anyone who looked at him would feel a pain as if their skin was being cut by a saber. Huarong, your saber force has become more condensed, and saber chi has been derived from your eyes. Half-step true chi. You are already at half-step true chi. All your accumulations are enough, and you are only missing an opportunity. One of the supervisors exclaimed, Huarong, this time you descend the mountain to subdue demons and sharpen your spirit. Let us first congratulate you in advance for being able to seize the opportunity to step into the true chi realm. TSKSK, battling with the demon race is the best choice to sharpen your spirit. Only by tempering your spirit to the point where it is as sharp as a saber or sword, will you be able to break through the apertures and receive the true chi into your body. Something like an opportunity can only be encountered by chance. It is only a matter of time before I step into the true chi realm. There is no need to rush. Huarong said coldly. His tone was filled with indescribable confidence and arrogance, incomparably overbearing. After a pause, Huarong continued. Since the names of each peak have been confirmed, then tomorrow morning, we will gather at this peak. Yes, yes. Senior Marshal Brother Huarong. Those outer sect disciples hurriedly nodded and bowed. Just as they finished speaking, Huarong turned around, flung his cloak, and in 2 or 3 steps, he had already descended the mountain. The other outer sect disciples also descended the mountain. Now Xiaohan completely understood that tomorrow, he and a few other outer sect disciples from the other peaks would follow this senior martial brother Huarong of the inner sect to descend the mountain to kill the demon race. Xiaohan, you have also seen that Huarong's battle strength is not to be underestimated. If you follow him to kill the demon race, it will be absolutely safe. Moreover, according to the analysis of the intelligence, the demon race that will be killed this time are only a few loose demons. Small fries. Hua Rong has killed over 100 demons and many demon soldiers. He has never failed before. One of the supervisors consoled Xiao Han. Tomorrow morning, you will gather here. This. Xiao Han was still a little hesitant. Xiao Han, the opportunity to gain experience is very precious. Do you still not want to go? You don't know how many disciples are eagerly waiting for this kind of opportunity. Not only can the experience sharpen one's mind and broaden one's horizons, but you will also be rewarded once you return. When the supreme grade elixirs are given to you, you will laugh yourself to death. Also, cultivating in the mountain is very boring. Taking advantage of the experience, you can go to the mortal world and enjoy yourself for a few days. It is not a big deal. Xiao Han, the disciples of our Cloud Rain sect will receive the respect and worship of mortals the moment they descend the mountain. Their food, clothing, lodging and transportation will all be provided for free. There are also the daughters of the noble families and the charming beauties who wander the mortal world. A hint of ambiguity emerged in the eyes of one of the supervisors. All right, Situ. Don't talk nonsense. Another supervisor glared at the supervisor who was talking incessantly. Then he looked at Xiao Han with a smile. Xiao Han, go. Xiao Han thought for a moment. This so-called experience was indeed very beneficial. Casually returning from a trip, there would be supreme-grade elixirs distributed. This was something that one could not even beg for. However, I have an appointment with Yang Lei on the arena 10 days later. I want to take one move from him. If I descend the mountain just like that, he will think that I am afraid of him and do not dare to keep the appointment. Xiao Han said hesitantly. The experience is important. The battle with Yang Lei is insignificant. Xiao Han, go ahead and train. We will help you deal with Yang Lei. Moreover, the town where you will subdue the demons is only a few thousand miles away from the sect. You will reach there in a day and night on the Wyrm horse. Hua Hong will be able to find the demons instantly with the demon revealing mirror and kill them with one slash. That will be it. You can even stay in the town for a few days and enjoy the atmosphere of the mortal world. You can come back after you have had your fill. A supervisor smiled and comforted Xiao Han. It is not too late to slowly compete with Yang Lei after you return. Will there really be supreme-grade elixirs and martial skill manuals after I return from the experience? Xiao Han wanted to confirm. Ha ha ha. The few supervisors looked at each other and laughed. Xiao Han, you have the temperament of a young man. Do you think the sect will lie to you? The sect can't even wait to nurture a talent like you. All right, go ahead and train in peace. All right, I'm going. Xiao Han stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Supervisors, I will take my leave now. With that, Xiao Han turned around and was about to leave. Xiao Han, wait. A supervisor called out to Xiao Han. He took out a vermilion treasure box and handed it to Xiao Han. Xiao Han, you need elixirs to refine your organs. Here is a profound internal cleansing pill. The effect will last for 7 days. It will ensure that you reach the initial success stage of the organs refining realm. Xiao Han was stunned. He was immediately overjoyed. He was worried about not having elixirs to refine his organs. He did not expect to have a pillow when he was sleepy. Xiao Han did not stand on ceremony. He immediately grabbed the treasure box and impatiently opened the lid to take a look. Inside was a pill shaped like a peanut. It was enshrouded with immortal qi and had a rich medicinal fragrance. The basic organs refining pill could not be compared to it. Thank you, supervisors. Xiao Han expressed his gratitude. He was overjoyed. He did not expect that these supervisors would also try to win him over. However, he could not let go of the benefits in his hands. Xiao Han, as long as you work hard for our peak in the future. The 3 supervisors waved their hands at Xiao Han. All right, Xiao Han, you can go back. I will not refuse, I will not refuse. Goodbye, goodbye. Xiao Han was overjoyed as he left the mountain peak. Returning to his courtyard, Xiao Han sat cross-legged and consumed the profound internal cleansing pill. The huge medicinal power directly surged into Xiao Han's internal organs. It was as if he was on fire. Xiao Han hurriedly used a special breathing method and combined it with a medicinal power to cleanse his internal organs. Goo goo, goo goo goo, goo 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 goo. As his internal organs surged, there was a muffled sound that sounded like thunder. Xiao Han cultivated for a few hours before he stood up and stretched his body. He spat out a few mouthfuls of phlegm, which were all black impurities. The effect of this elixir is 7 days. That is to say, in these 7 days, as long as I cultivate diligently and completely refine the medicinal power, I will be able to reach the initial success stage of the organs refining realm. That's great. Xiao Han smiled as he went out to find Ah Cho to eat dinner in the canteen. In the canteen? What, Xiao Han? You are going to leave the mountain to train tomorrow? Ah Cho's eyes were filled with envy. That's great. Xiao Han, training is very great. You can eat, play, and when you return, you can collect elixirs. And martial skill manuals. I heard that senior brother Meng Ran's hurricane arts was a reward given to him by the higher-ups after he returned from his first training. That great? Xiao Han chuckled as he chewed on the delicacies. I thought training was a tough job at first. What's not great? It's great. Ah Cho suddenly lowered his voice and said. Xiao Han, I heard from some disciples that the girls at the foot of the mountain treat us sect disciples with gentleness like water. They will do whatever you want them to do. Xiao Han, do you understand what I mean? Is that so? Xiao Han's heart was moved, but he immediately suppressed his thoughts and said seriously. Senior brother Ah Cho, I am currently focused on the martial Dao and don't have the mood to dabble in these things. He, you haven't tasted it before, so you don't know the beauty of it. Ah Cho shook his head and said. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. Looks like senior brother Ah Cho is a pampered guest in the brothel, ha 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 ha. That's not it. Xiao Han, let me tell you, my fiancée is a peerless beauty. How can an ordinary girl compare to her? While speaking, Ah Cho's eyes flashed with endless yearning. His eyes were misty and uncertain. Xiao Han, wait for my clan's meeting, I will bring you to play. Once you see my fiancée, you will understand that what I said today is true. Oh? So senior brother Ah Cho has a fiancée. All right, I will definitely go with senior brother Ah Cho to experience it. Xiao Han smiled and said. All right, Xiao Han, I heard that Yang Lei is already in seclusion to comprehend martial skills. He even said that 10 days later, he will instantly kill you on the stage to take revenge for Wu Yan and Ling Hu Song. No matter. If I can't even take one move from Yang Lei, why would I still cultivate the martial Dao? Xiao Han's words now had some foundation. He was no longer the living target of the past. After the meal, Xiao Han returned and continued to refine his organs. He also pondered on perfecting the Emperor's great power and practiced the indestructible golden body before resting. Early the next morning, Xiao Han went to the mountain peak alone. At this moment, there were a few flood dragon horses lined up on the mountain peak. These flood dragon horses were the offspring of a flood dragon and a horse. They were exceptionally spirited and could easily travel 3,000 miles in a day. They were priceless treasures that only large sects like Cloud Rain sect had the qualifications to own. It was impossible for ordinary people to ride on flood dragon horses. Hua Rong and the outer sect disciples who came to watch the show yesterday also arrived. Today, Hua Rong wore a fiery red cloak and carried a single saber on his back. His expression was as cold as yesterday and his temperament was domineering. He gave people the feeling that he was a treasured saber that was unsheathed. It was fine if he didn't move, but once he moved, he would kill. Let's go. Hua Rong flipped over and mounted the horse. Xiao Han followed the other outer sect disciples and each climbed onto a flood dragon horse. Jia. The flood dragon horses carried the few people and left, leaving behind billowing smoke. The more I look at Xiao Han, the more I feel that he has limitless potential. However, his cultivation is too low now. A supervisor sighed. Chapter 25. The last time Xiao Han went down the mountain, it was late autumn. Now, autumn passed and winter came, winter passed and spring came. Between heaven and earth, it was already the beginning of spring. Xiao Han and the others galloped on their flood dragon horses. Everywhere they went, grass grew, birds flew, clear streams flowed, and all living things were revived. This flood dragon horse was indeed magical. It traveled over mountains and rivers as if it was walking on flat ground. Xiao Han also passed by many towns along the way. Some towns were thriving and had a luxurious life. Some were barren and desolate with corpses everywhere. There was even a frightening ghost town. Hua Rong was a very strict person. He didn't allow Xiao Han and the other outer sect disciples to stop and rest along the way. He only cared about traveling day and night. The outer sect disciples were quite dissatisfied, but they didn't dare to complain. Xiao Han, on the other hand, had an indifferent attitude. He rode on the flood dragon horse, enjoying the scenery along the way while breathing and refining his internal organs. The medicinal power of the profound internal cleansing pill was constantly refined by Xiao Han, causing his internal organs to become stronger and stronger. As he breathed, the fragrance of the medicine filled the air and his inner qi was abundant. Finally, they arrived at their destination in the early morning of the second day. This was a small town with an extremely ancient charm. The green lake at the head of the town was filled with weeping willows. The morning mist was like a veil that evaporated on the surface of the lake. It was very artistic. As far as the eye could see, one could see the stone arch bridge and wooden buildings in the town. This town was as gentle as a young lady. The town was quiet. At the head of the town, there were more than 10 people bowing to welcome them. They were all middle-aged men dressed in silk and satins and rich wives. With a glance, one could tell that they were all local tycoons. When these tycoons saw Hua Rong, Xiao Han and the others riding flood dragon horses, they all showed nervous, humble, fawning, fearful, various expressions. "They're here. They're finally here." After whispering a few words, these people swarmed up to welcome them. Hua Rong stopped his horse and waved his hand, signaling Xiao Han and the other outer sect disciples to stop as well. Xiao Han raised his head and looked at the entrance of the town. There was a memorial arch with the words Willow Town written on it. "Ah, Misters, you're finally here. Great, this is great. Our Lu Town is saved." A fat middle-aged man wearing a lake green robe and a government official's hat immediately walked out of the crowd. His face had the words "Harmony brings wealth" written on it. He bowed submissively and said. His legs trembled slightly, and he did not dare to look directly at Hua Rong, Xiao Han and the others. "I am the mayor of Lu Town." Hua Rong's expression was cold as he ignored the mayor. Hua Rong took out a bronze mirror from her bosom. The surface of the bronze mirror was overflowing with colorful light and mist, and there was a strong fluctuation of true energy. Hua Rong took out a mirror and looked at the mayor and the group of local tycoons. Then, she nodded slightly. "What's the situation in your town? You're the mayor? You tell me." Demon revealing mirror. Xiao Han had heard from a few outer sect disciples last night that martial art practitioners of the physical body realm, even top inner sect disciples like Hua Rong, who were at the peak of the blood transformation realm, or even half a step into the true Qi realm, would not be able to identify a disguised demon from the crowd. He had to use the demon revealing mirror. The surface of the demon revealing mirror was refined using the true Qi of a true Qi realm expert. If there were demons within 100 steps, the surface of the mirror would immediately ripple. Hua Rong was indeed an experienced person in the Jianghu. When he arrived at Lu Town, he did not say a word and took out the demon revealing mirror first. He did not even let go of the mayor. He had to first confirm if the mayor was a demon in disguise. Now, it seemed that the mirror was as calm as an ancient well. There was no problem with the mayor and the group of local tycoons. They were not demons. Yes, I'll speak. Under the pressure of Hua Rong's imposing manner, the mayor bent his back and said while trembling with fear. 5 days ago, the town discovered that there was a demon committing murder. Until last night, the demon had already harmed 3 people. After saying that, the mayor gestured to a few strong men standing behind the row of local tycoons. Immediately, a few strong men carried 3 pair wood coffins over. Opening the coffins, there were 3 dead people inside. All of them had a large hole in their heads, and their brains had been sucked dry. The dead people's facial expressions were extremely ferocious. "Sirs, please subdue the demon and save the people of Lu Town," the mayor said tearfully. "As long as the demon is not eliminated, we cannot eat and sleep in peace." "Cremate these corpses immediately," Hua Rong said indifferently. Yes, I'll do it. The mayor nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. Soon after, the mayor waved his hand again, and a few strong men carried a few boxes over. There were a total of 3 boxes, each about 1 square foot. "Open the boxes," the mayor ordered. "Pa, The 3 boxes were opened at the same time. In an instant, the aura of treasures filled the air. Among the 3 boxes, 2 were filled with gold, silver, jade, agate, and the last one was filled with the best ginseng and knotweed. Xiao Han and the outer sect disciples' eyes suddenly bulged. There was even an outer sect disciple who was swallowing his saliva. The hard currency for martial artists was true martial coins. But the real gold, silver, and gems in the secular world were still very tempting after all. Sirs, these are some local specialties. I hope you will accept them. The mayor said politely. Suddenly, from the corner of Xiao Han's eyes, he found that in Hua Rong's eyes, there was a flash of greed. Hua Rong didn't say a word, he waved his right hand, a dim light flashed on his index finger, and the 3 boxes below instantly disappeared. Ha! Xiao Han was stunned, and looked carefully. On Hua Rong's right index finger, there was a simple ring. Damn, what is that ring? Treasure. Definitely a treasure. Xiao Han stretched out his tongue and licked his mouth. Then he thought, this Hua Rong looks cold and stubborn, but unexpectedly, he is very greedy. But, there is such a benefit in going down the mountain to eliminate the demon? Damn, there are a few big boxes of gold and silver. And ginseng and knotweed, these great medicinal herbs. This Hua Rong made quite a bit of money without batting an eyelid. Of course, Xiao Han knew, this wealth, these outer sect disciples definitely did not have a share. Hua Rong alone took it. It was impossible to share it. Let's go, Hua Rong waved his hand. You lead the way. I will subdue the demon. Yes, yes, sirs, please. The mayor hurriedly made way. At this time, Xiao Han only felt, that strange thing in his heart, actually started to spin. It was exactly the same as when he participated in the assessment. When he faced the demon race, the situation was exactly the same. What is going on? Xiao Han was confused. At the same time, that mayor suddenly raised his eyes to look at Xiao Han. A trace of undetectable doubt flashed across his eyes. Xiao Han raised his head, and just happened to meet the mayor's eyes. Young hero, you look very familiar. I think I've seen you somewhere before. Heh. The mayor said to Xiao Han with a smile. Oh, you may have remembered wrongly. I have never been to this small town. Xiao Han said. But in Xiao Han's heart, there were waves of doubts rolling non-stop. Previously, when I faced the demon race, the strange thing in my heart would spin. And now, this strange thing is also spinning non-stop. Could it be that, among these mayor and squires, there is a demon race mixed in? But this is not very possible. After all, Hua Rong has already used the demon revealing mirror. Just what is this strange thing in my heart? Forget it, I can only wait until I reach the realm of true Qi. Then I can realize my own inner vision, then I will know the answer. But today, I must be more vigilant. While Xiao Han was thinking, the mayor and the group of squires led the way in front. Hua Rong, Xiao Han, and the others, on the flood dragon horses, had already entered the small town. The hooves of the horses stepped on the bluestone road of the small town, emitting a sound, completely breaking the peace of the small town. The natives of the small town, one by one, quietly opened their windows, sticking their heads out to look. On some of the attics, a pair of curious eyes flashed, but quickly hid in fear. After the viscera refinement, Xiao Han's 5 senses were even sharper, immediately catching some of the conversation. It's the disciples of the big sects. They came to our Willow Town to subdue the demon. This is great. After killing the demon race, we can live peacefully again. These few days, the demon race has been appearing, sneaking out at night to harm people, scaring us so much that we don't dare to go out. We are always on tenterhooks. That's right, that's right. The ladies of the Yihong courtyard also don't dare to receive guests these few days. Little girl, don't peek, be careful, these heroes will catch you and eat you. Be good. Sleep a little more. Mother will make you soy milk. Listening to these conversations, Xiao Han was quite emotional. The residents of the small town were very simple, but the demon race was hiding in the town, destroying their original happy life, causing them to be in a precarious situation. Because they did not have the strength, they could only entrust their lives to the sect disciples who came to subdue the demon race. If a person did not have the strength, the feeling of putting their life and death in the hands of others was really not a good one. At this time, suddenly a figure flashed, directly rushing to the middle of the stone road. Who? The few outer sect disciples beside Xiao Han all shouted nervously, their hands on their weapons. "Who is it?" But with a glance, it was a false alarm. It was just a 3 or 4-year-old boy, rushing out from the alley, using his ignorant eyes to look around. "A bunch of trash. What are you panicking for?" Hua Rong growled, sweeping the calm demon-revealing mirror in his hand. Next, an elegant and beautiful young woman rushed out from the alley with a face full of fear, carried the little boy, scolded him softly, and quickly retreated. Hua Rong's eyes flashed a touch of surprise. "Mayor, who was that woman just now?" "Oh, milord, that is Zhua Jun, the wife of this town's blacksmith Zhang. That little boy is their child. The child is not sensible, and offended all of you. This lowly one here apologizes to all of you," the mayor said with a flattering smile. I will stay in this small town tonight, Mayor. Let that woman come to my room tonight," Hua Rong said indifferently. "Ah." The mayor choked. Then he quickly said, Yes, to be able to serve my lord, is Zhua Jun's blessing." The few outer court disciples looked at each other, and all of them revealed malicious smiles. "Senior brother Hua Rong, this is not good, right?" Xiao Han could not help but whisper. "That woman seems to have a husband." "Xiao Han, right? Do I need you to teach me how to do things?" Hua Rong looked at Xiao Han coldly. His eyes were extremely disdainful. "Who do you think you are? An outer sect disciple dares to say these words in front of me?" But Xiao Han still wanted to say a few more words. Suddenly, the demon-revealing mirror in Hua Rong's hand, the surface of the mirror began to boil, the true qi crackling. "Demon race!" Hua Rong reined in his horse, roared, and the blade light in his body shot up to the sky. Moo! Chapter 26. The demon clan in the small town had finally been discovered. Hua Rong held his saber horizontally, his entire body surging with saber qi. The single saber on his back was already in his hand. The single saber was simple and unadorned, but the blade was as bright as snow, emitting a cold light. With the single saber in hand, Hua Rong's aura became more and more intense. He was simply showing off his ability and dominating the world. In the next moment, panic quickly swept through the entire small town like a plague. Everywhere was in chaos. Doors and windows were closed, showing the smell of war. The mayor and the local tycoon who led the way were already scared witless and fled in all directions. A scarlet-red demonic aura that seemed to have substance rushed out from the corner in front of them like a beacon of smoke. It condensed into a demonic cloud that was half an acre in size in mid-air. Gusts of chilly wind blew sand and stones. Moo! The flood dragon horse under him constantly neighed in fear and stamped its 4 hooves. "Get off the horse!" Hua Rong jumped down from the horse's back. He held the saber in one hand and the demon-revealing mirror in the other. The true qi floating on the demon-revealing mirror burned like a ball of flame and quickly twisted into a cone shape. The tip of the cone pointed at the corner in front of them. Hua Rong's eyes surged with murderous intent and showed a strong sense of excitement. He dragged the saber and directly walked towards the corner in front of him. Wherever he went, the invisible saber qi cut in all directions. No demonic aura could corrode it. Get off the horse quickly." The few outer sect disciples' faces showed fear and hurriedly got off their horses. At this moment, the outer sect disciples' expressions were far from as calm as when they participated in the examination. All of them had blue veins popping out on their foreheads. They trembled with fear and got off their horses, not knowing what to do next. The strange thing in Xiao Han's heart spun faster, making the demonic aura that had substance unable to penetrate and harm Xiao Han. Xiao Han's limbs and bones were as warm as spring. He was calm and composed. Xiao Han directly turned over and got off the horse. "Let's quickly follow senior brother Hua Rong. Don't stay here. Follow him." An outer sect disciple's legs trembled. Follow him to court death? Senior brother Hua Rong wants to kill the demon clan. If we follow him, won't we be a hindrance? Besides, we are only here to gain experience. We can just hide far away and observe senior brother Hua Rong's demon-killing methods. There is no need to risk our lives. Yes, stay here and be lucky. Damn it, a bunch of cowards. Weren't you all very arrogant before? Now all of you are scared like quails. Xiao Han glanced at these outer sect disciples with disdain. However, even though Xiao Han was not affected by the demonic qi, he was not stupid enough to fight the demonic clan head-on. Xiao Han looked at Hua Rong without blinking. Clang! Hua Rong dragged his saber as he walked. The tip of the saber cut a gully on the bluestone road as if he was cutting tofu. Smoke and dust filled the air. Just then, bang! Around the corner, the roof of a wooden loft was blasted open by a huge force, and a demon jumped out like a toad. Xiao Han only felt a flash before his eyes, and that demon had already flashed in the air, pouncing towards Hua Rong. The air was torn apart. The demon's 5 fingers were like iron hooks, like blades and swords. Leaving behind a series of afterimages, he grabbed at Hua Rong. This demon's speed, strength, and reflexes are too fast. If an ordinary physical body realm martial artist were to fight against it, I'm afraid that before they could even react, they would already be smashed into minced meat. Xiao Han was horrified. It's just a loose demon. Dang! Thunderclap extermination saber. Xiao! 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 The saber in Hua Rong's hand slashed out like lightning. In a breath's time, several saber lights were slashed out, like raging flames in the sky, like meteors chasing after the moon, all of them bombarding the demon's body. Every saber light contained the sound of wind and thunder. Pooh, 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 pooh. That demon was hit by several saber lights in a row. Its body twisted a few times in the air, and demon blood violently spurted out. With a somersault, it steadily landed on the ground. Gaga gaga, you're not even a true Qi realm martial artist, yet you dare to come out and subdue this demon? You're courting death. That demon laughed strangely like a night owl. Xiao Han took a look and realized that this demon was exactly the same as the one he saw during the test. However, the demon used for the test had been starving for a few days. Its body was tied up with iron chains, and it was on the verge of death without any signs of life. As for the demon in front of him, it was full of vitality, and its demonic aura pervaded the air. It was violent and ruthless. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Hua Rong's saber qi only left a mess of saber marks on the demon's body, injuring it. However, it did not directly kill the demon. It was not like the senior Fang that Xiao Han saw before, who killed it instantly. Xiao Han knew that this Hua Rong had not cultivated his true qi yet. Therefore, the power contained in the saber qi was only a fraction of his physical strength. It was not enough to directly cut the demon into pieces. Rogue demon. The corner of Hua Rong's mouth pulled up into a disdainful sneer. He waved the saber in his hand and directly walked forward. At this moment, gaga gaga, behind Xiao Han and the others, a demon directly sprang out from a small alley. It was also a rogue demon. Its bloody mouth was wide open, and its eyes were filled with greed and bloodthirst. It actually walked towards Xiao Han and the others. Ah! Senior Hua Rong. There's another one here. There's another one here. The few outer sect disciples cried out in fear. The thick demonic aura made their bones tremble. Damn it, a pincer attack? Those managers also told me that there would be no danger when we go down the mountain to train. Xiao Han cussed in his heart. In the blink of an eye. Roar. The demon that came from behind was as fast as lightning. In a flash, the air exploded and it directly rushed forward. Bang! Xiao Han exploded with the bone burst style. His entire aura rose to the peak and his speed increased to the limit. His figure rapidly retreated. As for the other outer sect disciples, they were not so lucky. Under the interference of the demonic aura, their strength and reaction speed were not even half of their usual. PFFF. 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 That demon continuously grabbed with both hands. Afterimages were like illusions. Blood rained down from the sky. Several flood horses were instantly torn into pieces, and their flesh and internal organs exploded. Run! The few outer sect disciples were scared witless and ran for their lives. Gaga gaga! That demon's speed was extremely fast. With a single step, it grabbed the slowest outer sect disciple and bit down. The outer sect disciple's head was directly bitten off and chewed into pieces in 2 or 3 bites. Too cruel. Xiao Han's heart was filled with horror. However, he was not affected by the demonic aura at all. He could move freely. He thought that he might not be able to slay the demon, but he could still escape. As soon as this thought came to mind, Xiao Han was ready to flash into a narrow alley at the side. At this moment, boom! A sharp saber light flew out from Hua Hong's hand and cut through the air. With an unparalleled killing aura, it pierced through the forehead of the demon that was chasing Xiao Han and the other outer sect disciples. Roar! That demon let out a miserable howl. His body was carried by the saber light and was sent flying for hundreds of steps. Finally, he was nailed on the signboard of a wooden building. There was a saber stuck in the demon's forehead, and the handle of the saber was still shaking. The demon twitched a few times, and suddenly, with a puff, the demon's entire body was minced into pieces by the saber chi. In the next moment, the entire building exploded. Sawdust and smoke were blown up by the saber chi. It turned out that the saber in Hua Hong's hand had directly shot out. It was as if 1,000 soldiers were scattered and it had directly nailed that demon to death. At the same time, Hua Hong's hands turned into sabers and continuously slashed. The other demon kept retreating and demon blood splattered everywhere. Dang! After that demon retreated dozens of steps. Hua Hong's right hand saber slashed in the air. The saber light exploded like a tornado and the demon's huge head was minced. Bang! The headless demon's body swayed a few times and then fell to the ground with a loud bang. Dead. Hua Hong killed 2 demons like a falcon swooping down, showing his extremely strong battle strength. However, there was a flaw in this otherwise perfect thing. This time, one of the outer sect disciples who came out for training had his head bitten to pieces by a demon. He could not be more dead. At this time, Hua Hong took out the demon-revealing mirror and looked at it. The surface of the mirror had returned to being as calm as an ancient well. Hua Hong heaved a sigh of relief. His complexion was already slightly pale. He took out a medicinal pill from his bosom and consumed it. Only then did he walk towards Xiao Han and the others. Hua Hong. Senior brother Hua Hong. Junior brother Long. Junior brother Long is dead. An outer sect disciple said to Hua Hong with a sobbing tone. Shut up. Hua Hong waved his hand. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Hindrance. It's best if he's dead. When you come out to subdue demons, you must be prepared to die. The outer sect disciples were silent. Xiao Han stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. In his mind, he recalled the process of Hua Hong killing the 2 demons and also gained some battle experience. Looks like with a suitable weapon, my battle strength will at least double. However, the Cloud Rain sect has a rule that disciples must reach the Marrow Refinement realm before they can use weapons. I have to cultivate properly. Xiao Han thought to himself. At this time, the demonic aura that permeated above the town dissipated like a receding tide. The town that was in a state of panic gradually returned to its usual tranquility. The more daring natives of the town secretly opened their windows and peeked. The strange thing in my heart is not rotating anymore? Xiao Han realized that the strange thing that had been rotating rapidly in his heart previously was now obedient and no longer rotating. Could it be that the strange thing that hibernated in my heart is really closely related to the demon race? Xiao Han's heart was filled with doubts. When a demon is discovered, that thing will rotate non-stop. When a demon dies, it will stop rotating. Is that so? Not long after, the mayor ran over with a group of village squires. Everyone! Everyone! The demon race has been annihilated. That's great, that's really great. Lu Town is finally at peace. Everyone, Lu Town is really reborn. The mayor was extremely excited and his body was trembling. The village squires and local tycoons also praised. Suddenly, Xiao Han realized that the thing in his heart was actually rotating again. However, the speed of rotation was not as fast as when the 2 rogue demons that Hua Hong killed appeared. When I entered the town and met the mayor and this group of village squires, the strange thing in my heart started rotating vaguely. Xiao Han swept his gaze across the mayor and the group of village squires without batting an eyelid. Could it be that there are demons hiding in this town? Could it be the mayor or this group of village squires? At this time, under the command of the mayor, some of the strong men in the town burned the demon corpses on the spot and buried the outer sect disciple's corpse. A strong man picked up Hua Hong's saber and returned it with both hands as if he was a deity. Everyone, please come to my humble abode and rest for a while. the mayor said to Hua Hong fawningly. After pausing for a while, the mayor added, "How should I say this? Everyone, this lowly one is the mayor of Lu Town. This time, this lowly one is worried about the demon race every day. Fortunately, everyone's divine power is unparalleled and helped to subdue the demon race. This lowly one's gratitude is really indescribable. This little one has a treasure. According to this little one's grandfather, this treasure is an item that is closely related to the martial Tao. This lowly one is not proficient in martial arts. Therefore, this lowly one would like to present this family treasure to everyone to repay your kindness." Family treasure. A strange look flashed across Hua Hong's eyes. What is that? Everyone, please follow this lowly one to my humble abode. This lowly one will present this treasure for everyone to look at. The mayor nodded and bowed. Okay, you lead the way. Hua Hong nodded slightly. Everyone, please. The mayor licked his lips and led the way. Hua Hong and a few outer sect disciples followed behind. Xiao Han followed closely behind. At this time, the strange thing in Xiao Han's heart was still slowly rotating. The suspicion in Xiao Han's heart grew heavier and heavier. Soon, the mayor brought Hua Hong, Xiao Han, and the others to a large hawthorn forest in the east of the town. The hawthorn tree was covered with pure white and beautiful flowers, and the air was filled with a strong fragrance. Between the branches and leaves, an exquisite wooden pavilion could be seen in the depths of the forest. The mayor led the way alone. The group of village squires did not follow, and the strange thing in Xiao Han's heart kept spinning. Everyone, after passing through this hawthorn forest, this lowly one's humble abode is here. The mayor smiled. Xiao Han felt more and more frightened. He stopped and could not help but say, "Mayor, I'm afraid you are also a demon, right?" Chapter 27. In fact, Xiao Han wasn't sure either, but the strange thing in his heart kept spinning. Thus, he had to spit it out. "Oh, Xiao Han." Hua Rong shook the demon-revealing mirror in his hand. The true qi on the surface of the mirror was as calm as an ancient well. "Are you suspecting that my sect's true qi realm expert used his life's true qi to refine the demon-revealing mirror?" The other outer sect disciples also expressed their disdain. "Xiao Han, what's your cultivation level? You've only just started refining your organs. You can identify demons? What a joke." Xiao Han's gaze turned to the mayor. At this moment, the plump muscles on the mayor's face twitched a few times. His eyes revealed a deep smile and a creepy slyness. "Heh. Young man, I'm curious. I've clearly consumed the demon restraining pill refined by Great Master Yen Lang. For a short period of time, I can completely conceal my demonic qi. Not to mention the demon revealing mirror, even a normal true qi realm martial artist wouldn't be able to read my demonic qi. How did you do it? Also, young man, there seems to be something on your body that makes me very curious." "What? Yen Lang? The most shameful traitor in the history of the human race. He's an expert in refining pills. After escaping his sentence, he received the protection of the demon race's expert. He specializes in refining pills for high-level demons. He even refined pills that can conceal demonic qi for the demon race to avoid being hunted down by the human race." Hua Rong exclaimed. "I didn't think that a mere physical body realm martial artist would know of Great Master Yen Lang. Ha ha ha." The mayor let out a strange and inexplicable laughter. In the next moment, piff! The mayor's forehead was instantly pierced. A black horn that was a foot long directly protruded out. Immediately, the mayor's face and skin began to crack. Pieces of human skin flew everywhere. In an instant, a huge demon was completely squeezed out from the mayor's flesh shell, leaving behind a pile of rotten flesh. It was a 3-meter-tall greater demon with a sharp black horn on its head. Its skin was also black, and large tendons that looked like evil dragons were wriggling under its skin, emitting the sound of raging waves beating against the shore. Its body was also covered in spikes, and each spike was surrounded by lightning. Its thick tail was 3 meters long, and when it swung back and forth, it caused the air to explode. From within its body, there were even faint sounds of ghosts wailing and wolves howling. Its body contained an indescribable power. With its body as the center, the solid demonic aura radiated out to a radius of several acres, completely enveloping Xiao Han and the others. Strands of demonic chi that were heavy like mountains shuttled back and forth in the sky like swimming fish, tearing out numerous cracks in space. Faint characters of the demon race flashed like ghosts. What? Demon General. Hua Rong let out a voice that was close to despair. His calm eyes were filled with indescribable panic for the first time. Those few outer sect disciples were already paralyzed with fear, lying on the ground and spasming non-stop. As for Xiao Han, he also felt an indescribable pressure. If it wasn't for the strange thing in his heart that was constantly spinning and dissolving the demonic aura, Xiao Han would have already collapsed to the ground. The strange thing in his heart could make Xiao Han fearless and calm in the face of loose demons. However, the pressure that the demon in front of him gave Xiao Han was 10 times or even 100 times greater than that of loose demons. Demon General. This was really despairing. According to the books, the Demon General of the demon race was equivalent to the true Qi realm martial artists of the human race. Who? Xiao Han kept taking deep breaths. The strange thing in his heart was spinning faster and faster, constantly dissolving the mountain-like demonic aura that was pressing down on him from all directions. I am indeed going to show you a treasure. Ha ha ha. A real treasure. The Demon General let out a hearty laugh as if he was in control of everything. He was calm and composed. Boom! Suddenly, Hua Rong, who had been silent all this while, waved his saber. A saber aura that was the size of a door suddenly rushed towards the Demon General with a momentum that could shatter mountains and rivers. This saber was the condensation of Hua Rong's entire life's worth of cultivation. It was no small matter. Unexpectedly, PFF, the Demon General casually stretched out his hand and grabbed, crushing the saber radiance into dust. Enough, a warrior of the physical body realm, stop struggling. Hua Rong's face was as pale as paper. The difference was too great. His desperate attack was actually dispelled so easily by the opponent as if it was blowing away dust. Speaking of which, I'm really disappointed this time. I thought that the Cloud Rain sect would send a true Qi realm expert to Willow Town to subdue the demon after purposely spreading the news. I didn't expect that a physical body realm martial artist would come. He's only at the half-step true Qi realm. The Demon General shook his head. Forget it. In the next moment, a box the size of a human palm appeared in his hand. The box was extremely old and was engraved with countless demonic runes. It was emitting an extremely dangerous aura. It was as if some ancient ferocious creature was hibernating in the box. The Demon General spoke with fervor and composure. This is my treasure. I'll show it to you as well. Speaking of which, it's also my fortuitous encounter. I found a demon god's tomb in the north region and obtained a demon god's palm. The Demon General squinted his eyes and his body trembled a few times. Demon god's palm. Ha 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 ha. In the demon race, my bloodline isn't good and I'm not considered a noble. However, this demon god's palm is destined to defy the heavens and change my fate, allowing me to rise. Ha 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 ha. What? Demon god's palm? Xiao Han and Hua Rong were stunned. What kind of concept was a demon god? It was an unparalleled existence. It could swallow the sun and absorb the moon, overturn the rivers and overturn the seas. A single finger could penetrate the earth veins and a single palm could shatter a continental plate. It was an existence that was close to a legend. After I obtained the demon god's palm, I didn't dare to make it public and secretly came to the south region from the north region. Furthermore, I've read through many secret manuals of the demon race. In order to refine the demon god's palm, it requires the blood essence and soul of a human as a sacrifice. Furthermore, it requires the life of a human martial artist to consecrate it. Thus, I released fake news and wanted to deceive a few true Qi realm martial artists to come over. Sigh. Only a half-step true Qi realm martial artist came. I'm very dissatisfied. However, I can't wait any longer. I'll use you human martial artists to consecrate the demon god's palm. And to you this is a kind of honor. The Demon General spoke as if he was chatting idly. His words were methodical and showed his high intelligence. However, the contents of these words caused Xiao Han and Hua Rong's hearts to grow colder and colder. Damn it. Even though I don't really understand, the demon god's palm is too terrifying. Xiao Han tried to slowly retreat, but under the influence of the Qi activity, if he moved even a little, he would probably be killed on the spot by that Demon General. Right at this moment, That demon general moved his fingernails and opened the lid of the ancient box in his hand. In an instant, a small palm floated out. That palm expanded with the wind and constantly expanded. In the next moment, from that palm, a surging and majestic intent was transmitted. An indescribable evil covered the sky and covered the earth. A strange phenomenon had already appeared in a small part of the sky. Countless demon clouds covered the sky, causing the sky and earth to darken. It was as if some apocalyptic disaster was about to descend. Blood, ferociousness, brutality, devouring everything. I alone am supreme, overbearing evil chi. All kinds of states were wreaking havoc and shrouding the area. On the demon god's palm, countless veins, demon race characters, and talisman symbols had all turned dark and dried up as if they no longer possessed any power. However, just the remaining trace of intent was enough to crush the heaven and earth, devour the ages, and destroy the 9 prefectures. That demon general appeared to be extremely pious at this moment. He put his palms together and murmured, "Demon god's palm, accept the offerings that your believers have offered to you. Enjoy the flesh and souls of these human martial artists to your heart's content. Right at this moment. Demon General, I have nothing to say since I have fallen into your hands this time. However, I want to attack you with all my strength. If you can take it, I will die without regrets." Hua Rong suddenly spoke. His entire body was burning with saber chi and his eyes revealed the intention to fight to the death. "Oh, human, you still want to resist? Fine, I will take your saber. I will let you die a worthy death and no longer have any complaints." That demon general looked at Hua Rong with disdain. Hua Rong held the saber hilt with both hands and slowly raised it. A surge of saber chi rushed up from the top of his head. Shock, thunder, destroy, kill, saber. Hua Rong spat out a mantra and slashed with his saber, rolling like a tide. "Ha! This level of attack. And what?" That demon general stretched out his hand and wanted to crush Hua Rong's saber chi. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden change. After Hua Rong slashed with his saber, his body actually burst out a surge of pure chi. Immediately after, Hua Rong's right hand grabbed Xiao Han, who was standing beside him, and threw him towards the demon general with all his might. In the next moment, Hua Rong turned into a ray of chi and escaped like a ray of light. He left behind a sentence. "Xiao Han, help me block this. I am a half-step true chi cultivator and cannot die here." He feigned an attack and took the opportunity to activate the magic treasure that was imbued with true chi. Then, he threw Xiao Han over to delay the demon general's pursuit. These movements were as smooth as flowing water, and they were completely planned out before taking action. Damn it! An escape talisman refined by a true chi realm martial artist. The demon general grabbed the saber chi and extinguished it. He roared in anger and embarrassment. Attacking me with a saber was actually to divert my attention and buy time to activate this talisman. Human race. Too treacherous. At the same time, Xiao Han's entire body was like a sandbag as he flew towards the demon general. At this moment of life and death, Xiao Han no longer cared about cursing Hua Rong. All the bones in his body exploded and his aura rose. He activated the Emperor's power and blasted out a sovereign's descent. On top of Xiao Han's head, a virtual image of the Emperor appeared and broke through the air. It emitted a disdainful aura that looked down on the world and killed all living beings like blowing dust. At this moment, Xiao Han's essence and chi became one and miraculously entered a mysterious state. Life and death, honor and disgrace seemed to no longer matter. What? Such a strong aura. That demon general actually took half a step back and struck out with his palm. Boom! Xiao Han was sent flying and vomited blood. However, under the pressure of this punch, that demon general could only use a small portion of his strength. When Xiao Han landed, the heat in his body constantly washed over him. The indestructible golden body was activated and absorbed a portion of the demon general's attack, turning it into a warm current that protected Xiao Han. Bang! Xiao Han fell to the ground. He kept vomiting blood. You're a little strange. There's something in your body that attracts me. I won't kill you first. That demon general seemed to have shown mercy. Moreover, your fist technique is very brilliant. Even I was moved by it. It's just that your strength is too weak. If your strength was 10 times or 10 times stronger, it would be troublesome. Damn it! Hua Rong, you bastard! At this moment, Xiao Han cursed in his heart. However, after a while he stopped. Now was not the time to curse. He had to think of a way to save his life first. However, that punch from before had allowed Xiao Han to gain a deeper understanding of the Son of Heaven's aura after lingering between life and death. Demon God's palm. Please enjoy the sacrifice. That demon general prayed devoutly. After a few dozen breaths, the demon emperor's palm suddenly turned into a black flowing light and shot into the body of an outer disciple who was lying on the ground with a whoosh. Ah! That outer sect disciple let out a heart-wrenching scream. However, his skin and flesh withered instantly, as if his blood, flesh and soul were sucked clean. What was left was an ugly human skin. Ha 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 ha! Demon God's palm. Please enjoy. Enjoy the blood essence of a human martial artist. The demon general roared in excitement. Whoosh! The black ray shot into the body of the second outer sect disciple. In the blink of an eye, everything was sucked dry, leaving behind a piece of dead skin. Whoosh! 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 The few outer disciples who were lying beside Xiao Han were all sucked dry. Xiao Han's scalp went numb. At this moment, the strange thing in Xiao Han's heart kept spinning. That black ray did not immediately shoot into Xiao Han's body to suck him dry. There seemed to be a sense of fear. Then, something strange happened. Whoosh! The black ray shot back and actually shot into that demon general's body. What? The demon general was shocked. In the next moment, Pucci! 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 The demon general's towering body suddenly shrunk. Withered! Withered! Ah! No! Why? In just a few breaths, the powerful demon general was sucked dry. There was a piece of dead skin on the ground. Even the demon general was sucked dry? Xiao Han was stunned. Suddenly, the strange thing in Xiao Han's heart stopped beating. Moreover, there was a sense of concealment. The black ray stayed in the air for a few breaths and then... whoosh! Chapter 28. Xiao Han wanted to cry but no tears came out. Previously, Xiao Han had seen several outer sect disciples being sucked dry in the blink of an eye, leaving no flesh and blood behind. Not only that, even the insufferably arrogant demon general could not escape the calamity. Xiao Han did not think that he was stronger than the demon general. Dead, dead. Damn it, I'm going to die this time. Xiao Han's heart was filled with sorrow and despair. Suddenly, Xiao Han's life force flowed out like a tide. He felt that his body was being sucked by a black hole. With a slight gulp, his life force was being sucked out uncontrollably. Life and death was only a breath away. However, at this moment, boom! The strange thing that had been hibernating in Xiao Han's heart suddenly emitted a warm current and instantly enveloped the black hole in his body. The next moment, bang, 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 bang. Inside Xiao Han's body, colorful talismans and ancient characters continuously burst out. They densely surrounded Xiao Han. These characters were not human characters. They carried a thick demonic aura. Impressively, they were the demon race's characters. Immediately after, a deafening sound came from Xiao Han's body. It was as if millions of people were shouting, chanting, praying, and performing some kind of mysterious ancient ceremony. The black hole in his body seemed to be expelled from Xiao Han's internal organs and was driven to Xiao Han's left arm. Ah! A sharp pain came from Xiao Han's left arm. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han's left arm suddenly swelled up as if it was being inflated. It became bigger and bigger until it was as thick as a bucket and looked like it was about to explode. Pucci Xiao Han's left sleeve was blown into pieces and fluttered in the air like butterflies. Waves of demonic aura went berserk in Xiao Han's left arm. It's going to explode. My left arm is going to explode. Xiao Han was frightened. Pooh! Suddenly, the ancient demon characters that were surrounding Xiao Han's body all flocked into Xiao Han's left arm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The demonic aura on Xiao Han's left arm flickered continuously. Those ancient demon characters seemed to be fighting against the swelling left arm, trying to suppress it. Pain. An explosive pain. A tearing pain. Xiao Han wished he could chop off his left arm. Xiao, just as he was about to die from the pain, Xiao Han instinctively activated his indestructible golden body. The heat immediately washed over his entire left hand, helping Xiao Han resist the pain. Time seemed to pass very quickly, but it also seemed to become very long. After an unknown amount of time, when Xiao Han was on the verge of fainting from the pain, his left arm finally calmed down and stopped swelling. Immediately after, a stream of warmth enveloped his entire left arm. Some demon race characters jumped on the skin of Xiao Han's left hand a few times before disappearing into the skin of his left hand. Everything returned to normal. The black stream of light that entered Xiao Han's body, the demon Thearka's palm, seemed to have disappeared. The strange thing that had been hibernating in Xiao Han's heart trembled a few times and gave off a hazy and proud feeling. A string of demon clan characters flashed across Xiao Han's mind. As a result, Xiao Han's mind was filled with enlightenment. What? Refine? That demon emperor's palm was actually refined by me? Xiao Han was extremely shocked. He immediately jumped up and raised his left arm to take a look. His left arm no longer had any abnormalities. It didn't hurt or itch, and its size was the same as before. The only difference was that there was a tattoo on his left arm. It was a tattoo of a demon Thearka's palm. In a trance, Xiao Han had a thought. PFFF. In an instant, a demonic light flowed across Xiao Han's left arm. In the next moment, Xiao Han's left arm expanded. In an instant, it became as thick as a thigh and more than 1 meter long. It was like a python. Ferocious and terrifying. Endless ruthlessness, savagery, and evil enveloped the surroundings. A dense demonic aura gushed out recklessly, swirling up the dust and stones on the ground. A demonic wind blew, and there was an indistinct great pressure covering the surroundings. There were also ghostly wails and wolf howls. On this arm, there were countless veins that looked like evil dragons. There were also ancient demon race characters and talismans. However, they were very dim and no longer had any power. There was only one vein, but it showed a majestic life force. It was the color of a colored glaze, clear inside and out, pure and without any impurities. Within this vein, there was an enormous power that could tear everything apart. An explosive power. I refined this demon Thearka's palm and awakened a demon vein. This demon vein has the power of 100 cauldrons. A demonic wind was emitted from the giant arm, causing Xiao Han's hair to flutter. Xiao Han stood as still as a rock, but he did not know why, but a lot of information flowed through Xiao Han's mind. Demon vein. Each demon vein contains 100 cauldrons of power. As for the demon race characters and talismans on my arm, once they are ignited, I can awaken demonic aura that is equivalent to true qi. Xiao Han was confused. However, at this moment, what Xiao Han felt the most was power. Yes, power. The power of his left arm. This kind of power caused Xiao Han to have a feeling that he could pluck the stars and the moon and sever the rivers. It was a feeling of omnipotence. In the next moment, bang! Xiao Han slightly bent his knees and directly inserted his left arm into the ground. The power of 100 cauldrons instantly blasted into the ground. Crack, 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 crack. The ground began to crack like a spider web, spreading out to an area of 1 mu. Bang! Suddenly, the area of 1 mu directly exploded. Dust and stone fragments rushed into the sky. Swish! Swish, swish, swish. Swish, 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 swish. Xiao Han casually waved his left arm a few times. After images flashed continuously, turning the stone fragments that filled the sky into dust. After that, Xiao Han very nimbly leaped backwards. When he looked again, he had blasted out a 1 mu deep hole in the ground. It was about 1 zhang deep and looked like a sinkhole. Too powerful, right? Xiao Han raised his left arm and looked at it. 100 cauldrons of power. 1 cauldron of power was 1,000 jin. In other words, the power of Xiao Han's left arm had reached 100,000 jin of power. Swish! Xiao Han raised his hand again. The sharp claws of the demon emperor palm on his left arm were like cutting tofu. It scratched out a ravine on the ground, causing smoke and dust to rise. Xiao Han could use the power of the demon emperor palm as he wished, as if he was controlling his own arm. I only awakened 1 demon vein, but I already possess such terrifying power. Xiao Han was shocked and ecstatic at the same time. This power belongs to me. I know now. The strange thing that was hibernating in my heart helped me refine this demon emperor palm. However, this demon emperor palm only awakened one demon vein. There are still many demon veins, demon race inscriptions, and talismans that have not been awakened. I have to constantly kill the demon race and absorb their essence blood chi in order to continuously awaken more demon veins, demon race inscriptions, and talismans. Xiao Han suddenly understood everything. If all the demon veins on this demon emperor palm are awakened and all the characters and talismans are ignited, wouldn't I be extremely powerful? The fear in Xiao Han's heart gradually faded away. All that was left was the joy of obtaining power. His left arm slightly trembled. With a flash of flowing light, the thick and malevolent demon emperor palm disappeared and turned into a small tattoo on his left arm. Xiao Han's left arm returned to its original appearance. The appearance of a human. Xiao Han carefully observed the tattoo on his left arm. There was no trace of demon chi. It was just an ordinary tattoo. I know now. My left arm will only change when I need to use the demon emperor palm. During normal times, no one will be able to detect this secret. In the eyes of others, this is nothing more than an insignificant decorative tattoo. Moreover, Xiao Han felt that this demon emperor palm had been completely refined by him. It was a part of his body, but it did not affect his mind. It was perfectly controlled by him. There would be no backlash and it would not be taken over by a dove. It had perfectly fused with the flesh and bones of his left arm. Xiao Han was still a human. There was no doubt about it. For example, Xiao Han had learned a martial technique of the demon race. Ha 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 ha, I understand now. In fact, that demon general would not be able to refine this demon emperor palm no matter what. Everything it has done is just an illusion. It's a wedding dress for me. Even the awakening of the first demon vein of this demon emperor palm was because it absorbed the essence blood of that demon general. Ha 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 ha. Everything is for me. Xiao Han laughed. Of course, the demon general being sucked dry was also a big part of luck. He did not guard against the demon emperor palm's backlash. Moreover, he was too complacent and thought that he had perfect control over everything. Extreme joy turned to sorrow. If he was careful, he might have been able to avoid this calamity. Xiao Han pondered for a while before his joyful mood calmed down. Now, Xiao Han was in a state of doubt. What is this strange thing in my heart? It can actually refine the demon emperor palm. Furthermore, it can discover the demon race disguised as a human. Xiao Han was now sure of one thing. The strange thing in my heart must be related to the demon race. An extremely deep connection. What should I do now? It is impossible to dig out my heart and study it. It is also impossible to let other true Qi realm experts spy on my heart and secrets. That would be courting death. Xiao Han frowned. After a while he felt relieved. Forget it. What I have obtained so far are all benefits. The indestructible golden body, son of heaven's divine fist, and demon emperor palm were all given to me by the strange thing in my heart. Then I will temporarily put aside all my doubts and wait until I reach the true Qi realm. Also, my demon emperor palm must not be used in front of others. Otherwise, I will be mistaken as a demon and it will be troublesome. Everyone will kill me and I will be hunted down by the entire world. My own cultivation must also be increased. I cannot completely rely on the demon emperor palm. This thing must not be exposed to the public for now. 100 cauldrons of strength. According to the books, for physical body realm martial artists, the bone refinement realm has at least 3 cauldrons of strength. The viscera refinement realm has at least 20 cauldrons of strength. The marrow refinement realm has at least 50 cauldrons of strength, and the blood transformation realm has at least 100 cauldrons of strength. Martial artists with good aptitude will have strength that exceeds this basic standard at all stages. Because of my fortuitous encounter, I have close to 9 cauldrons of strength at the bone refinement realm, far surpassing other martial artists of the same level. That Hua Rong, at the blood transformation realm, half a step into true Qi realm, has a basic strength of 100 cauldrons. With his good aptitude, his physical body's strength is likely to exceed 100 cauldrons. Furthermore, he cultivated martial skills and comprehended saber force. His saber arts are godly. Therefore, if I were to meet him now, I will not be his match even if I use the demon emperor palm in a real fight. After all, The demon Emperor Palm only awakened one demon vein and has 100 cauldrons of strength. There are no techniques or martial skills, only brute force. If I were to fight him, I will be completely suppressed by his saber arts. Unknowingly, Xiao Han used Hua Rong as a reference to evaluate his combat strength. Hua Rong. Damn it, you better not fall into my hands. The moment he thought of Hua Rong, Xiao Han's killing intent surged uncontrollably. How dare you make use of me? All right, since this matter has been settled, I will return to the sect. Humph. The first thing is to expose the despicable actions of that sinister Hua Rong. He is a sanctimonious person and is highly regarded by the sect. This time, I will completely ruin his reputation. Xiao Han rested on the spot for a while before returning to the small town. The aboriginals of the small town naturally did not know what happened. When they saw Xiao Han wearing the Cloud Rain sect's outer sect disciple robe, they did not dare to ask. Furthermore, they were extremely respectful towards Xiao Han and would grant his requests. However, Xiao Han did not wish to stay in this small town for long. Furthermore, the injury from the demon general's attack earlier was not too serious. Xiao Han could use the indestructible golden body to heal his injuries while rushing back. It was not a big deal. Thickening his skin, Xiao Han asked the aboriginals for some money from the secular world and a dark buckskin horse before leaving the small town, leaving a trail of dust behind. P.S. Seeking recommendation tickets. The more tickets, the better the condition. Chapter 29. However, when he came here, he rode on a flood dragon horse, which could travel thousands of miles in a day. But now, Xiao Han was riding on a common horse, which could only travel a few hundred miles. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. It's a pity that those flood dragon horses were torn into pieces by a loose demon. Xiao Han also felt that it was a pity. After running for several hours, Xiao Han arrived at a small town. Crouching Bull Town. He entered and rested for a while. This small town was larger than Willow Town. It was densely populated and prosperous. Xiao Han led his horse along the streets of the town. Along the way, many of the locals looked at him with respect when they saw him wearing the sect's disciple robes. Xiao Han took a stroll around Crouching Bull Town. The strange thing that was hibernating in his heart behaved itself and did not show any signs of abnormality. It seems that this town is not ravaged by the demon clan. It is a peaceful place. Xiao Han nodded to himself. When he passed by a wooden pavilion named Golden Phoenix Pavilion, he saw a few gorgeously dressed young girls waving fragrant handkerchiefs on the balcony of the second floor. They were throwing flirtatious glances at the people downstairs and stroking their hair coquettishly. The two brothels downstairs were busy as well. "Sir, come in and have a cup of wine. Come on. Ladies upstairs, come out and receive the guests." "Huh? Is this the legendary brothel?" Xiao Han was very interested. "Milord, come in and play." This servant sees that Milord is a talented and promising young man. The ladies must love Milord to death. A brothel keeper came to drag Xiao Han. Xiao Han quickly dodged. "Yeah. Sect disciples. So handsome." A burst of silver bell-like cheers came from upstairs. Then he sighed in disappointment. Why isn't he coming up? Not long after, Xiao Han led the horse to the largest restaurant in town, the Canvas Lunar Restaurant. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, the waiter rushed out and greeted Xiao Han humbly. "Young hero, would you like to have a drink or a meal?" "Let's eat," Xiao Han said with a smile. "Please come in, please come in." The waiter took the reins from Xiao Han's hands. "Young hero, feel free to go in and have your meal. This lowly one will bring this horse to the stable for you. It will be served with the best fodder. I guarantee that it will be perfect." "All right." Xiao Han handed the horse over to the waiter. He strode into the restaurant with his head held high. Xiao Han thought. As expected, when sect disciples come to the mortal world, they are respected everywhere. When I was a live target in the past, I never thought I would have such a day. After entering the restaurant, Xiao Han went straight to the second floor. He climbed up the wooden stairs and reached the second floor. With a glance, he saw that among the diners on the second floor, there were a few tables filled with Jianghu guests. Their cultivation levels were not high either. All of them were at the fleshly body realm. Some of them placed their weapons directly on the tables and stools, drinking from large bowls and eating large mouthfuls of meat. These Jianghu people were not like Xiao Han, who was wearing the sect's uniform. Their faces were covered with the marks of the wilderness. He seemed to be a rogue cultivator or someone from a small sect. As soon as Xiao Han went upstairs, more than 10 pairs of eyes swept over him. However, the gazes that were sizing up Xiao Han soon moved away. Xiao Han did not feel offended. Instead, he felt a sense of unrestrained heroism as he roamed the pugilistic world. Xiao Han found a seat by the window and sat down. That's strange. After I entered this crouching bull town, I saw a few groups of Jianghu people in the town. All of them seemed to be in a hurry. I didn't expect this restaurant to be filled with Jianghu people. Could there be something strange about this crouching bull town? Xiao Han thought to himself. At that moment, Xiao Han could vaguely hear the Jianghu people talking in low voices. It's the outer sect disciple of Cloud Rain sect. That's right. Don't look at that young man for too long, or you'll make him unhappy. Disciples from big sects are all arrogant and despotic. They'll attack if they get angry. However, the disciples of Cloud Rain sect want to join in the fun too? This is getting more and more interesting. There really is something. Xiao Han pricked up his ears to listen to the discussion of the Jianghu people excitedly. Those Jianghu people did not avoid it. In fact, it felt like they were saying it intentionally for Xiao Han to hear. Very soon, Xiao Han found out about one thing. The mountain behind Crouching Bull Town was called Crouching Bull Mountain. The mountain was tall and the forest was dense. At the foot of the mountain there was a deep pool. It was unknown when a ferocious beast had appeared near the deep pool. It dug the ground as its den and hid beside the pool. It did not leave for decades. The natives in the town were very curious about this matter, but they did not dare to provoke this ferocious beast. Moreover, this ferocious beast did not enter the town to cause trouble. It was peaceful with the natives in the town. A few days ago, a Jianghu person passed by Crouching Bull Town and learned about this matter. He was very curious and went to the deep pool at the foot of Crouching Bull Mountain to investigate. After this investigation, the Jianghu person understood the whole story of this strange matter. It turned out that there was a heaven and earth treasure growing beside the deep pool. 9-tailed sunflower grass. That ferocious beast was attracted by the spiritual energy of the 9-tailed sunflower grass decades ago. Therefore, it dug a hole beside the deep pool to guard it. Usually, places with spirit herbs in the foothills and forests would be guarded by ferocious beasts. When the spirit herb matured, the ferocious beast would devour it to nourish and strengthen itself. The 9-tailed sunflower grass at the foot of Crouching Bull Mountain was already 100 years old. The Jianghu person knew that he could not defeat the ferocious beast guarding the spirit herb, so he spread the news. Soon, many Jianghu people came over to observe. A few Jianghu people who were knowledgeable about spirit herbs and medicine had calculated that the 9-tailed sunflower grass would completely mature during the full moon that night. It would brew the strongest medicinal effect. Picking and eating it at this moment would be the most beneficial. Therefore, many Jianghu people had already rushed into Crouching Bull Town today. They wanted to take action during the full moon to snatch the food from the ferocious beast and the mature 9-tailed sunflower grass. What was the 9-tailed sunflower grass? It was rare to say that it was rare. It was not rare to say that it was not rare either. To a martial artist in the true energy realm, this thing was nothing. Even to a martial artist in the blood transformation and marrow refining realms, the 9-tailed sunflower grass was nothing. However, to a martial artist in the viscera refinement realm, it was a treasure. A treasure among treasures. A fully mature 9-tailed sunflower grass that was 100 years old was a supreme-grade viscera refinement spirit herb. It could allow a martial artist in the viscera refinement realm to directly climb to the peak of the viscera refinement realm. Moreover, the effect of the viscera refinement realm was stronger than the viscera refinement pills of many major sects. Damn it! A treasure spirit herb for viscera refinement. Xiao Han was completely tempted. A few days ago, Xiao Han had consumed a dark essence viscera cleansing pill. The effect of the pill lasted for 7 days. It could ensure that Xiao Han could advance from the entry stage of viscera refinement to the initial success stage. These few days, Xiao Han had been secretly cultivating his mystic art. He breathed in and out to refine the dark essence viscera cleansing pill. He needed another 3 to 4 days to completely refine it and reach the initial success stage of viscera refinement. However, Xiao Han was not satisfied with the initial success stage of viscera refinement. Now that he heard that there was a treasure that could raise his viscera refinement cultivation base to the peak, Xiao Han was tempted. He could not wait to get his hands on the nine-tailed sunflower grass and swallow it. I must get this nine-tailed sunflower grass. No one can snatch it from me. I must get it. When I was in the bone refinement realm, my foundation was extremely solid. Once I advance to the peak of the viscera refinement realm, my strength will skyrocket. If I miss this opportunity, I won't be able to forgive myself. The path of martial arts is filled with hardships and fortuitous encounters. No matter how hardworking a martial artist is, if he does not have a fortuitous encounter, he is destined to be a mediocre person. Now that a fortuitous encounter is upon me, I can only blame myself for being weak and useless. Xiao Han's eyes were red. The people of the pugilistic world were still talking. I heard that a few groups of ferocious people are already waiting at the foot of Crouching Bull Mountain. They are starting to clear the area. Martial artists of our level will be chased away the moment we go over. If we resist, we will be attacked. I will not go and watch the show. Some of the people of the pugilistic world looked at Xiao Han with a gaze that wished for the world to be in chaos. If a disciple from a big sect goes over, they will have to give some face. Xiao Han understood. These people of the pugilistic world did not have the ability to get their hands on the spirit herb. They would love for the situation to be as chaotic as possible. It would be best if there was a large-scale battle where a bunch of people died. That was why they deliberately leaked the news to Xiao Han. However, this was not important to Xiao Han. He had to get the nine-tailed sunflower grass. After I fill my stomach, I will immediately go to Crouching Bull Mountain and wait for it. I will snatch it when the moon is full. Xiao Han quickly called the waiter over and ordered a table of delicacies. Eat your fill so that you will have the strength to fight and snatch the treasure at night. Not long after, the dishes were served. Xiao Han grabbed a pork knuckle and started to eat. At this moment, a sharp aura rose from the wooden stairs. Shortly after, a tall and imposing man came up the stairs with a saber on his back. The saber aura around him was domineering. His eyes were filled with conceit and pride. Huarong. It was actually Huarong. Xiao Han's action of eating the pork knuckle froze. His eyes stared straight at Huarong. The murderous intent in his heart was out of control. Son of AB*TCH, we are really enemies on a narrow road. Damn it! Huarong also noticed Xiao Han at the first moment. He saw a huge doubt in Huarong's eyes. He must be thinking, why is this kid not dead yet? Soon, a murderous intent flashed across Huarong's eyes. However, Huarong hid this murderous intent deeply. He laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Junior brother Xiao Han. I can't believe I met you in this small town. It has been so hard for me to find you. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han also hid his murderous intent. He put down the pork knuckle in his hand, wiped his greasy hands on his clothes, and said with a face full of joy. Senior brother Huarong. Come, sit. Both of them had their own ulterior motives. They looked at each other and laughed. Huarong walked with big strides to Xiao Han's table. Senior brother, please sit, Xiao Han shouted with a smile. Waiter, serve the wine, serve the wine. Huarong sat down on his butt. Junior brother Xiao Han, don't be so polite. You and I are from the same sect. Our friendship is deep and we don't care about the customs. That's right. Xiao Han nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. But in his heart, he thought coldly. Friendship between the same sect? When you pushed me out, why didn't you think about the friendship between the same sect? Forget it, if I don't kill you today, my name is not Xiao Han. After refining the demon god's palm, Xiao Han also had some foundation. He even dared to plot against a half-step true Qi expert. Soon, the two of them exchanged cups and drank with each other. They were so intimate that they were like long-lost brothers. The people of the Jianghu at the side were speechless. Look, the relationship between the disciples of the big sects is so harmonious and loving. This martial artist with a single blade is very strong. It seems that the nine-tailed sunflower grass will belong to this young man. After 3 rounds of wine, Huarong said with a smile. Junior brother Xiao Han, I heard that a supreme-grade organs refinement spirit herb appeared in Crouching Bull Town, the nine-tailed sunflower grass. Junior brother, are you refining your organs? With this spirit herb, your organs refinement realm will be perfected. When you return to the sect, you can directly refine your marrow. Yes, junior brother. Don't worry. Since I'm here, I will definitely help you get the spirit herb. Let's go, junior brother. Let's find a place to discuss how to get the spirit herb from the hands of the heroes. As he spoke, the muscles at the corner of Huarong's eyes kept twitching. It was obvious that his heart was filled with killing intent and was about to explode. Xiao Han also stood up and used his hand to wipe the oil stains at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were extremely innocent. That's great. With senior brother helping us, do we have to worry about not being able to get the spirit herb? Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. Let's go, junior brother. Let's find a place with no one and take our time to discuss. Huarong also stood up. P.S. Late night update, seeking recommendation votes. Chapter 30. This Crouching Bull Town was surrounded by mountains on all sides and was a beautiful place. Huarong said as he led Xiao Han out of the town. Junior brother Xiao Han, please follow me. At this moment, there was no smile on Huarong's face. His eyes turned cold and his killing intent was no longer concealed. From his tone, it was as if he was in control of Xiao Han's life and death and would not allow him to disobey. The domineering saber force enveloped Xiao Han, causing him to feel pain. If Xiao Han did not obediently follow Huarong out of the town, he would immediately be killed by Huarong's saber force. However, looks like this bastard is going to make his move. Very, very good. If he does not come to kill me, I will kill him. However, he is a half-step true chi expert and a genius. His physical strength must be more than 100 cauldrons and his saber skills are godly. I am definitely not his match in a head-on confrontation. I must think of a foolproof plan. With the demon god's palm, it is not impossible for me to kill him. Xiao Han's heart was also filled with killing intent. Before long, Huarong brought Xiao Han to the foot of a small mountain outside the town that was rarely visited by people. Birds were singing, flowers were fragrant, and water was gurgling. It was a beautiful place with beautiful scenery. All right, junior brother Xiao Han, we are here. Huarong stood in front of Xiao Han with his hands behind his back. He did not draw his saber and only looked at Xiao Han with cold eyes. In his eyes, saber chi was brewing as if he could strike at any moment. However, the saber force was ethereal and unpredictable, making it impossible to catch the slightest trace. This was Xiao Han's first time facing a half-step true chi expert as an opponent. Such a strong pressure. This pressure is not something that Wu Yan, Ling Husong, Yang Lei or even Ling Feiyu can compare with. Xiao Han's mind was completely tensed up. His left hand trembled slightly. There was nervousness and suffocation in his heart, but there was also some excitement. The potential in his body was being stimulated bit by bit. Xiao Han knew that the current situation was what martial artists often talked about, lingering on the edge of life and death. After experiencing this kind of battle, being able to survive and even win against a stronger opponent would have a huge effect on the training of one's mind. One's entire body would undergo a drastic transformation. This was no small matter. Xiao Han slowly adjusted his breathing. All kinds of countermeasures were brewing in his mind like a spark. However, on the surface, Xiao Han still maintained a naive and innocent look as he said with a smile. Senior brother Huarong, it's great to meet you in Crouching Bull Town. I'm determined to get that nine-tailed sunflower herb. But there are too many people fighting for it, so I need senior brother Huarong's help. A trace of mockery and ridicule flashed past Huarong's eyes. He waved his hand, signaling Xiao Han not to speak. Junior brother Xiao Han, let me ask you something. That demonic general summoned the demonic emperor's palm, and his life and death are in danger. I risked my life and luckily escaped. Junior brother Xiao Han, how did you escape? After saying that, Huarong flipped his left hand, and the demon-revealing mirror appeared in his hand. He waved it at Xiao Han, and the surface of the mirror was as calm as an ancient well. Senior martial brother Huarong, I am not a demon. Xiao Han hurriedly said. This little brother doesn't know what happened either. That demon general wanted to consecrate the demon Thearcha's palm. When it took out the demon Thearcha's palm, beams of demonic light shot out. One of them shot into this little brother's body. This little brother's eyes turned black as he fainted. When this little brother faintly woke up, that demon general and the other outer sect disciples were nowhere to be seen. This little brother was scared to death. I quickly left Willow Town. Xiao Han tried his best to disguise the palpitations of surviving a disaster, but his eyes were full of fear. Is that so? Hua Rong pondered for a moment, and his eyes slightly narrowed as he said softly, Junior Martial Brother Xiao Han, when we return to the sect this time, you will definitely complain to the higher-ups about this brother's wrongdoings. You will tell them that I betrayed my fellow disciples, used you as a shield, and escaped by myself, right? After saying that, Hua Rong opened his eyes. In an instant, a murderous aura filled the air, and the muscles at the corner of his eyes kept twitching. Hua! Senior Martial Brother Hua Rong. You, what do you want to do? Xiao Han's face turned pale as he stepped back step by step. I won't say anything. I swear, I will definitely keep my mouth shut. This matter will rot in my stomach. All right, Xiao Han. Don't expect me to let you go. You must die. I believe in a principle. In this world, only one kind of person can keep a secret forever, and that is the dead. Hua Rong flicked his fingernails. Xiao Han, the scenery here is not bad. You should be able to smile in the underworld even if you are buried here. Don't worry, I have always acted quickly. I won't let you feel the pain before death. This is also my favor to you. No. Senior Martial Brother Hua Rong, you can't kill me. Xiao Han almost cried. The next moment. Boom! Hua Rong's right hand slashed in the air, and a knife hand slashed out. The power of the knife was swift and fierce. The sound of wind and thunder surged together, rolling and boiling, and thousands of horses galloped toward Xiao Han. Wherever the knife light passed, the grass bent, and the sand and stones were thrown into disorder. Pooh! This knife light hit Xiao Han's chest, and Xiao Han was pushed back more than 10 steps, and then fiercely smashed onto the ground. Xiao Han spat out a mouthful of blood and lay on the ground motionlessly. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. For a martial artist like Xiao Han who had just started refining his organs, Hua Rong could easily kill him with just a thought. He didn't even need to draw his knife. And at this moment Xiao Han. Pain! This daddy is going to die. Xiao Han gritted his teeth in pain and cursed in his heart. However, he didn't die. In fact, the knife chi that burst out from Hua Rong's knife hand was only about 10 cauldrons of strength. Hua Rong didn't cultivate true chi, so the knife chi that came out from the air was only a fraction of the strength of his physical body. If he drew his knife and slashed out knife chi, it would have the strength of dozens of cauldrons. However, the knife chi that came out from his knife hand was only 10 cauldrons of strength. But what was amazing was that this 10 cauldrons of strength, when blasted out in the form of knife chi, was strangely fast and incomparably sharp. It could cut through giant trees, cut through flowing water, and tear apart flesh. Xiao Han's clothes had already been cut open by this knife strike. The sharp knife chi originally wanted to break through Xiao Han's muscles and flesh with irresistible force, and cut open his stomach. However, Xiao Han's bone refinement was better than most martial artists. His physical body was tyrannical, and with the indestructible golden body circulating in his body, Hua Rong's knife hand only left an inch-deep wound on the surface of Xiao Han's skin. However, when the knife chi entered Xiao Han's body and cut his meridians and internal organs, Xiao Han was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Fortunately, the indestructible golden body produced a warm current that wrapped around the knife chi that entered his body and quickly nourished Xiao Han. This knife chi that entered my body was dissolved by the indestructible golden body. The indestructible golden body absorbed a portion of the knife chi that entered my body and instead produced a warm current that helped me refine the remaining medicinal power of the profound origin internal cleansing pill in my internal organs. Xiao Han's heart moved. Your physical body is quite tyrannical. My knife chi actually didn't cut your body in half. Not bad, not bad. However, when the knife chi entered your body, you were unable to dissolve it. At this moment, your meridians must have been broken and your internal organs must have become slag, right? Hua Rong laughed sinisterly and walked towards Xiao Han step by step. He was confident that this knife qi would definitely kill Xiao Han. As a matter of fact, ordinary bone refining realm and viscera refining realm experts would definitely die under this knife qi. Xiao Han buried his head deep into the ground. His heart was already stretched taut and his spirit was like a bowstring that was pulled to its limit. 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps. Nah. Suddenly, Xiao Han, who should have been dead, actually jumped up like a wild beast. With a ferocious look in his eyes, he suddenly punched with his right fist. Sovereign Descent. Xiao Han's punch contained the great power of the emperor. A virtual image of the emperor king broke through the sky and looked down on the common people. A huge imposing aura instantly enveloped Hua Rong. Hua Rong had never thought that not only did Xiao Han not die, but he was also able to explode with such a ferocious battle strength. His heart surged with a bad premonition that his life and death were in someone else's hands. Moreover, under the imposing aura of this punch, Hua Rong's knife qi appeared to be dispirited for a moment. Damn it! Hua Rong's figure retreated and his right hand directly touched his shoulder, preparing to pull out the single knife on his back. He laughed sinisterly. Xiao Han, you really have some tricks up your sleeve. However, the difference in strength between us is too big. To be able to force me to pull out my knife, you can die in peace. However, at this moment, Xiao Han's left arm flashed with a demonic light. In an instant, sand and stones were sent flying and demonic qi soared to the sky. Xiao Han's left hand directly transformed into a demon emperor's palm. Bang! 100 cauldrons of strength was brazenly crushed out. Caught off guard, it directly hit Hua Rong's chest. In an instant, Hua Rong's entire chest caved in. His sternum was crushed into powder, his heart meridians were broken, and his heart was smashed into several pieces. Pooh! Hua Rong violently vomited blood towards the sky. His whole body was like a sandbag that was sent flying dozens of steps away. He fell to the ground and twitched continuously. His right hand was holding the knife hilt, but he no longer had the strength to pull out the knife. Hee. At this moment, Xiao Han vomited a small mouthful of blood. He looked at the place where Hua Rong's knife had slashed him. His clothes were torn and there was a ghastly scar on his chest. It was dripping with blood and his flesh was exposed. I was almost pierced by that knife. However, I made the right bet. Xiao Han grinned hideously as he walked towards Hua Rong. Yes, Xiao Han was gambling from the beginning. Xiao Han knew that Hua Rong's cultivation was high, his strength was strong, and his knife skills were extremely heaven-defying. If he were to fight with Hua Rong head-on, there was only death for him. Not to mention anything else, Hua Rong's continuous knife qi attacks from a distance would also grind Xiao Han to death. To kill Hua Rong, he had to take a risk. A life for a life. Only then would he have a chance to turn the tables. As for Xiao Han's wager, 1 was the miraculous indestructible golden body. 2 was that when Hua Rong killed Xiao Han, he actually did not pull out his knife. He had underestimated Xiao Han too much. If Hua Rong had immediately pulled out his knife and slashed at him, Xiao Han would absolutely not dare to gamble. Senior brother Hua Rong, you are really powerful. Even if I had a great fortuitous encounter, my current limit is only to withstand one of your knife hand attacks. I am also heavily injured now. If you had used your knife from the beginning, the one who would have died would definitely be me. Your knife skills are too powerful. I admit that I am not a match for you. The demon, the arch palm on Xiao Han's left hand, emitted surging demon qi and was overflowing with ruthlessness. The 1-meter-long demon, the arch palm, scraped the ground and cut it open like tofu. However, the winner takes all. No matter how powerful you are going to be killed by me now. Demon race's method. Xiao Han, you actually used the method of the demon race. You are insane. You have already entered the demon Dao and will be despised by the whole world. Everyone has the right to kill you. Hua Rong's body kept convulsing as his life force was draining away crazily. His heart had already been shattered and there was absolutely no way for him to survive. Demon race's method? I don't care about these. It's fine as long as I can kill people. I am nothing much. Since you want to kill me, I will eliminate your entire family first. Xiao Han walked to the front of Hua Rong and looked down at the dying Hua Rong on the ground as if he was looking at an ant. Senior brother Huarong, let me send you off. Xiao Han said indifferently. Between life and death, Huarong was filled with fear and despair that he had never felt before in his life. Xiao Han, no, don't kill me. I am an inner sect disciple. If you kill me, you will not have a good ending either. Don't make a mistake. Heh. Xiao Han laughed softly. Senior brother Huarong, you are about to die. Why are you still talking nonsense? No. I, Huarong, am not resigned to this. I, Huarong, have been nourishing my body since I was 5, exploding my bones at the age of 7, refining my organs at the age of 9, refining my marrows at the age of 13 and changing my blood at the age of 17. Now I, Huarong, have half a step of true qi and have comprehended the power of the Tao of Knife. I am destined to be a great figure in the future. Why am I going to die in the hands of an outer sect disciple? I, Huarong, am not resigned to this. Bang! Xiao Han's left demon the arch palm blasted out. As if the sky was collapsing, Huarong's body was directly smashed into pieces and scattered in all directions. At this moment, Xiao Han saw an ancient ring on Huarong's right index finger that was blasted out. Under the reflection of the sunlight, there were occasional glimmers of treasure light. Chapter 31. A martial artist at the beginning of the Viscera refinement realm killed a peak of the blood transformation realm, a great expert half a step into true energy. It was unbelievable. The weak defeated the strong. This greatly sharpened Xiao Han's spirit and planted a seed of confidence in his mind. His willpower improved by leaps and bounds and could no longer be erased. After killing Huarong, Xiao Han noticed that on Huarong's right index finger, there was an ancient ring. Xiao Han walked over and bent down to take the ring off. This ring was made of an ancient design, neither gold nor jade. He didn't know what material it was made of. Occasionally, there would be a flash of light and it emitted an obscure and mysterious aura. I remember now. When I entered Lu Town, the demon general disguised as the mayor bribed Huarong with a few boxes filled with gold, silver, jewelry, ginseng, and Chinese knotweed. At that time, Huarong just wiped the ring and kept the boxes. Xiao Han's mind flashed. This thing, could it be the legendary storage ring? Xiao Han had heard Ah Cho mention before that some treasures had their own space inside and could be used to store things. They were usually made into jewelry such as rings and earrings to be worn everywhere. Moreover, before Xiao Han transmigrated, he had read many cultivation novels. The frequency of storage rings appearing in these novels was very high. Therefore, after Xiao Han obtained this ring, he wasn't completely muddle-headed. All treasures had to be recognized by blood. Xiao Han's heart palpitated. Without hesitation, he lightly bit his finger and dripped a drop of hot blood onto the ring. After a few breaths, pooh, a crisp sound came from the inside of the ring, as if some shackles had been broken. Immediately after, a ray of light shot into Xiao Han's brain, causing Xiao Han to instantly have a feeling of flesh and blood connecting with the ring. It was hard to separate. Done! This thing has changed owners. It's mine. Xiao Han was elated. But he didn't immediately check what was stored in the ring. Xiao Han activated the demon god palm and dug a deep pit on the ground. He piled Huarong's scattered body parts into the pit and buried them with soil. After doing all this, Xiao Han slipped into the dense forest in front of him. He scuttled up a thick canopy of an old crooked tree and sat cross-legged on a thick branch. Xiao Han focused his mind and immediately saw a space about 5 feet square inside the ring. There were 3 boxes, 3 blades, and some miscellaneous items inside. Of the 3 chests, 2 were filled with gold, silver, jewels, jadeite and jade, while the last one was filled with ginseng, knotweed, and other nourishing medicinal herbs. It was what Huarong plundered from Willow Town. The 3 sabers were just ordinary steel sabers with a thick back and thin edges. They were bright and sharp. There was also a saber manual, Thunderclap Extermination Saber. This was the saber technique that Huarong mainly cultivated. When he cultivated it to the advanced stage, he would comprehend the force of the saber, and he would be able to kill from a distance. Saber chi would move about freely and destroy the 9 continents, and it was even to the extent that every single saber strike carried the sound of a storm and tide. It could be considered a superior saber technique. Xiao Han also found a pile of true martial coins in his storage ring. He counted them and found that there were only 3,000 of them. Other than that, there was nothing else. That's all you've got. How shabby. Xiao Han shook his head. It seems that martial artists are really poor. Especially martial artists with high cultivation base. Most of their wealth is used to buy medicinal pellets, secret manuals, and even weapons. But speaking of which, Xiao Han was not completely without gains. At least he got a saber manual that he could ponder over and cultivate. 3,000 true martial coins could make do with buying some medicinal pellets. Moreover, this storage ring itself was a great treasure. It was almost indispensable in Jianghu. After hiding the storage ring on his body, Xiao Han looked at his nose and his nose at his heart like an old monk in meditation. At this moment, the heat in Xiao Han's body was washing away the medicinal power of the profound internal cleansing pill in his organs. After the invincible golden body absorbed a portion of the saber energy that entered his body, it transformed into a warm current that helped Xiao Han refine the remaining medicinal power in his body. According to the normal speed, Xiao Han would need at least 3 days to completely refine the medicinal power in his body, and then reach the initial success stage of the organ's refinement realm. However, with the help of the invincible golden body and the saber energy, the remaining medicinal power in his body continuously dissolved and seeped into Xiao Han's organs. Xiao Han silently used the special breathing method of the organ's refinement realm and swallowed the medicinal power of the profound internal cleansing pill. Goo goo, goo goo, goo goo. As Xiao Han's organs squirmed, they emitted a muffled sound like thunder. His heartbeat also slowed down and was faintly discernible. However, the squirming was very strong. Every time it moved, the sound of an iron hammer striking could be heard. His entire body was full of vitality and his strength was constantly growing. Rising steadily. 4 hours later. Success. The medicinal strength of the profound essence visceral cleansing pill has already been completely refined by me until not a drop is left out. I have reached the initial success stage of the organ's refinement realm. Xiao Han opened his eyes and a sharp light flashed in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, Xiao Han's organs were as hard as rocks. His inner qi was abundant and his breathing was continuous and deep. Just a slight exhale would faintly have the momentum of a raging wave sweeping across the shore. The organ's refinement realm was extremely good. Extremely strong. Moreover, the increase in strength was not just a little bit. Xiao Han lightly clenched his fist and the air exploded. He was extremely shocked. My fleshly body's strength actually reached 17 cauldrons. Almost doubled. This was simply inconceivable. It must be known that a normal physical body realm martial artist would have at least 5 cauldrons of strength after reaching the initial success stage of the organ's refinement realm. A middle stage martial artist would have at least 10 cauldrons of strength. A peak stage martial artist would have at least 20 cauldrons of strength. However, Xiao Han was only at the initial success stage of the organ's refinement realm and he already had 17 cauldrons of strength. It even far exceeded the basic strength of a normal middle stage organ's refinement realm martial artist. Xiao Han frowned and pondered for a long time before he finally understood. So it is because I have refined my bones extremely well. I have laid a solid foundation for the organ's refinement realm. A solid foundation. A normal bone refinement realm martial artist would have 3 cauldrons of strength when their bones explode 100 times. After entering the organ's refinement realm, once they reach the initial success stage, their strength would more or less double to 5 cauldrons. However, my bones explode 280 times and my strength would be 9 cauldrons. After reaching the initial success stage, my strength would be the same as other martial artists and my strength would more or less double to 17 cauldrons. Then when I reach the middle stage of the organ's refinement realm, my strength will reach 34 cauldrons. When I reach the peak of the organ's refinement realm, my strength will reach 68 cauldrons. When I reach the peak of the organ's refinement realm, my strength will naturally rise. The more solid his foundation was, the higher his cultivation would rise in the future. Great. I must reach the peak of the organ's refinement realm as soon as possible. The birth of the 9-tailed sunflower is a great opportunity for me, Xiao Han, to rise up in a short period of time. Xiao Han's eyes were completely burning with passion. However, at this moment, poof, 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 poof. Xiao Han's heart was burning with passion. His heart shot out colorful rays of light, endless divine brilliance, runes, heavenly flowers, and various strange phenomena. A large number of cocoons of light shot out. First, it was the 100 cocoons of light that represented the indestructible golden body. The 100 cocoons of light were neatly arranged in 10 rows. Each row had 10 cocoons of light. The 10 cocoons of light at the bottom row had already exploded and turned into 10 pictures that Xiao Han had cultivated thoroughly. At this moment, poof, 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 poof. The 10 cocoons of light in the second last row suddenly exploded without holding back. They turned into another 10 pictures and 10 movements. What? My cultivation has increased and the indestructible golden body has 10 more movements? There are a total of 20 movements now? This is a higher level cultivation technique for the indestructible golden body? Xiao Han's heart was burning with excitement. At the same time, the second cocoon of light that represented the Son of Heaven's divine fist also exploded. Son of Heaven's divine fist. Second style. Emperor's robe. The mnemonic and picture of the second style of the Son of Heaven's divine fist were completely revealed. What? The follow-up cultivation technique of the Son of Heaven's divine fist is also out? Xiao Han was completely wrapped in shock and ecstasy. I didn't expect that the increase of my cultivation would bring me such benefits. The 2 cultivation techniques that I obtained from repairing the ancient parchment have been continuously perfected along with the increase of my cultivation and strength. Good, good. I was just worrying about not having a cultivation technique to cultivate. This is really a pillow for my drowsiness. However, Xiao Han did not immediately cultivate the follow-up cultivation techniques of the 2 cultivation techniques. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The sky was getting darker and the curtain of night was closing in. The night had quietly enveloped the land. Not good. The sky is dark and the full moon is about to appear. That 100-year-old 9-tailed sunflower flower is a top-grade viscera refinement spiritual herb. It is about to fully mature. Countless Jianghu people will be fighting for it at that moment. With a thought, all the cocoons of light entered Xiao Han's heart. He immediately jumped down from the treetop. I must not lose myself in cultivation, and miss the opportunity to harvest the 9-tailed sunflower flower. If I'm late, I'm afraid I won't even have a bite of leftovers. With that thought in mind, Xiao Han's legs exerted force and he ran wildly. His body tore through the air and brought up a cloud of dust as he ran towards Crouching Bull Mountain. At that moment, Xiao Han had achieved initial success in the viscera refinement realm. His body was strong and his stamina was long. When he ran, he was as fast as a galloping horse and jumped like a tiger or leopard. When he was running at high speed, he suddenly stopped and suddenly changed directions. His control of his body was getting more and more exquisite. He was really quiet like a virgin and agile like a rabbit. Swift and decisive. After a while, Crouching Bull Mountain was right in front of him. He was about to arrive. P.S. Stay Up Late presents a chapter. Chapter 32. Just as he reached the entrance of the Crouching Bull Mountain, 2 figures suddenly moved. 2 men with long swords in their hands blocked Xiao Han's path. Who's there? The 2 men waved the long swords in their hands and shouted. Xiao Han stopped in his tracks and glanced sideways. Under the starlight, he saw that they were 2 17 to 18-year-old youths. They were dressed in miscellaneous clothes and wielded long swords. Judging from their aura, they should be ordinary lesser mastery viscera refinement realm martial artists. Oh, they're outer sect disciples of Cloud Rain sect? When the 2 youths saw Xiao Han's clothes, they exchanged glances and their eyes were filled with shock and fear. It seemed that disciples of large sects still had a deterrent effect on most of the pugilistic world. Friend, why are you here? One of the youths asked hesitantly. To pluck the 9-tailed sunflower herb. Please let me pass, Xiao Han said calmly. Now that Xiao Han's battle strength had increased tremendously and he had killed Hua Rong, who was half a step into true qi, his every move was filled with confidence and he could not be taken lightly. It also showed some of the demeanor of a sect disciple. All right, please, please. The 2 youths did not dare to offend Xiao Han and stepped aside to make way. Xiao Han nodded slightly and his figure flashed as he dashed inside. He could vaguely hear the conversation between the 2 youths. To think that disciples of large sects who do not lack resources would also covet this nine-tailed sunflower herb. So what? That youth just now is a few years younger than us and he's only in the viscera refinement realm. His cultivation base is low. He's just using the fact that he's from Cloud Rain sect to swindle people. In terms of ability, he might not be able to match up to you and me. That's true. We're brothers and it's easy to talk to each other. However, those ruthless people inside might not give Cloud Rain sect face. It's fine if that youth goes in just to watch the show, but if he dares to snatch the treasure, he might be beaten to death immediately. The fugitives of the pugilistic world are capable of anything. After running for a few breaths of time, the road in front of Xiao Han suddenly opened up. He saw a large grassland in front of him, about 10 acres in size. Behind the grassland was the dark crouching bull mountain, with trees baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. At the entrance of Crouching Bull Mountain, there was indeed a deep pond, about 1 acre in size. When the night wind blew, the water in the pond rippled slightly. Beside the deep pond, there was a crypt, like the mouth of a monster, waiting to devour people. A desolate and savage aura emanated from the cave, as if some extremely dangerous creature was hibernating there. A fishy smell wafted out of the cave, making one feel nauseous. In fact, he could vaguely see 2 lantern-like objects in the cave. They were scarlet red and filled with bloodthirst and brutality. "Oh!" A low roar came from the cave. This roar contained deep rage. However, behind the crypt, on top of a small mound, there was a spirit herb swaying gently. This spirit herb was shaped like a sunflower. It had 9 colorful tails and emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. This fragrance lingered in the night wind, refreshing and intoxicating. Xiao Han was at least 10 meters away from the spirit herb, but he could still smell the fragrance. The pores on his body opened up, and he felt refreshed. 9-tailed sunflower herb. Xiao Han licked his lips. He was tempted. At this moment, there were at least 200 people standing in the grassland. These people had a mixed aura. Some were in the bone refinement realm, some were in the viscera refinement realm, and some were in the marrow refinement realm. There were a few breaths that were faintly discernible. Their temperament was like wood and stone, and Xiao Han could not see their depth. Moreover, these people had different appearances. Some were rough, some were gentle, some were ferocious, some were introverted, some carried weapons, and some were empty-handed. The only similarity was that these people were staring at the 9-tailed sunflower herb. Deep in their eye sockets, there was a deep greed and passion. So many people? Xiao Han frowned slightly. Xiao Han glanced at them. These people were dressed in a variety of clothes. They did not seem to be people from big sections. They were all rogue cultivators who wandered the Jianghu. They were all physical body realm martial artists. There was no true Qi realm martial artist. Of course, why would a true Qi realm martial artist be interested in a viscera refinement spirit herb? At this moment, the 200 people gathered on the grassland noticed Xiao Han. All of them turned to look at him. They immediately displayed a myriad of expressions. Some were shocked, some were fearful, some were murderous, some were disdainful, and some were just watching the show. "Oh, Cloud Rain sect's disciple?" A skinny old man snorted. The aura around him rumbled like a tide. His strength washed above his head and vaguely condensed into a wooden pillar. The wood was simple and mottled. This old man's cultivation was at least at marrow refinement. He might even be in the midst of blood transformation. He rolled his eyes and said to Xiao Han coldly, "Young man, sect disciples never lack resources. Why are you here to stir up trouble? I see that you are only at viscera refinement realm. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to eat this 9-tailed sunflower herb. Hurry up and retreat. Don't make a mistake. Don't think that everyone is afraid of disciples from big sects like you." A middle-aged brawny man who looked like an iron tower stepped out. He was domineering. His face was filled with scars and his eyes were like copper bells. He was aggressive and his strength howled. There seemed to be a sea of blood above his head, emitting a terrifying aura of a mountain of corpses and a sea of bones. When the fight starts later, everyone will fight with their lives on the line. Swords have no eyes. Don't cry if you're hurt. Ha 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 ha. Some of the pugilistic world guests laughed and echoed. There was no lack of desperados in the pugilistic world. Not everyone was afraid of sect disciples. Especially a sect disciple like Xiao Han, who was young and did not have a high cultivation base. He could not suppress the old foxes of the pugilistic world at all. Young man, it's wishful thinking to think that you can get the treasure. Don't think that it's easy to roam the pugilistic world. Without the protection of the sect, you are nothing. Leave as soon as possible. Otherwise there is a possibility of dying. Another middle-aged man in purple robes said boldly. His eyes were sharp. If it was in the past, Xiao Han would definitely be afraid when facing such a large group of pugilistic world guests. But today, Xiao Han's will was extremely tough and inextinguishable. After hearing the threats from these pugilistic world guests, Xiao Han was not afraid at all. Instead, his killing intent was aroused. He said indifferently, "Heavenly treasures, everyone who sees it has a share. When the time comes, we'll have to rely on our own skills." Ha ha ha, a strange laughter rang out, and a short young man looked at Xiao Han from within the crowd. His facial features were wretched, but there was violence and savagery hidden deep within his eyes. A bone-chilling wolf howl burst forth from his body as he repeatedly sized up Xiao Han, and then said in a low voice, "Every disciple of the pugilistic world is overflowing with wealth. I wonder if this kid has any treasures on him. Hee hee." In other words, he was coveting Xiao Han's belongings and had the intention to kill him and rob him. Mountain Wolf. It's Mountain Wolf. He's a famous solitary bandit in the pugilistic world. It's said that he once robbed a few cities and killed disciples of the pugilistic world. His crimes are too numerous to be recorded. He's a vicious person who has committed countless crimes. A young pugilistic world guest in white said, "Hee hee, you dare to say my name? You're dead." The short young man laughed and looked at the young man in white. In the next moment, swish, Mountain Wolf's figure flashed. In a breath's time, he appeared in front of the young man in white. He stretched out his right hand and his strength tore through the air. Moreover, the strength formed into a sharp wolf claw. It flickered with a dim light and grabbed. Piff-F-F. The young man in white let out a miserable howl. His footsteps swayed as if he was drunk. His right hand tightly covered his heart. Blood spurted out recklessly and dyed his white robe red. He said in a daze, You. Hee hee, Mountain Wolf took a step back and opened his right hand. Under the starlight, a bloody thing appeared in his palm. It was the size of a fist and seemed to be beating gently. It was actually a heart. You are so ruthless. The young man in white fell to the ground. His body twitched a few times and died. The scene in front of them was actually the Mountain Wolf's killing move. In a single move, the young man in white's heart was plucked out while he was still alive. The young man in white had only said the name of Mountain Wolf and was already killed. Mountain Wolf's nature was cruel and temperamental. He would pluck out the hearts of people at every turn. He vividly displayed his identity as a fugitive of the Jianghu. A large group of Jianghu practitioners standing in the surroundings were so frightened that they quickly moved away, afraid that their hearts would be plucked out. Mountain Wolf purposely played with the heart in his hand. He looked at Xiao Han with a smile and said to himself, Sect disciple. Not bad. Not bad. Xiao Han remained calm and thought. I have seen the demon race tearing people apart with my own eyes. I have seen loose demons, demon soldiers, and demon generals. I have also seen the glory of a true Qi realm expert. I have even killed a great expert who is half a step into the true Qi realm. Who do you think you are? Do you think plucking out a heart will scare me? What an idiot. If we fight one-on-one, I can instantly crush you with my demon the Arch Palm. You are not afraid? Mountain Wolf looked at Xiao Han with slight surprise. You better not fall into my hands. Otherwise you will die for sure. Xiao Han smiled indifferently. Right now, Xiao Han finally understood something. When traveling in the Jianghu, one must never show weakness in front of others. Even if one had to hold on, one must hold on. Otherwise, there would always be people who would climb on top of one's head and shit on one's head. Once Xiao Han said this, the surrounding crowd was shocked. Ha ha ha. You sure have a tough mouth. Mountain Wolf's eyes flashed with an ominous glint as he said coldly. You are also dead meat. Once Mountain Wolf said this, Countless Jianghu practitioners looked at Xiao Han with pitiful eyes. At this moment, Mountain Wolf's body slightly swayed as if he was about to make a move. Xiao Han gathered all his strength in his right hand. His left hand was slightly trembling as he stared at Mountain Wolf without blinking. Xiao Han's blood surged with the nervousness and excitement when he killed Hua Rong again. Unexpectedly, at this moment, at the entrance of the foothill, there was a melodious music that attracted everyone's attention. Mountain Wolf fiercely glared at Xiao Han and immediately looked towards the direction of the music. Amidst the sound of light footsteps, four graceful and beautiful girls walked over. All of them were young and beautiful with a curvaceous body. One of them was holding a huqin, one was holding a zither, one was holding a flute, and the last one was holding a long sword that was embedded with precious stones. Behind the four young ladies, there was an elegant young man. This young man was around 18 or 19 years old. He was wearing a long golden robe, a jade crown on his head, and a silk belt around his waist. His face was like powder, and he was fair and handsome. There was an indescribable nobility and grace in his temperament. The aura around his body was obscure, and there was sword chi surging through his pores. There was a feeling of his body becoming one with the sword, and the sword becoming one with the Tao. The sword produced zither sounds, and the pearls splashed on the jade plate. There was a kind of arrogance in his bones. The four young ladies walked onto the lawn. One of them immediately took out a bronze incense burner and lit up the expensive incense. The other took out a piece of cloth and placed it on the grass. Then, she bowed deeply to the young man and said gently, "Your Highness, please take a seat." The young man smiled reservedly and sat cross-legged on the cloth, just like a noble sitting in a golden throne room. Immediately, the young ladies played the huqin and flute, trying their best to please and serve the young man. This young man's imposing manner was eye-catching. "Oh, this guy has an extraordinary bearing. I wonder where he came from." Xiao Han looked at the young man slightly. "It's the genius of Mingjian Villa, Shangguan Yi." A martial artist cried out. This Shangguan Yi is one of the few geniuses in the outer sect of Mingjian Villa. His sword skills are unparalleled. It is said that he has reached the blood transformation realm and is qualified to enter the inner sect. He is valued and nurtured by the sect. Another identity is that he is a member of the royal family of a small country in the southern region. Therefore, Shangguan Yi is also known as the third prince in the outer sect of Mingjian Villa. Mingjian Villa was one of the top 5 sects in Beacon Fire Empire. Their reputation was even greater than Cloud Rain sect. Third prince. You are a genius of Mingjian Villa and your reputation is rising. You. Do you also want this 9-tailed sunflower flower? It is said that you have already started to change your blood. This 9-tailed sunflower grass is completely useless to an expert of your level. The purple-robed middle-aged man who had previously threatened Xiao Han looked at Shangguan Yi with an extremely awkward expression. Heh. This crown prince was passing by Crouching Bull Town and heard that there was a heaven and earth treasure, so I came to take a look. Shangguan Yi smiled elegantly. Coincidentally, one of this crown prince's concubines is currently refining their organs. If I can get this 9-tailed sunflower flower, it will save me a few years of hard work. What? The genius of Mingjian Villa also wants to get involved? A large number of martial artists' expressions suddenly changed. Humph. Heaven and earth treasures belong to those who are capable. So what if you are from Mingjian Villa? Qi Shan's wolf harumphed coldly. It is still unknown who will win. The skinny old man who had transformed into a wooden stake said with a gloomy expression. That's right. Heaven and earth treasures belong to those who are capable. Shangguan Yi smiled coolly. Those who are capable should be in charge. That's really well said. The young girl who played the huqin giggled. Capable? My crown prince is a capable man. A bunch of motley crew are not even fit to carry my crown prince's shoes. Shuang don't be so direct. Although what you said is the truth. Shangguan Yi smiled proudly. This person's words showed that he did not put this group of martial artists in his eyes at all. One man and one sword. He was extremely arrogant. At this moment, a thought suddenly popped up in Xiao Han's mind. This guy calls himself the Crown Prince, and I cultivate the Son of Heaven's divine fist. The Crown Prince is the son of Heaven. Ha ha ha. Thinking about this, Xiao Han suddenly burst into laughter. Shangguan Yi turned his eyes and looked at Xiao Han. He saw that Xiao Han's clothes were torn and there was a saber wound on his chest. His left sleeve was already torn. Although he was wearing the attire of an outer sect disciple of Cloud Rain sect, his cultivation was only at the organ's refinement realm. It was extremely low. Shangguan Yi smiled coldly. The way he looked at Xiao Han was like an emperor looking down at an ant. Friend from Cloud Rain sect, what are you laughing at? Do you think that my words are very funny? No. I just suddenly thought of a story between a son and a father, so I couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Han was still smiling non-stop. Shangguan Yi harumphed coldly and waved his hand in disdain. Organ's refinement realm? Hurry up and leave. Don't embarrass yourself and ruin Cloud Rain sect's reputation. Bull**T. Xiao Han's expression did not change as he laughed softly. At this moment, Xiao Han had a fortuitous encounter. He refined the demon god's palm and cultivated the son of heaven's divine fist. The aura around him was even more dignified and inviolable. This crown prince was merely the crown prince of a small country. How dare he put on airs time and time again? Xiao Han could not take it anymore and scolded. The entire place was silent. What did you just say? Shangguan Yi stood up immediately. His face was red and he could not believe his ears. What did you just say? Say it again. I say. Are you deaf or something? Xiao Han grinned, baring his teeth. Xiao Han was determined to get that nine-tailed sunflower herb, and this Shangguan Yi obviously wanted it too. Both parties would definitely fall out and fight over the nine-tailed sunflower herb. Since they were going to offend him sooner or later, what difference would it make if they offended him earlier or later? Friends of the pugilistic world. His Highness the Crown Prince suddenly intervened in the nine-tailed sunflower herb. It's really not good. Why don't we join forces and get rid of him first? Once and for all. Without such a formidable opponent, wouldn't it be easier for everyone to fight for the nine-tailed sunflower herb? Xiao Han smiled evilly. The moment he said those provocative words, villains like the wolves of Mount Qi immediately became restless and overflowed with killing intent. Chapter 33. You're dead. Brat. You're really dead. Even Cloud Rain sect can't protect you. Shangguan Yi's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Sword Qi shot up into the sky above his head. The sword roared like a dragon and the murderous aura around him rose steadily. Formless sword Qi continuously cut the air in all directions, emitting a fragmented Qi sound. Shangguan Yi even ignored Xiao Han's provocation and sneered at those restless Jianghu martial artists. Whoever dares to come forward will be killed by this crown prince without mercy. Your Highness, kill him. The young lady with the treasure sword handed the sword over with the hilt facing Shangguan Yi. In fact, most of the martial practitioners present did not dare to make a move against Shangguan Yi. For the fugitives like Wolf of Mount Qi, the vicious thoughts in their hearts were extinguished in a flash. If they really wanted to fight Shangguan Yi to the death, they would have to eat a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Shangguan Yi was also a disciple of a great sect. A blood transformation realm talent like Xiao Han, who was at the viscera refinement realm, could not be compared to him. He was not easy to kill, and if he was not killed, there would be endless troubles in the future. At this very moment, various thoughts were flashing through Xiao Han's mind. In terms of combat strength, Xiao Han's own realm and strength were far inferior to Shangguan Yi and even some of the martial practitioners present. In terms of martial skills, Xiao Han only had one trump card: Sovereign's Descent. He did not know any other martial skills. Only by using the demon god's palm would he have the ability to resist. However, the demon god's palm was something that could not see the light of day and was suitable for sneak attacks. Moreover, once the demon god's palm was released, no one must be left alive. Those who saw the demon god's palm must all die. Including Shangguan Yi, there were more than 200 of them. Xiao Han had no confidence that he could wipe them all out and kill all of them. If any one of them escaped, Xiao Han would no longer have a place to stand in Beacon Fire Empire or even the entire southern region. Objectively speaking, Shangguan Yi's combat strength was indeed slightly inferior to Hua Rong's. However, Xiao Han killed Hua Rong by pretending to be weak and launching a sneak attack when the enemy was unprepared. Xiao Han was still no match for Shangguan Yi in a head-on battle. He had to use the same move he had used against Hua Rong. Damn it, if I had some time to properly cultivate the indestructible golden body and the Son of Heaven's divine fist, I might be able to contend with this group of people. Xiao Han cursed in his heart. However, if his provocation failed and Shangguan Yi really wanted to attack immediately, Xiao Han would have no choice but to use the demon Thearka's palm to kill in order to save his life. I'll kill you like a pig or a dog. Shangguan Yi grinned hideously at Xiao Han. Suddenly, a white-bearded Jianghu man spoke to another Jianghu man beside him in an extremely low voice. I heard that this Shangguan Yi once sparred with an outer sect genius with the surname Shui from the Cloud Rain sect and lost by one move. Therefore, he hated the disciples of Cloud Rain sect to the core. This time, this outer sect disciple from the Organs Refinement sect only offended him verbally, but Shangguan Yi actually used it as an excuse and wanted to kill. Before he finished speaking, Shangguan Yi put his right index and middle fingers together and made a sword gesture. With a wave of his hand, a ray of sword light flashed across the air with a strong metal-aged qi. The white-bearded Jianghu man's head flew off and blood spurted out from his neck. The surrounding Jianghu men quickly retreated upon seeing the situation. However, at this moment, a bright full moon had already climbed to the peak of Crouching Bull Mountain silently. It was like a celestial being. Bright light poured down like spring water, illuminating the grassland at the foot of the mountain as if it was daytime. A wisp of moon essence shot right at the small mound beside the deep pool, behind the crypt. That nine-tailed sunflower flower absorbed the moon essence. In an instant, its petals bloomed and the medicinal fragrance climbed to the richest and most enchanting peak. The nine-tailed sunflower flower has bloomed. The medicinal effect is at its best. A few Jianghu men immediately screamed, "Snatch the herb! Quick, do it!" More than 200 Jianghu martial artists swarmed like a tide. Their figures shot out like an arrow piercing through the clouds, rushing towards the mound. "Get lost! All of you get lost!" The qi in Mountain Wolf's hands turned into two wolf claws. After images flashed as he clawed at them. Poof! 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 The Jianghu men in front of him had their hearts and livers dug out. Blood gushed out and they fell to the ground dead. The nine-tailed sunflower flower is mine. The scrawny old man whose qi had transformed into a wooden stake hugged his arms. He lifted the wooden stake and hammered it repeatedly, sweeping across the area. Those who stood in his way were defeated. Wooden dragon stake. Those who stand in my way shall die. Kid, I'll spare your worthless life for now. I'll take it later. Shangguan Yi did not dare to be negligent. He threatened Xiao Han coldly and then flew towards the mound. He made a sword gesture with his index and middle fingers. Sword qi surged and was unstoppable. It swept through a group of Jianghu men like he was cutting melons and vegetables. The scene was a mess. In an instant, many Jianghu men died and the smell of blood filled the air. However, Xiao Han did not act rashly. Xiao Han stared at the cave and his lips curled into a cold smile. Just as the Jianghu cultivators were charging towards the mound with no regard for their own safety, a ferocious beast roar suddenly burst out from the cave in front of the mound. The next moment, howl! A beast with a bull's head, 4 hooves and a snake's body scuttled out of the cave. It was enraged and opened its mouth to bite. The beast's bull's head was the size of a water tank. Its eyes were like lanterns and it had a bloody mouth. Its hooves were split into 5 claws. Its snake's body was more than 6 meters long. Its tail swept across the ground, stirring up sand and stones and plowing out gullies. It had been guarding this 9-tailed sunflower for decades. Who would have thought that the moment the spiritual herb matured, there would be a large number of humans trying to snatch it? Since it had already gained intelligence, it naturally would not give up so easily. Ah! The beast bit the Jianghu man who was at the front. With a crack, it bit him into 2. Bang! Then, the beast's snake tail lashed out violently, causing the air to explode. With an earth-shattering momentum, it swept away thousands of soldiers and instantly turned several Jianghu men into minced meat. Kill the beast first. Then pick the spirit grass. The Jianghu men stopped and surrounded the beast. For a moment, All kinds of palm winds, saber lights, sword auras, and leg shadows were thrown at the beast. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Shangguan Yi was the most ferocious. He waved the sword with both hands freely. The sword auras were like rainbows, targeting the weakest parts of the beast's body to kill. Pieces of scales were slashed and flew all over the sky. The beast was in pain and roared. Its ferocity was completely aroused. It soared into the sky and pounced on anyone it saw. Its claws, teeth, and tail were all used. For a moment, the humans and the beast were in a chaotic battle. Now! Xiao Han seized the opportunity. The blood vessels in his body surged. With the help of divine power, he rushed out. Xiao Han found a gap. He wanted to bypass the fierce battle between the humans and the beast and rush to the mound to pick the spirit grass. Stop! Little bastard, you want to take advantage of this? Dang! Preposterous! Preposterous! In an instant, dozens of Jianghu men withdrew from the fierce battle. Some rushed to surround and kill Xiao Han. Some had the same idea as Xiao Han. They wanted to bypass the mound and get the spirit grass. This included the stronger wolf of Mount Qi and Shangguan Yi. They all pounced at Xiao Han with murderous intent. At this moment, bang! A loud sound exploded from within Xiao Han's body. This loud sound was like the wrath of the heavens. It was as if dozens of tons of explosives had been detonated. The sound was swift and violent. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. Bone explosion style. 280 sounds exploded into one. Moreover, after Xiao Han's physical strength increased, the power contained in his bones and internal organs gathered at one point and exploded instantly. The sound was more than twice as violent as before. This sudden explosion caused the movements of the Jianghu men in all directions to freeze. The Jianghu men with low cultivation were even thrown out. Some were dizzy and felt like vomiting. Even the ferocious beast paused for half a breath. In the nick of time, Xiao Han had already leaped over the cave and rushed to the front of the mound before anyone else. He reached out his hand and plucked the mound. "You can't get it! Go to hell!" Shangguan Yi roared. His right index finger and middle finger formed a sword seal. A sword chi shot out like lightning and hit Xiao Han's back. The back of Xiao Han's clothes exploded into pieces. The sword cut an inch deep into his skin. Fresh blood spurted out. At the same time, Wood Dragon Stake, Wolf Claw of Mount Qi. Two ruthless attacks landed on Xiao Han's back like lightning and the wind. "You're still not dead? You want to steal the nine-tailed sunflower? Dream on!" Shangguan Yi sneered. He thought that Xiao Han was dead for sure after being hit a few times. It was not just Shangguan Yi. Almost all the Jianghu men thought that Xiao Han's body would explode in the next moment. However, Xiao Han took a few hits on his back. Blood spurted from his mouth, but his hands did not stop moving. He instantly plucked the nine-tailed sunflower, rolled on the ground, and dashed into the crouching bull mountain like a ghost. What? Shangguan Yi and the rest of the Jianghu people were as shocked as statues. In reality, it was impossible for Xiao Han to steal the nine-tailed sunflower from under the noses of hundreds of Jianghu men. However, there was always a chance of survival. Xiao Han used all his skills, calculated meticulously, and used all his trump cards. He grasped the only chance of survival and completed the impossible. If Xiao Han only had the trump card of Bone Explosion, it would still be impossible for him to pluck the nine-tailed sunflower. After all, although Bone Explosion was ferocious, it did not have much negative effect on a Marrow Refinement realm martial artist, let alone a Blood Transformation realm martial artist. Bone Explosion could only buy a moment for Xiao Han. Moreover, Xiao Han knew that this moment was far from enough. The moment he plucked the nine-tailed sunflower, he would definitely be attacked. In that case, the indestructible golden body would completely help Xiao Han complete the second step of plucking the nine-tailed sunflower. In the third step, after Xiao Han succeeded, he sneaked into the crouching bull mountain without hesitation. He did not allow his thoughts to have any hesitation or sluggishness. He did not give the group of Jianghu men any chance to kill him on the spot. Xiao Han planned before he acted. He dared to fight, dared to gamble, and dared to barge in without any hesitation. He was truly brilliant. Damn it! Shangguan Yi was enraged. He almost went berserk. He pulled out a sword from a girl's hand and condensed all the sword chi in his body into one point. The sword gleam was dark like water, and the sword force was unconstrained as it charged towards the beast. Some of the Jianghu men also treated the beast as a target to vent their anger. They attacked it with all their might, sparing no effort. After a few breaths, the beast was beheaded and completely destroyed. Dozens of Jianghu men's corpses were left on the lawn. The bloody aura was overwhelming. However, the hill was empty. The nine-tailed sunflower that everyone fought for with their lives had already been taken by Xiao Han. This was the greatest irony. After a moment of silence, a Jianghu man suddenly said, "Everyone, the nine-tailed sunflower is a top-grade spirit herb for refining organs." That's right. However, after consuming it, it needs to be matched with some supplementary medicine in order to completely refine the medicinal power in a short period of time. Many Jianghu men raised their eyes and looked at the Jianghu man who spoke. Shangguan Yi nodded slightly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yes, that's true. In other words, even if that kid consumed the nine-tailed sunflower immediately, he wouldn't be able to refine much of its medicinal power in a short period of time. He squinted his eyes slightly. His fair and handsome face was filled with ferocity as he said faintly, "If we catch that kid now, we can still get the spirit herb by cutting open his stomach. Let's do it." The mountain chi wolf stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. "Enter the mountain immediately and kill that little bastard. After we catch him, we'll cut open his stomach and take out the spirit herb." Some of the Jianghu men cowered and did not respond. An old man sneered. "Today's matter can no longer be settled peacefully. That kid is a disciple of the Cloud Rain sect after all. If he doesn't die and we set the tiger free, he will take revenge on us sooner or later. It's very easy for the Cloud Rain sect to deal with us rogue cultivators. Therefore, that kid must die." With that said, many of the Jianghu men were ready to make a move and their murderous intent burst out. A gentleman does not stand in front of a collapsing wall. He who strikes first has the upper hand. Let's not talk about the spirit herb first. Let's work together and find that kid and kill him first. We'll get rid of any future troubles. Suddenly, Shangguan Yi chuckled. Interesting. That kid is only at the viscera refinement realm, but he's able to withstand my sword chi and not die. I'm afraid he has cultivated a body tempering technique. Even in our Mingjian villa, a superior body tempering technique is extremely rare. All right. Once we catch that kid, you can do whatever you want to him. If he consumes the nine-tailed sunflower flower, I don't want it anymore. I only want to force him to tell me his body tempering technique. I have no other request." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of Jianghu men entered the Crouching Bull Mountain in a single file. Shangguan Yi strode forward proudly and handed the sword to his subordinate girl. With his hands behind his back, he also entered the Crouching Bull Mountain. The pursuit has begun. P.S. I'm feeling dizzy from staying up late to update. Please recommend me. Chapter 34. He held the blooming nine-tailed sunflower in his hand. At this moment, Xiao Han had forcefully withstood Shangguan Yi's sword chi, as well as the Mount Chi wolf and the skinny old man's attacks. Xiao Han's body was riddled with wounds. His internal organs, meridians, bones, and flesh were all severely damaged. He kept vomiting blood and was on the verge of death. The extent of his injuries this time was no less than when he was punched hundreds of times by Wu Yan in the arena. Xiao Han could fall at any moment. He was relying on his last breath, his will, and his survival instinct to force himself to hold on. The hidden potential in his body was completely stimulated. This was the so-called life and death trial. A line between life and death. It was not an exaggeration to say that if Xiao Han could survive this, his spirit and aura would be greatly improved. Even his temperament would be transformed. This Crouching Bull Mountain was lush with lush vegetation. There were thousands of ravines, colorful waterfalls, flowing springs, and lofty rocks. Xiao Han ran for a full hour before he found a precipitous mountain wall. Demon God's palm, come out! Xiao Han's left arm flashed with demonic light. The wind and clouds surged as the demon god's palm changed. Boom! Xiao Han used all his remaining strength and used the demon god's palm to forcefully carve a cave on the mountain wall. Cough! Xiao Han coughed out a mouthful of blood and rushed into the cave. He used gravel to seal the cave entrance before he fell down completely like a pile of mud. This time was really too dangerous. In order to obtain this 9-tailed sunflower flower, I gave it my all and almost lost my life. Xiao Han's mind was completely blank as he lay on the ice-cold stone ground and gasped for breath. Every time he breathed, he would feel a crushing pain in his body. Hua, hua, hua. The heat produced by the indestructible golden body constantly washed through Xiao Han's body. It provided precious life force for Xiao Han, who was almost exhausted. Just like that, Xiao Han lay quietly for 2 hours like a beast in a cave. Huff! Xiao Han opened his eyes and let out a breath of turbid air. My life is saved. However, any random martial artists can kill me now. My physical strength is almost insufficient for me to activate the demon Thearka's palm. My injuries are too severe, causing the recovery speed of my indestructible golden body to be much slower than before. Xiao Han silently pondered. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Xiao Han's mind. Indestructible golden body? Wait. I have already obtained the follow-up cultivation technique of the indestructible golden body. Why not take this opportunity to study and cultivate? It might even be able to speed up the healing process. As he thought of this, Xiao Han did not have time to think. He silently chanted the indestructible golden body. In the blink of an eye, countless divine talismans and multicolored light shot out of his heart. The 100 light cocoons representing the indestructible golden body were neatly arranged in Xiao Han's field of vision. The first 20 cocoons of light had already exploded, forming 20 pictures. That was 20 moves. Every movement had a red line wandering around. Xiao Han had practiced the first 10 moves thousands of times. Now, he began to practice from the 11th movement. Of course, the current Xiao Han was covered in injuries and his physical strength was exhausted. Naturally, it was impossible for him to stand up and practice. He used his consciousness and body to move freely, concentrating his mental strength to visualize the 11 to 20 moves of the indestructible golden body. The warm current in his body began to follow the red line marked on every picture and slowly flowed through Xiao Han's body, organs and meridians. Gradually, Xiao Han entered a state where he forgot about himself and everything else. He was like an old monk meditating. All the pain in his body no longer mattered. Everything was forgotten. Following Xiao Han's visualization, the warm current in his body continued to grow and expand. Before this, Xiao Han had made great progress in the first 10 moves of the indestructible golden body. It formed a natural circulation of warm current in his body, about the thickness of a wrist. But later on, no matter how much Xiao Han practiced, this warm current as thick as a wrist would not increase. However, when he was practicing the next 10 moves, the warm current in his body began to expand. Time flew. The first ray of dawn shone through the cracks of the gravel and into the cave. It shone on Xiao Han's body, making him feel warm. Hee. I, Xiao Han, am really blessed. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han immediately sat up from the ground. He slightly moved his muscles and bones, making a crackling sound like frying beans. At this moment, the tiredness on Xiao Han's face had disappeared and the sword wound on his back had already formed a scar. Other than his physical strength still being a little weak, Xiao Han's injuries had already recovered by more than half. Boom, boom, boom. Within Xiao Han's body, the warm current flowed like a tide. Last night, Xiao Han had already practiced the next 10 moves of the indestructible golden body to the back of his hand. The warm current in his body expanded from the thickness of a wrist to the thickness of a thigh. It had increased by 1-fold. This abundant warm current was full of vitality. It rolled around Xiao Han's injured body, constantly nourishing and repairing it. It also returned to Xiao Han's internal organs and life force. Xiao Han spat out a mouthful of phlegm. It was a part of the impurities in his internal organs that had been discharged. Good, this is great. While the indestructible golden body is healing my injuries, it has also strengthened my internal organs and bones to a certain extent. Now, the warm current in my body is like a swimming dragon, like the sun and moon shining in the sky. My life force is much more vigorous than before. My self-healing ability has greatly improved. My resistance to attacks has greatly improved. This divine art is truly miraculous. If I can master the next 80 moves, wouldn't I become an unkillable cockroach? Ha! After enduring the most difficult night, Xiao Han's heart was indescribably proud. He looked sideways and saw the 9-tailed sunflower lying flat on the ground. The petals bloomed and a navy green fruit spat out from the pistil. It was the size of a green date and emitted a refreshing medicinal fragrance. This young master has risked his life for this thing. Xiao Han slightly closed his eyes and took a deep breath, letting the medicinal fragrance penetrate deep into his internal organs. Xiao Han's face immediately revealed an expression of enjoyment. Just smelling the medicinal fragrance is so refreshing. It actually has a taste of enlightenment. Once I consume this medicine, what will happen? Ha! No wonder so many martial artists are scrambling to get it. In the end, it will still be this young master who will take the spirit herb for himself. No matter what, I will consume the spirit herb first. Peak of the Viscera Refinement Realm. Ha ha ha! Xiao Han grabbed the 9-tailed sunflower flower and plucked the fragrant navy green fruit and directly stuffed it into his mouth. Crack, crack, crack. As he chewed, the medicinal juice rolled and overflowed with a sweet fragrance. Waves of pure medicinal energy rushed into Xiao Han's throat and filled his internal organs. Not long after, the dark blue fruit was completely eaten by Xiao Han, including the skin and the flesh. His stomach was filled with majestic medicinal energy. Goo-goo, goo-goo, goo-goo. In an instant, his internal organs were nourished. They let out a joyful wriggling sound. However, the medicinal energy of this 9-tailed sunflower flower is indeed unparalleled. It is more than 10 times stronger than the Profound Essence Viscera Cleansing Pill. However, the absorption and refinement process is extremely slow. According to the normal speed, I will need at least half a year to completely refine the medicinal energy. After consuming the 9-tailed sunflower flower, Xiao Han immediately understood that to completely refine the medicinal energy, it was not something that could be done overnight. Xiao Han frowned. He really wanted to reach the peak of the Viscera Refinement Realm immediately, and enter the Marrow Refinement Realm. He could not wait any longer. He was like a groom in the bridal room, intimately rubbing his bride's ears and temples. He was filled with the desire to do that ecstasy and could not wait any longer. It was extremely uncomfortable for Xiao Han to wait for half a year to slowly refine the medicinal energy. It will take so long to refine the medicinal energy. By then it will be too late. Xiao Han was extremely anxious. Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps outside the cave as if someone had stopped outside. Brother Feng, someone has opened up a cave on the mountain wall. It seems like someone is here? A mature young woman's voice could be heard outside the cave. Then, she whispered, Brother Feng, could it be the outer sect disciple of the Cloud Rain sect? Sister Xia, don't spread the news. Let's take a look first. Another deep and steady male voice could be heard. If it's the disciple of the Cloud Rain sect, then we'll just keep quiet and get rich. Once we get the spirit herb, we'll sneak out of Crouching Bull Mountain and everything will be fine. Okay. The young woman's voice was filled with joy. In the cave. Those Jianghu people are relentless and are chasing after me all over the mountain? Xiao Han's tightly knitted brows suddenly relaxed and he grinned. Good. Very good. That's great. A ray of light had already captured Xiao Han's attention. Xiao Han no longer hesitated. He pushed away the gravel at the entrance of the cave and strode out. Under the bright sunlight, a man and a woman stood outside the cave. The man was about 40 years old. He had thick brows and big eyes. He was tall and his breathing was like a mountain. His hands were empty but he was not angry. The woman was in her early 30s. She was dressed like a young woman. She had phoenix eyes and a small mouth. She was pretty and charming. However, she was holding a pair of mandarin duck sabers in her hands and there was a murderous aura between her brows. Aha! Brother Feng, it's that kid from the Cloud Rain sect. I didn't expect him to escape so far with severe injuries. However, we still found him. The young woman was beaming with joy. Kid, hurry up and hand over that 9-tailed sunflower. The young woman shouted at Xiao Han. She waved the sabers in her hands and a cold gleam shot out. Xiao Han patted his stomach and could not help but laugh. You guys are a step too late. I've already consumed the 9-tailed sunflower. Unexpectedly, the young woman giggled like a silver bell. So what if you've consumed it? You can't refine the medicinal effect anyway. I'll cut open your stomach and obtain the spirit herb all the same. Xiao Han's killing intent surged when he heard that. However, he still maintained a harmless smile on his face. The young woman didn't seem to care about Xiao Han at all as she continued to speak. I'm in the middle stage of organs refinement. I've been unable to break through the barrier and reach the peak because I don't have any resources. With this spirit herb, my cultivation will soar and I'll reach the peak of organs refinement. I'll then proceed to marrow refinement. Don't you think so, Brother Foam? The young woman was gleeful and could not help but turn back to look at the middle-aged man. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes shone brightly. His right palm struck out like lightning and hit the young woman's back. The force of his palm shattered the young woman's heart meridian. She flew out over 10 steps like a sandbag and fell to the ground. Brother Foam, you, why do you want to kill me? The young woman kept vomiting blood. Her eyes were filled with disbelief, horror, and hatred. Little sister Xia, I also want to obtain the heavenly treasure. The middle-aged man laughed softly. Besides, my son has also started to refine his organs. There's only one portion of the spirit herb. Why should I share it with you? All right, little sister Xia, go in peace. I'll take care of your sister for you. Ha! At this point, the middle-aged man could no longer hold back the ecstasy in his heart. He actually raised his head and laughed heartily. The young woman vomited a mouthful of blood. I didn't expect. You've always been thinking about my sister. That little bitch. Before she could finish speaking, her head tilted and she died. Say, the rogue cultivators of the Jianghu are indeed cruel and sinister. They're like jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards. Xiao Han shook his head. You actually dared to lay your hands on such a delicate beauty. You are truly deranged. Brat. You're about to die and you still dare to make sarcastic remarks. The middle-aged man grinned as he walked towards Xiao Han. His right palm hung down and a strong wind swept out, causing Xiao Han's sleeves to flutter. Brat. Remember this. The person who killed you is Iron Palm Li Yifeng. Lest you become a confused ghost when you go to the netherworld. Come over and hit me with your palm. Let's see if you can kill me. Xiao Han walked forward. Li Yifeng choked for a moment before the corner of his mouth twitched. I think you've been beaten, silly. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yifeng raised his right palm. His bones and muscles exploded and his organs wriggled like a tide. With all his strength, his palm struck towards Xiao Han's chest. Bang! Xiao Han didn't dodge or evade this palm strike. He allowed it to strike his chest. A tremendous force rushed into Xiao Han's body like a flood. However, when this palm strike that could split a stone landed on Xiao Han's body, Xiao Han didn't even take half a step back. Xiao Han's expression didn't change. With a smile, he gently caressed the part of his palm and said indifferently, It's about 30 cauldrons of strength. Your cultivation should be at the ordinary marrow refining realm. But you can't. Your strength is too weak. Our sect's disciples have at least 50 cauldrons of strength when they reach the marrow refining realm. But you only have 30 cauldrons. It seems that rogue cultivators of the Jianghu are really weak. Xiao Han spoke with fervor and assurance. Instead, he took a step forward and walked towards Li Yifeng. Li Yifeng's eyes widened to the size of cow eggs. He subconsciously took a step back. His heart was filled with shock and fear. How is this possible? This breaking stone palm has a palm force of 30 cauldrons. It can kill a giant elephant. Although the sect's disciples are powerful, this brat is only at the organs refining realm. Why can't I kill him? At this moment, the heat flow in Xiao Han's body doubled. It was as thick as a thigh and surged like a tide. His ability to resist attacks had greatly increased. After being hit by this rogue cultivator's palm strike, Xiao Han only felt a slight pain. But in an instant, the heat flow in his body absorbed the palm force and turned it into a warm current that refined the 9-tailed sunflower's medicinal power that had settled in Xiao Han's organs. However, This rogue cultivator's strength was not enough to quickly disperse the huge medicinal power that had settled in Xiao Han's body. That palm strike just now had only helped Xiao Han refine less than 1% of the medicinal power. Impossible. Li Yifeng's whole body trembled as if he had seen a ghost. He gathered all the strength in his body and clapped his palms together. Palm force gushed out like raging waves sweeping the shore. Bang! Bang! The two palms hit Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han's body took half a step back. And there is progress. Xiao Han slightly bared his teeth. It hurts a little. Damn it, it really hurts a little. However, your strength is still too weak. As soon as his voice fell, Xiao Han's left hand flashed with a demonic light. The demon emperor's palm burst out. The attack that could destroy heaven and earth instantly tore Li Yifeng into pieces. His body exploded in all directions. This strength is still not enough to quickly disperse the medicinal power that has settled in my body. Xiao Han slightly muttered. It seems that those rogue cultivators are chasing me everywhere. They want to cut open my stomach and take out the medicinal power that I have yet to refine. This is a hunting game. Suddenly, Xiao Han's eyes burst out with killing intent. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up. However, who is the hunter and who is the prey? It is still unknown. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 35. However, compared to last night when he was fleeing for his life, he was like a completely different person. After practicing the last 10 movements of the indestructible golden body, Xiao Han's body was as thick as a thigh, constantly flushing his body like the sun and the moon. This made Xiao Han's life force extremely vigorous. He was like a humanoid primordial beast. Moreover, after experiencing a few life and death situations, Xiao Han's spirit and aura had been tempered, becoming sharper by the day. Every word and action was filled with the confidence of an emperor. It was no exaggeration to say that Xiao Han had already developed a little bit of momentum and style. His state of mind had changed. What he lacked now was cultivation and strength. Therefore, Xiao Han was eager to refine the 9-tailed sunflower in his stomach to reach the peak of the viscera refinement realm and increase his strength. The 9-tailed sunflower's medicinal power is so strong that I can't refine it in a short period of time. Then I will find another way and let those martial artists help me refine the medicinal power. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han ran all the way with a smile on his face. They are chasing after me, but they don't know that they are helping me achieve my goal. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han understood that he was not the prey. Just as Xiao Han flashed past a small hill, a figure flashed in front of him. 2 martial artists had already discovered him. Kids, stop. These 2 martial artists seemed to be twins. They both had sharp mouths and monkey cheeks. Judging from their aura, they should be ordinary marrow refinement realm cultivators. Their talent and strength were not even as good as Li Yifeng, who was killed by Xiao Han. The 2 of them each held an iron rod. They were aggressive. Ha ha ha, big brother. Luck. It's really the luck of us 2 brothers. One of the Jianghu men grinned and laughed. He approached Xiao Han step by step like a poisonous snake. He waved the iron rod in his hand like a flower, chopping, lifting, cutting, rolling, and stabbing. It was quite methodical. The heavy iron rod was like a lamp in his hand. Brother, don't talk nonsense. Kill him first and don't let others find out. This fat sheep, the 2 of us brothers will quietly swallow it. The other martial artist took a step forward and smashed his rod. The air exploded with a dull roar, like the roar of a mountain flood. Demon subduing rod technique. Xiao Han was not afraid at all. Instead, he suddenly turned around, arched his back, and took the blow head-on. Bang! The iron rod smashed into Xiao Han's back, producing a sound similar to that of a meteorite crashing into him. My strength is too little. I don't feel good. Xiao Han lightly leapt forward and immediately turned around, his eyebrows tightly knitted together. You're too weak. This rod strike is only slightly more than 20 cauldrons, not even 30 cauldrons. It seems like I have overestimated the strength of the Jianghu. In other words, the cultivators of the Jianghu were a mixture of good and bad people. In terms of strength evaluation, it was not as clear as the disciples of the sections. You are both at tempering marrow, but your combat strength is far inferior to Li Yifeng's. What? Iron Palm Li Yifeng? A Jianghu man blurted out. The Jianghu man who had smashed Xiao Han with his staff just now looked at Xiao Han, who was chatting casually. You're all right? What did you do to Li Yifeng? What did you do to him? Kill him, Xiao Han said calmly. The next moment, let me send you guys on your way as well. Xiao Han's aura suddenly burst out. The Emperor's aura swept across the sky, enveloping the surroundings. A sovereign's descent was unleashed. This sovereign's descent was purely an oppressive move. It doubled Xiao Han's physical strength and destroyed half of his opponent's defense. With this, he would be able to kill his opponent in an instant. Bang! Under the influence of the Emperor's aura, the Jianghu man who had smashed Xiao Han with his staff just now had the seed of submission planted in his mind. It was as if he had even forgotten to resist. After Xiao Han achieved minor success in organs refinement, he punched out 17 cauldrons. The sovereign's descent increased the strength of his fist to 34 cauldrons. It was like a hot knife through butter. In an instant, the Jianghu man's sternum was smashed into pieces. His chest caved in and he flew out like a gunny sack. He vomited 3 liters of blood and died on the spot. The other Jianghu man was scared out of his wits. His legs were numb and powerless. The iron rod in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Sorry, you guys wanted to kill me first. Xiao Han's expression did not change. He closed in and punched the Jianghu man to death. After killing the 2 Jianghu men, Xiao Han rummaged through their corpses. Other than a few dozen true martial coins, Xiao Han found almost nothing. Jianghu people are really poor and dejected. Xiao Han was speechless for a while. He put the dozens of true martial coins he had plundered into his storage ring, and then continued to run in the deep mountains and old forests to look for it. Dusk, Xiao Han crouched in front of a mountain stream. He used both hands to wash his face and drank the sweet mountain spring water to his heart's content. At this moment, Xiao Han's clothes were torn and tattered. Under the rays of the setting sun, one could vaguely see Xiao Han's smooth, cheetah-like muscles and his smooth, sparkling skin. Awesome! Xiao Han drank his fill of water and lay down on the side of the mountain stream. He let the afterglow of the setting sun shine on his body. Xiao Han breathed out a mouthful of turbid air. He closed his eyes and pondered, summarizing today's gains and losses. In the past few hours, Xiao Han had been running around in the Crouching Bull Mountain. He had encountered a total of 27 Jianghu men. Among them, 5 were in the bone refining realm, 9 were in the viscera refining realm, and 13 were in the marrow refining realm. Among the 13 marrow refining realm Jianghu men, only 3 people had strength greater than Li Yifeng. After a series of fierce battles, Xiao Han killed all of these Jianghu men who wanted to cut his stomach open. However, when he deliberately endured the beating of these Jianghu men, the medicinal power of the 9-tailed sunflower in Xiao Han's body was not refined much. So far, only 3 to 4% of the medicinal power in his body had been refined. The results were minimal. The strength of these Jianghu loose cultivators was really too small. Moreover, Xiao Han did not find any treasures from the corpses of the Jianghu men he killed. It was nothing more than some scattered true martial coins. As for the gold and silver in the secular world, Xiao Han did not even look at them and directly ignored them. There was another problem. When Xiao Han was fighting with these Jianghu men, he could only use the sovereign's descent over and over again. Otherwise, he would release the demon god's palm and directly crush them. Xiao Han found that his fighting style was too simple. The demon god's palm must not be seen in the light. It can only be used behind people's backs. It is not elegant. Those who have seen it must be killed. Then, the only martial skill that I can use openly is the Emperor's Divine Fist's Sovereign's Descent. Xiao Han frowned and pondered. As for the Sovereign's Descent, it is my trump card. If I use it too often, it will inevitably be seen through by others. Even if they don't see through the flaws, they will study it over and over again and be prepared in advance. Xiao Han knew that many of the outer sect disciples of Cloud Rain sect had their own secret skills and ultimate moves. They would not use their trump cards until the very last moment. On one hand, it was to keep a trump card. On the other hand, it was a form of deterrence that would make the enemy wary and not know when they would use their trump cards. However, Xiao Han could only use the sovereign's descent over and over again without any trump cards. No, I have to cultivate another martial skill. As for the Emperor's Divine Fist, as a trump card, it can be used at the crucial moment to achieve miraculous results. Killing the enemy and dying. Xiao Han rubbed his nose. I can also cultivate the second style of the Emperor's Divine Fist, Emperor's Robe. However, it is best to keep it as my trump card and secret technique. The most important thing now is to find another martial skill to cultivate. I will be able to obtain a supreme grade elixir and a secret manual when I return to the sect. Good, very good. Just what I want. Then at this moment, Xiao Han's ears twitched. He suddenly felt a dangerous aura approaching him. Here it comes again. I wonder what kind of trash it is this time. Xiao Han leaped up with a flip. Gradually, the air was filled with a faint fragrance of wood. The fragrance lingered in the air for a long time. It smelled like sandalwood, rosin, and fur. At the next moment, a skinny old man wearing a black robe came out from behind a bush. The blood in his body surged like a tide. His strength rose as if it had a substance. It was like a stampede of 10,000 horses with a terrifying aura. Above his head, a shadow of a wooden stake was formed. The wood was mottled and one could see the old bark and growth rings on it. It's you? Xiao Han recognized the skinny old man. He was one of the few experts in the pugilistic world. Moreover, when Xiao Han was plucking the nine-tailed sunflower grass, he was hit on the back by the old man and was injured. At this moment, Xiao Han took a closer look at the old man and realized that there was a simple and unadorned ring on his right index finger. It's a storage ring. Forgive me for being straightforward. Among the pugilistic world, those who can wear a storage ring should be considered very luxurious, right? Xiao Han looked at the skinny old man with interest. Young man, you are indeed a disciple of the Cloud Rain sect. He was severely injured last night, but in just one day, he's already bouncing around and brimming with energy. He must have consumed some kind of divine healing medicine. Or, as Shangguan said, he must have cultivated an excellent body refinement technique. Foundation, this is the foundation of a great sect. How enviable. The old man's eyes were sinister and his expression was cold as he spoke slowly. He had a bearing that could control the life and death of others. He was indeed an expert. Haha, I'm ashamed. Didn't I also run away like a stray dog under your pursuit? Xiao Han grinned. Young man, you are too humble. Along the way, I found many corpses. All of them were killed by heavy blows. Some of the corpses were even torn into pieces. It was a horrible sight. Young man, you did this, right? It seems that we have underestimated you. The skinny old man smiled sinisterly. However, this is the end. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. Young man, you are decisive in killing. Under such a dangerous situation, you still counterattacked and killed people. Moreover, this old man observed your bearing. You are fearless in the face of danger and have the demeanor of an expert. However, this is the end for you after meeting this old man. The skinny old man's body was filled with killing intent and his aura instantly rose. Although you have great potential, you are still a little too inexperienced for this old man. Let me tell you, this old man is not an ordinary rogue cultivator of the pugilistic world. This old man is the sect master of Withered Wood sect. People in the pugilistic world call me Venerable Withered Wood. It is a worthy death for you to die in this old man's hands. He. To be able to kill a talented young man of a big sect is truly a great joy in life. Ha. After killing you, the spiritual medicine in your stomach, your body refining technique and all your treasures will all belong to this old man. Ha. Venerable Withered Wood's aura rose steadily. The illusory wooden dummy formed by the energy above his head became more and more solid. Withered Wood sect? Xiao Han was stunned. He had read the books that Cloud Rain sect sent down and didn't remember there was a Withered Wood sect in Beacon Fire Empire. He guessed that it should be some unknown small sect. However, no matter what background this Venerable Withered Wood had, to Xiao Han, he was the best candidate to help him refine the medicinal effect in his body. Moreover, on his right index finger, there was a storage ring. That was the symbol of wealth. Chapter 36. However, this kind of character was suitable for Xiao Han to refine the medicinal effect. Not only was Xiao Han fearless, but he was also excited to see his prey. Xiao Han did not seem to raise his aura. A smile hung on the corner of his mouth as he walked towards Venerable Ku Mu calmly. Of course, the indestructible golden body was circulating in his body endlessly. Venerable Ku Mu was stunned when he saw this. However, as a fugitive of the Jianghu, he had experienced the baptism of life and death many times in his life. His will was incomparably firm and indestructible. Immediately, Venerable Ku Mu revealed a sinister smile and said coldly, "Brat, what tricks do you want to play now? But let me tell you, it's all useless in front of me. You can only die." Withered wood palm. Venerable Ku Mu raised his right palm. An ancient and mottled wood ring appeared on his palm and struck towards Xiao Han. Good move. Xiao Han raised his chest and welcomed the attack. Bang! The earth-shattering palm force threw Xiao Han a dozen steps away, and he fell at the edge of the mountain stream. His body kept twitching. Ha 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 ha. Sect disciple. I thought sect disciples had 3 heads and 6 arms. They really can't be killed. I didn't expect you to be killed with a single palm strike. Venerable Ku Mu laughed hysterically. Brat, it's not wrong for you to die in my hands. My cultivation has already reached the blood transformation realm. A single palm strike has a total of 80 dings worth of strength. Even ghosts and gods can be destroyed. 80 ding? Most of the blood transformation realm disciples in our Cloud Rain sect have at least 100 dings worth of strength. You're nothing much. Suddenly, Xiao Han crawled up from the ground. The corner of his mouth was filled with blood, but his face was smiling like a spring breeze. There was a palm-sized mark on his chest. This palm print was coarse and had an antique feel. It was as if Xiao Han's chest was covered with a layer of tree bark. Xiao Han gently touched the tree bark palm print and coughed. His eyes narrowed. Nice. This is more like it. Just now, when Xiao Han received this palm strike, he only felt a withering palm force that could destroy a person's vitality. It directly penetrated his heart and lungs, causing him to feel a kind of withering sensation in his bones, flesh, and meridians. However, a warm current as thick as a thigh enveloped Xiao Han's body and the palm energy immediately melted. The warm current that flowed out of Xiao Han's body directly washed away the medicinal power that had settled in Xiao Han's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. A portion of the medicinal power was forcibly dispersed and completely integrated into Xiao Han's internal organs. Refine. This palm strike had actually refined 1/20th of the medicinal energy in Xiao Han's body. The mellow and rich medicinal energy was like fine wine. It was boiling in Xiao Han's internal organs. It was warm, nourishing, and strengthening. It was indescribably beautiful. Hey! Xiao Han couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of phlegm. It was all black and filthy impurities. This was the old dirt excreted from his internal organs after being forced out by the medicine. Come, continue. Venerable Ku Mu, your palm art is indeed not bad. It's not just a little bit stronger than ordinary martial artists. Xiao Han continued to stride towards Venerable Ku Mu. Of course, Xiao Han was also in pain after forcefully withstanding Venerable Ku Mu's palm strike. However, the slight pain was quickly drowned out by the refreshing feeling of refining the medicinal energy. This. Venerable Ku Mu looked at Xiao Han in disbelief as if he had seen a ghost. This old man's withered wood palm has killed countless powerful enemies. You brat. You are actually, unscathed. No. Impossible. The power of the withered wood palm penetrated your body and caused your vitality to wither. You are forcefully holding on. You must be forcefully holding on. Brat, this old man will kill you. Venerable Ku Mu's beard and hair were wild and his eyes were bloodshot. Both of his palms were stretched out and covered with dried skin. Both of his palms were pressed against Xiao Han's chest at the same time. Bang! Bang! Xiao Han's clothes were torn into pieces and exploded into powder. His entire body flew out and fell on the edge of the mountain stream. His body kept spasming as he coughed out blood. Phew! In the end you are still killed. If you still can't be killed, then you are not a human, but a mountain spirit, a monster. Venerable Ku Mu let out a long sigh of relief. Quickly cut open this brat's stomach and take out the spiritual medicine. After saying that, Venerable Ku Mu raised his foot and walked towards Xiao Han. However, comfortable. Although it is very painful, it is also very comfortable. I feel refreshed. Xiao Han suddenly stood up. These two palm strikes had completely dispersed 1/10 of the medicinal energy that had settled in Xiao Han's body. Currently, the medicinal energy in Xiao Han's body that could not be refined in time had already been completely refined by 3/10. This medicinal energy caused Xiao Han's internal organs to squirm even more vigorously. There was a vague feeling of a river smashing a table and rolling up 1,000 piles of snow. Come, continue. What other trump cards do you have? Use them all. Xiao Han's face was full of desire. At this moment, Xiao Han's upper body's clothes were in tatters. He was bare-chested and there were 3 layers of tree bark palm prints on his chest. His hair was messy and his face was covered in blood. However, his eyes were lively and full of expression. Not only did he not show any signs of withering, he seemed to be more energetic as he fought. What? Preposterous. Preposterous. You actually don't feel any pain? This palm force of nearly 100 cauldrons hammered on your body. You actually don't feel any pain? Venerable Ku Mu's voice was trembling. Pain, of course I feel pain. Why don't I feel pain? I'm dying of pain. Xiao Han said in an extremely serious manner. No. Venerable Ku Mu had roamed the Jianghu for his entire life, but he had never encountered such an evil thing. A trace of palpitation and fear surged in his heart as he took 2 steps back. However, at this moment, he discovered that there was a storage ring on Xiao Han's right index finger. It was flickering with a dim light and was filled with a dense treasure aura. It turned out that Xiao Han's upper body's clothes were in tatters. Thus, he had taken out the storage ring that he had hidden on his body and wore it on his right index finger. Sect Disciple's storage ring. An indescribable greed burst out from the depths of Venerable Ku Mu's eyes. His retreating footsteps stopped as his shoulders slightly trembled. You want my storage ring? Xiao Han immediately noticed the change in Venerable Ku Mu's expression and raised his right index finger. If you have the ability, then kill me and rob me. This young master will tell you, in this storage ring, there are all kinds of elixirs, secret manuals, true martial coins, divine weapons and so on. Do you want them? If you want it, then come and hit me. Kill me. Roar. Venerable Ku Mu let out a beast-like roar. Suddenly, he hugged the air with both of his hands. Endless strength surged and rolled between his hands. The withered leaves above his head were fluttering and the air was dense with wood qi. The autumn wind was bleak and the weather was cold. The grass and trees swayed and turned into frost. A kind of domain of withering everything gradually spread out. What kind of martial skill is this? It's obviously a kind of force. Although it's not comparable to the Son of Heaven's great force of the Son of Heaven's divine fist, it's quite interesting when compared to Ling Feiyu's great force of sea and Meng Rant's great force of wind. Xiao Han's heart moved. Soon, between Venerable Ku Mu's arms, the strength qi turned into a wooden stake. This wooden stake was 1 zhang long. It was covered with withered skin and mottled. It looked antique, but it was as heavy as a mountain. Brat, you forced me to use this wooden dragon stake. You've died a worthy death. You've truly died a worthy death. Venerable Ku Mu slightly opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there were actually wood rings rolling. Dang! Venerable Ku Mu roared furiously. He hugged the wooden stake and stepped forward, smashing it towards Xiao Han's head. As he smashed, the air was crushed and the sound of giant wood rolling could be heard. It made people feel as if they were trapped in a primitive jungle. The towering trees in all directions collapsed together. Ka. Before the wooden stake arrived, the ground where Xiao Han was standing had already cracked like a spider web. Fight! Xiao Han clenched his teeth. The indestructible golden body in his body was pushed to the limit and he bent his waist. Bang! The wooden stake formed by the strength qi directly smashed onto Xiao Han's back. Pooh! 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 The ground around Xiao Han, which was about 10 feet in circumference, exploded and flew in all directions, forming a small, shallow pit. Xiao Han was immediately smashed to the ground and twitched. Hoo. Venerable Ku Mu was also panting heavily. His forehead was covered with soybean-sized beads of sweat. His face was as pale as paper, and he was almost exhausted. The wooden dragon stake. Just now was the condensation of Venerable Ku Mu's entire life's worth of cultivation. It was a desperate attack that consumed a lot of energy. Cough, cough. Venerable Ku Mu coughed repeatedly, then took a step closer to Xiao Han as he spoke to himself. He's still not dead? He must be dead. Shockingly. Xiao Han pushed himself off the ground with both hands and crawled up shakily. You used all your strength and your strength broke through 100 cauldrons. Powerful. Truly powerful. You almost killed me. Xiao Han cried out and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Impossible. You're still alive. You're not human. You're the reincarnation of some savage beast. At this moment, Venerable Ku Mu was scared out of his wits. He was so scared that all the power in his body was scattered. He counterattacked and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Like a deflated balloon. His aura instantly weakened. I almost couldn't withstand that attack just now. It's the condensation of Venerable Ku Mu's entire life's worth of cultivation. It's really not a small matter. If I didn't cultivate the last 10 moves of the indestructible golden body, I would have been torn to pieces. Dangerous, so dangerous. However, fortune comes from danger. This is the truth that has never changed since ancient times. Although I was injured on the spot after this attack, 80% of the medicinal power in my body has already been scattered. Only 20% of the medicinal power has not been scattered yet. I'm about to succeed. Come, Venerable Ku Mu, hit me again. Come. Xiao Han said fervently. Just one more time, one last time, hit me, quick. No, you get lost. Venerable Ku Mu's eyes were filled with chaos. He kept retreating with fear and despair. You're not human. Quickly get lost. All right, don't talk nonsense. Hit me again, Xiao Han said patiently. No, I don't dare. Venerable Ku Mu's entire body suddenly twitched. His knees went soft and he directly knelt down. His voice was filled with tears. I beg you, let this old man go. This old man won't dare to do it again. I won't covet anything on your body anymore. Please let this old man go. You're definitely not human. What exactly are you? I'll let you King hit me again. Xiao Han was furious. Cough. Venerable Ku Mu's throat gurgled. His eyes instantly became unfocused and he began to babble. His mind was actually muddled and he was scared out of his wits. Damn it, just a little bit more. Xiao Han helplessly sighed. A demonic light flashed on his left hand and the demon the arch palm burst out. Like a whirlwind, a palm covered Venerable Ku Mu and turned him into minced meat. Amidst the broken limbs, a treasure light flashed and a storage ring appeared in Xiao Han's sight. It was the storage ring that Venerable Ku Mu always wore. Hee. Xiao Han licked his lips and reached out to remove the storage ring. Then, he dragged his injured body and disappeared into the dense forest in front of him. The night. Hidden in the dense forest, there was a waterfall that was rarely visited by humans. This waterfall had a height of more than 10 meters and the flow of the water was not too rapid. The water flowed into a deep pool and made a rumbling sound. On the mountain wall behind the waterfall, there was a natural cave. The cave was damp and dark, and the 4 walls were covered with glowing plants. In the misty light, a bare-chested youth could be seen sitting cross-legged on a stone platform. His eyes seemed to be thinking but not thinking. This youth's body could faintly be heard exploding sounds of dragons and tigers. As his internal organs squirmed, there was a smell of iron and steel. This youth, who else could it be but Xiao Han? Impressively. Xiao Han's half-opened eyelids opened and his eyes burst with light. The dark cave seemed to be illuminated by a bolt of lightning, causing the inside of the cave to become brightly lit. Immediately after, the cave became dark again. Only the glowing plants on the 4 walls emitted a faint light. After refining 80% of the medicinal power, I secretly circulated my mystic art and breathed in and out, causing my cultivation to soar. I directly broke through the bottleneck and reached the middle stage of the organ's refinement realm. As long as I completely refine the remaining 20% of the medicinal power in my internal organs, I will climb to the peak stage of the organ's refinement realm without any suspense. Xiao Han stood up from the platform and felt that he was full of energy. As he breathed, it was as if 10,000 horses were galloping with great momentum. Middle stage of the organ's refinement realm. Moreover, the effect of the nine-tailed sunflower flower was better than expected. Now, Xiao Han's strength had reached 40 ding. It had more than doubled. As it turned out, after Xiao Han killed Venerable Ku Mu, he found a secluded place with his injuries. It was the cave behind the waterfall. Xiao Han entered the cave and activated his indestructible golden body to heal his injuries. At the same time, he used the special breathing method of the organ's refinement realm to absorb the medicinal power that was spreading in his internal organs. After a few hours, Xiao Han had completed his cultivation. Not only had his injuries healed, his cultivation had also leaped to the middle stage of the organ's refinement realm, and he possessed 40 ding of strength. Once he completely refined the remaining medicinal power in his body, Xiao Han would reach the peak stage of the organ's refinement realm. His physical strength would rise steadily to at least 80 ding. Xiao Han smiled and opened his right hand to take a look. On Xiao Han's right index finger and middle finger, there was a simple and unadorned ring. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.